Okay. Let's fucking do this. I want you to picture this. A new Star Wars trilogy has just been announced. Now, the last proper mainstream Star Wars content was the prequels, which were... they were fine. For the sake of simplicity, let's call them fine. Star Wars has been in its action figure era for a while now. More Jedi, more little cartoony characters, more everything. It's a little odd to be raised in that environment, but what you gonna do? Oh hey kids, you like it when there's a lightsaber, right? Well look at this guy, he's got a little one that goes both ways, wow, look at that! Anyways, this new Star Wars trilogy has been announced and it's an actual sequel. Not a prequel, not a spin-off. They're promising that they will continue the Star Wars saga. After what feels like an eternity, they'll finally do it, an actual continuation. You can't help but speculate. What have your beloved heroes been up to since the return of the Jedi? Have the Jedi actually returned as is promised by the title of the final movie timeline-wise? And more importantly, what is the next war? I mean, it's Star Wars, there should probably be a war. Will a period of peace slowly be eroded by a rising new threat? Or will an entirely new foe arrive? Will it be infighting? What has become of our beloved heroes? How have they evolved? There are so many possibilities of where to take the franchise next. There are so many ways you could evolve the series, expand on the characters, make new things with this strange universe. There are so many possibilities. The world is your oyster. There are so many possibilities. And then the teaser drops. A desert planet? Again. Is it Tatooine? Who knows? Doesn't really matter, really. Hey, it's the Millennium Falcon again. Wow, it's back. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. It makes this Millennium Falcon movie back. And then there's a TIE fighter shooting at it. From, like, the Empire. The same ships from the Empire again. We're just doing the Empire again. Well, there are a lot of possibilities here. They're not doing everything again, right? This could have been an interesting spin. It could be And then the movie drops. And in the first seconds of the title crawl, in the literal first line, you're told that your favorite hero, the guy who would cause the return of the Jedi, has vanished. There's a new Empire. They're bigger and badder. They use all the same ships and very similar uniforms and armor. There's a new rebellion with the exact same characters. I don't know why. There should be a new government that our heroes established, right? I mean, that's gonna get blown up in a second. Who knows? Who cares? They're just doing the original trilogy again, but worse, less nuanced, less compelling, butchering the legacy of the characters you knew and loved, and narrowing the universe, making it smaller, making it dumber, making it even more into a goddamn action figure playset. We're not doing a new Star Wars. We're doing the same one. Buckle up, because we have no new ideas and nothing new to share. And in the end, as you see the credits roll in a disaster of a revival of a series you liked, all you can think of is that good ending you were promised. All you can think of is how your favorite heroes had supposedly won the day once. And now there's nothing left of their legacy but a house of cards crumbled on a kitchen table full of highly marketable action figures. Hey, what's this footage of My Little Pony G5 doing here? Warning. This video is not a review of My Little Pony Generation 5. This video will inevitably reference that generation, since it's been so tied to the canon of the one that came before so directly, so unequivocally. In every generation before the 5th, MLP has always done something somewhat new. It's still just a cute horses with different designs and similar names, or new horses altogether. But the general gist is always to reboot. Put these tiny equines in a situation. Generation 3 is especially funny because it's women only. It's a Yuri world out here, not a cold or stallion sight, ladies. So when Generation 4 took the world by storm, demonstrating how massive a fandom could be for friggin' children's cartoons, and then they ended after 9 seasons and several movies and even absolute peak spin-offs, I imagine whatever folks were in charge of making new pony shit would have probably grown anxious. There's a fan base there. They're highly anticipating what comes next. After all, you've given them about a decade's worth of content, and you wonder if it's worth it to even try to make something new, when you could just tie whatever new thing you do to the old one. Generation 5 quite literally begins, much like The Force Awakens, with the exposition that your heroes failed, the unity they promised crumbled, and that the Equestria you knew is now more segregated than it was before its founding. Luke Skywalker has vanished! Versus We hate unicorn and pegacide! Insert unicorn slur here! What even is a unicorn slur? Like, hornhead? Can opener? Pinhead? After all, even before the original pony races finally set aside their differences, they were working together. They weren't friendly, and their allegiances were fragile, but they knew each other. And here in Gen 5, their counterparts are urban legends. These little ponies are so goddamn racist, oh my god. But I'm not here to review Gen 5. I'm here to talk about the way Gen 4 ended. Because contrary to popular belief, and contrary to the Return of the Jedi, I strongly believe that Gen 4 sowed all these seeds. I don't think Gen 4 was only ruined because of its sequel. I think that Gen 4 did plenty of the groundwork to set up its own demise, and on this, who knows how long, video, I'm going to specifically, unequivocally, undeniably prove it. Or at least I'll try. We have 3 episodes to analyze, the 2-parter finale and the time skip wrap-up. We also have to analyze every character individually for all they've done, so you know, buckle the fuck up. This is the successes and failures of the MLP G4 finale. Steve. This is my first video essay, and my first video on this format in general. I'll be entirely honest, being a YouTuber is not exactly what I want to be here. I don't want to monetize this, I don't want to take sponsors, and I sure as hell don't want to censor myself from saying basic swears. Hell, I originally didn't even want my first video to be on the subject that is so potentially polarizing and offensive to fans and something I do actually enjoy. My first video idea was about analyzing the hardest level of Age of Mythology retold. Is the 5th level just enough rope, by the way? It's nuts. My script for that video is basically entirely finished. I just stopped to do this instead. But here I am. I might as well unite some interests together while trying to share my burning thoughts. I love these silly little ponies. I love their silly little antics. And I think that the writing of this show has some insane turnarounds that need to be studied. Please keep an open mind as you watch this and remember that your Blorbos are fictional characters. There's no need to fight over them. I'm going to try to remain objective, not subjective, but I guess trying to remove oneself from one's personal opinion is entirely impossible. Biases will pop up in this video. I don't know when, but they will. I've been a fan of the show for only about a year or 2, so my perspective is entirely different than most fans that have been here since its inception. So know that I entered the show with a pretty open mind and a developed brain. Let's just get on with some disclaimers. Okay, before anything else, I need to do some major disclaimers. Firstly, if you love the finale and are entirely satisfied by it to the point where you'll be offended by me claiming it isn't a happy ending, I don't think this video is for you. I'm going to be very aggressive with my critique here, and I wrote most of this in a sickened pony-induced nightmare stupor. As a fan, as an enjoyer of things, you don't need to combat me, and I don't need to combat you. This is, in the end, a children's show about awesome swag little horses doing awesome little swag things. Peace and love on planet Earth. Oh god, is this what YouTubers feel like when they beg their viewers to try and not fight each other in the comments? Oh jeez. Secondly, I think that emotionally and conceptually, the finale achieved all it needed to out of a children's TV show. It didn't need to do more than this if its intent was to conclude a narrative with a crescendo of basic satisfying emotion. The finale didn't need to be ultimately thematically and characterly satisfying, all it needed to was appear as much. A lot of the character progression in the show functions by rubber band logic anyways, or simply doesn't exist. Character arcs are wishy-washy and the writers tend to be meta about their characters being stagnant too. It's odd, which essentially means they could make a finale of recycled emotion and it still hits to the average fan. After 9 seasons, the writers were running out of ideas, so they kept adding more characters. And although I think that there were infinite ways they could have concluded the show better, in the end, all that mattered was that they hit certain emotional notes. The anxiety that comes with the responsibility of rule, a strong-ish opposition to the heroes, and overcoming it with the power of friendship like they always do. All you need to do is show the magic of friendship triumphing over evil, and you've done an MLP finale. You don't need to do more than that if you're just writing for a basic kids show. It didn't need to do more than this if all it wanted was to achieve that. The time skip finale is a cherry on top for all the fans to leave with a smile. And also, the magic of friendship grows hits all of the emotional notes it needs to incredibly successfully. It's a beautiful song that earns the potential merit of the best song in all Friendship is Magic just by properly conveying how it feels to finally say goodbye to these characters after 9 seasons and getting to see them grow older. Those emotional notes are hit pretty well. The show tugs at the right heartstrings. Thirdly and lastly, as I've said before, this will mostly not focus on G5. I think that it's impossible not to mention it and that it's integral to analyzing the finale of this series, but I don't think G5 is the disease, I think it's just another symptom of it. And you know what? Let me see if I can convince you. Minor spoilers for these particular games in these particular times of the video, by the way. Keep a lookout for that if you care, and if you don't, I love you. Mwah. Without further ado, let's begin.
Jaden, it's more complicated than you think.
What could be so complicated that you have to say?
She's only 8.
Get the f out of here, bitch.
Let's start a bit simple. The premise of the two-parters is that 3 villains have teamed up behind the scenes to sabotage Twilight Sparkle's coronation, something that they managed to do exceptionally easily with just a bit of manipulation here and there. Right off the bat, I'll compliment the showrunners. This season is the only one out of all 9 in which the villains are shown working on their evil deeds throughout the season, not just appearing out of the blue in the finale. Sure, the Cozy Glow season introduced her character long before her actual villain debut, so to speak, but that's just it. She was not a bad guy all throughout the season. She was just a normal weirdo girl. Comically enough though, the season literally starts with Grogar's introduction and every other bad guy is just like, whoa, that's Grogar, the meanest, toughest son of a bitch around. Also, he exists, which is what they usually leave for the finales. Despite my praise that this season bothered to show the villains throughout it, they still couldn't help themselves and introduce the villain by having everyone go,
You may call me Grogar.
The Grogar?
I thought that you were a legend. I've heard of you.
It's so goddamn ironic. In the season starter, the princesses go, damn Twilight, I guess it was a bad idea to drop the throne on you out of the blue. And then in the finale, they just dropped the throne out of the blue on her. They were so close. They were so close to understanding how bad of an idea that was. Also, quick aside, if Sombra is mind controlling everyone, why doesn't he just mind control the main 6 too? If it's so easy, why not just start with the biggest opposition? Why not go for the Alicorns too while you're at it, or the Pillars of Equestria, Star Swirls right there? If the argument you would say is, he can't mind control the main 6 because they are elements of harmony, that should go out the window when he destroyed the elements, right? If he can't mind control Alicorns, I get it, but jeez. There is no logistical, tangible description of how he mind controls people anyway, so who gives a fuck? Sombra is super undercooked, and the comics do him a lot more justice. I just wish the show had treated him with any sort of desire of actually considering him as a tangible villain. Mind control is often so botched in shows and movies, it's so dumb. Jessica Jones is the show that did it best. A lot of people joke that his voice sounds dumb, and I wonder if the writers wanted that reaction out of the fans. Maybe the writers wanted him ridiculed?
Crystals! Yeah, I don't want
Crystals!
I'm not into
Crystals!
I really-
Crystals!
I mean, I kinda like his voice, but not by the merit that it's a fitting voice for King Sombra specifically, but it's just decent voice acting. I mean, just listen to this.
Not even the Lord of Chaos can stand against me!
Doesn't matter. In the end, he's just fodder, which I'm definitely not against. If he is easy to be whacked for 1,000 years, if he's easy to be whacked by Spike on season 3, then he's easy to be whacked now too. Could have been more though. The comics absolutely did some interesting shit with him, but I digress. Let's talk about the actual villains of the finale. Let's begin with a whimper, shall we? There's so much to complain about the final villain lineup here. So much. I barely even know where to start. Like, why would you call 3 people a Legion of Doom? It's 3 people. It's actually 2 people and the baby. That's not a Legion of Doom. That's like a duo of demise or some crap. Don't even get me started. The literal definition of legion is to imply vastness. It's to imply many, but this is like 3 people. Let's take it in steps, or else I'll go insane. Let's start with TIREK. So, TIREK. TIREK is a very strange case for me when it comes to the villain lineup of MLP as a whole. This is probably the one and only villain the show has proclaimed as irredeemable that I honestly am perfectly okay with never being redeemed. Well, anything is possible, don't get me wrong. You could write an entire narrative around redeeming this old man and can make it work. I believe it. But when it comes to picking and choosing where the efforts lie to redeem, I'm glad the show didn't bother with this one. Having an entitled millennial magic-eating old man monster that thinks that eating the entire magic of the world is his birthright is very, very compelling for an irredeemable villain. For the record, whenever I say the word millennial here, I'm referring to a being that has lived for 1,000 years, not what you're thinking. Hell, maybe he doesn't even think he's evil, like many villains don't. He's just hungry and entitled to eating. It's certainly interesting, it has some potential. He wants to be a force of nature, but all he is a bitter old man that will never understand love and friendship like his brother once did. The fact that there is an unending trend with magic stealing in this show is very frustrating to me. It's so repetitive, and if they had just kept it as only TIREK as a magic stealer, I would have been fine with it, to be honest. The show started pretty well with Nightmare Moon and Discord, two characters that are just powerful in their own ways. Sure, Discord can snap his fingers and remove someone's horn, which might count as magic stealing, but I'll let him have this one W. Changelings are already toeing this line since sucking someone's love almost counts as magic stealing. CHRYSALIS sure gets very powerful after sucking off shiny armor and he becomes a dunce. Well, he was always a thundering dumbass, but still. TIREK was the first proper magic stealing villain. But then Starlight Glimmer showed up with the power of stealing cutie marks, which also works as stealing some pony's magic and doesn't even require a magical staff or anything. She can just do it. That staff was a lie. It was a deception. Considering how she swapped the cutie marks of 2 alicorns, she could easily steal from them too, making her even more powerful than TIREK if she took those cutie marks for herself. TIREK could only steal from alicorns when he was no longer wimpy. If Starlight can just mess with the cutie marks of godly beings as an afterthought, maybe she could take them at any point too. Fuck, that'd be awesome. Starlight stealing cutie marks of the most powerful ponies in Equestrian, becoming a berserking magical beast until she pops like a grape. Though it'd kinda just be like TIREK too, though. Then, after Starlight came Cozy Glow, who made a big enchantment circle to drain all of the magic of Equestria. Whoa. God, even Equestria girls can't escape this. The Dazzlings are draining Equestria magic from the girls to become more powerful. Sidewise accidentally sucks off the girls and becomes Midnight Sparkle. You can't get away from this shit. It's as prevalent as mind control in this damn series. So repetitive. The MLP movie? Storm Kings need to steal alicorn magic to power up his staff. The G5 show? Opaline needs to drain a dragon of its fire to have any strength. What the hell, man? I almost forgot to mention Stygian. I was gonna make a whole joke here and not mention Stygian in the entire video because he's the most forgettable MLP villain, but I'm just gonna because it's really funny. He did not steal any magic to be who he is, but guess what? The Pillars of Equestria thought that he wanted to.
But why did he steal the artifacts from you? No doubt it was an enchantment to take our powers for himself.
The Pillars of Equestria thought that he wanted to steal their magic. That's why they banished him. Honestly, I get why they'd have the assumption since that's what everyone does in this goddamn show. I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but I legit liked stuff like the Smooze from G1 more. At least we had the antagonist be a force of nature that destroyed everything indiscriminately. You couldn't reason with it, you couldn't talk to it. It was a tidal wave of doom. That has merit, that's cool, that's different. It could only be beaten by everyone tangibly coming together. Meanwhile, in G4 we have magic stealing, magic stealing, magic stealing, yay! I could go on for ages about how repetitive the villain power levels are in this, but that's a video for another day. Let's talk TIREK. Magic stealing is his whole thing. It's his default moveset, and he's built around it as a villain. If he's too weak and frail, he obviously can only drain weak beings and needs to get them unawares. Only when he's incredibly strong already could he drain from alicorns, and even then he needs a lot of unopposed preparation for it. Without Discord betraying his friends, he couldn't even have gotten that far. It's simple, concise, and a bit weird that all the alicorns just give Twilight their powers rather than just like giving them to Celestia, who has already had 1,000 years of combat experience? Allegedly. You know this show. Twilight is the one that has to save the day, so let's have her do it. I'll admit, it's very cute and entertaining to see superpowered Twilight bumbling around. But I digress. We have established that TIREK sucks off people to get stronger. That's his default thing. Alright, now, riddle me this, dear viewer. Why the fuck would you need to have these motherfuckers get a bell from Grogard that literally steals magic if TIREK can already do that?
This artifact can steal any creature's magic.
So can you! I'm losing my fucking mind here. He actively says this.
But taking it all would be madness. It's impossible for any other creature to control.
But he canonically, on screen, has already sucked off Discord's magic previously, and he was fine! Like, this breaks previously established rules in a way that makes him just seem lamer and weaker? I get that they can't use Discord's actual chaos powers, but he could still feed on it. He could still feed on all the magic of everything if he wanted. Not only have we established that, we have seen it. He's already a magic stealer, and they still needed to give him magic stealing 2 for this goddamn finale. It's so dumb and unnecessary. Honestly, in general, TIREK was underpowered as hell in this finale. I don't get why he didn't keep draining everything at his own whim. If he was mountain-sized, then that would have been a good reason to bring a fucking army to this finale. CHRYSALIS could have just drained Love to get stronger. She had plenty of options. He could have just drained Ponies, and Cozy Glow couldn't do a damn thing without that bell because she's a fucking child. Also, quick sidebar, tangentially related to TIREK, but the pillars of Equestria are kind of pathetic. TIREK flattened them so easily and they amounted to nothing. An overrated group of washed out heroes that narratively could have been so much more. Look at Rockhoof. This guy gets dried up like a raisin. He gets twinkified. And in the ending, friendship magic just pops him back to being a hunk. In the comics, the pillars are cute and interesting. Individually, they all had their own cute little stories. But here in this show, in this finale, they are fodder. So much for the great Star Swirl the Beard. MLP has this struggle of wanting to introduce more and more analogs and ties to the main 6, but they can't find the time to flesh them out or use them properly because there's so many of them. So Star Swirl winds up being a gullible old fart that can't do anything right. And honestly, that's some characterization at least. I also appreciate the comics actually consider the idea of this mythical hero might be the cause of a lot more evil than everyone lets on. That is cool. That is cool and it has a lot of canon precedent. That could have been awesome to explore. The theme of not having heroes in pedestals would have fit right home here. The episode Shadow Play was just the tip of an iceberg. Stygian never appeared again. Where's Stygian? Where did he go? Where is Stygian? I miss him. I miss the little twink. Meanwhile, the Young Six are another case of this cute group of characters that could have honestly had their own show. But sharing the spotlight with so many other characters, it makes every episode be so wildly unfocused and different from the last. You're just sat there wondering, when will I have another Rarity episode? Where's Rarity? I miss Rarity. When will Yona demonstrate her swag and MVP energy once more? Save us, Yona. Please, please save. I digress. TIREK himself didn't need to be a part of a team, and he sure as hell didn't need a Legion of Doom to quote-unquote conquer the world. He's a world-ending threat solo. And I think bringing him back was a bad idea, especially when the protagonist had already proven that the magic of friendship one-taps him anyway. Which is a damn trend in the show, by the way. The power scaling is abysmal. If the bad guy has already been beaten by a specific method that the characters have demonstrated is available to them, you know, look at Sombra getting obliterated at the beginning of the season, you're sitting there waiting for the protags to remember to use it. It's ironic too, because the show never used rainbow power again. The bad guys got beaten without it pretty easily too. Look at Sombra getting utterly obliterated by standard friendship magic blasts. Look at that. It's like something out of Indiana Jones 1. Let's move on to another villain because TIREK didn't need to be here, and if he was to be here, he sure as hell didn't need to be part of a team. CHRYSALIS the Bug Baddie, let's go! Finally! A big part of my initial CHRYSALIS rant here is going to be exclusively about missed potential. Hold on to your pants, I'm about to weep for the wasted beauty that is this awesome sexy cockroach. Okay, so I'll admit immediately, I have a soft spot for CHRYSALIS. I like fan interpretations where she's redeemable, and I like fan interpretations where she's irredeemable. She's incredibly malleable, because the show treats her as dangerous yet incompetent so many times that she's essentially a cosmic version of Trixie as a villain. It's interesting that the show can't seem to decide if the good guys need to take her as a credible threat or not because she's clearly self-defeating. There's an entire episode dedicated to that after all. It's certainly a choice. After all, if the good guys have beaten her so many times already, some of those pretty easily, it's harder to take her as a credible threat. It doesn't matter if she has a power-up here or there. We've been there and we've done that. And now she's just joined random bad guys. CHRYSALIS is in a bit of a limbo since she survived and thrived for a really long time as a wicked ruler. But now that she lacks a kingdom and subjects, she's struggling to accept her new reality. If you ask me, this would have been the perfect time to try and redeem her. She's homeless, aimless, and desperately needs a new path in life. Honestly, I think redeeming her would only be a matter of tricking her into thinking it's only her own terms. She's afraid of change, and as a millennial evil that's been stalwartly determined to achieve conquest, I don't blame her. Equestria has always been her playground and now it's changing and she doesn't have the same reach she once had. Think about it. Her family, her kin, all she's ever known have turned on her. I'm honestly kinda sad that the show never bothered to touch into that. That sense not only of betrayal, but that she might feel that she herself failed them, her family, her hive, by not being better for them. Where did all her love for her subjects go? Where is her queendom? You can't tell me she never loved her changelings. They were all she had. Where is her MILF energy? How ironic, huh? That a changeling queen is afraid of change. She's backed into a corner, so I'm not surprised that she would potentially join an evil team, or get progressively more desperate for any way to get a one-up on the good guys, like making evil versions of them. Having her be one of the bad guys in the finale despite her having been beaten several times already is certainly a choice. However, I think she's too stubborn and prideful to join a team where she isn't the leader. The Mean 6 episode shows this pretty well. She starts snapping the second Mean Twilight shows that she's the lackey, not the winning clones, and it's wonderful. I think it demonstrates a lot of her character, that self-defeating pride. If nothing else, I imagine that if CHRYSALIS was in an evil team, she betrayed the bad guys and joined the good guys the second she thought she wasn't getting what she deserved. Or at least that the world wasn't being conquered to her liking. Maybe I was just wishing they wrote her more like Starscream. In the comics, she joined Sombra and some other bad guys, but the second that she learns that he's going to unleash evil beings of darkness to consume everything, she grabs her changelings and leaves. Self-preservation queen, honestly. Now imagine that, but with her actively siding against the other bad guy because of it. If nothing else, if there was a bad enough world-ending threat, I imagine that CHRYSALIS would gladly join the good guys, given that Equestria is her playground and she doesn't want to destroy. It would be a great way to expand her character and have fun with her. I think it will be especially enjoyable if they drop the trend that she's constantly dropping and lowering her nemesis standards and proclaim herself to be Celestia's one and only nemesis, even as they're fighting in the same side. Don't get me wrong, it's funny that she's so pathetic that she would proclaim vengeance on every minor good guy that happens to beat her, but I'm not going for the little gags here, I'm going for character potential. Because if she was so stalwartly claiming to be Celestia's one and only millennial rival, it could lead to so many funny character interactions across the board. Also some toxic Yuri, just saying. Personally, it is my religious belief that both Celestia and CHRYSALIS' characters would be vastly improved by these two having some sort of nemesis homoerotic situationship that spanned across centuries. But unfortunately, we aren't allowed to see the God Queen of the Sun and the yassified cockroach have nasty sex on screen because of woke.
Well, off to visit your mother.
Plus, Celestia doesn't really have an actual nemesis in the show. Having the opposition of the Queen of the Sun be the Queen of Pestilence, the Queen of Vermin, is kinda cool. Better than just the King of Shadows, you know? Lord only knows Sombra isn't exactly being in powerful opposition right now. Reminder, this guy got beaten by Spike. Having her proclaim that she's a nemesis while siding with the good guys could lead to some real spot moments.
I am your
Celestia kinda takes her seriously, but it's also impossible to fully take her seriously, you know what I mean? Let me show you a pretty wild example. In the Nintendo 3DS game Kid Icarus Uprising, there is a 3-level arc where an alien hive mind comes into Earth with the intent of draining it of resources and consuming everything. Before this arc, there was a 3-front war between the protagonists, Palutena and Pit versus the forces of nature who are led by Rarity. She's kind of a Gaia, kind of a humanity needs to be reset bad guy. She's pretty cool. And versus none other than Hades, Lord of the Underworld. And here's the thing, Hades has been portrayed as this endlessly callous and amusingly wicked, entirely irredeemable villain. But now that there are aliens about to destroy his playground, he immediately joins the good guys and the forces of nature against the aliens. It's such an amazing display of uneasy alliances against greater foes. I'm so surprised MLP didn't do something like this.
I can only tell you that they're not of this world.
You mean they're invaders from space?
They're not just invading. This swarm is harvesting whole sections of the Earth. They're like bees taking pollen back to whatever hive they call home.
Not to quibble over details, but I think locusts are a more apt analogy. I guess we underworlders will get in the mix too. Shoot anything that moves.
Come on, you can't tell me you can't envision Chrysalis saying something like,
But whatever they are, they must be stopped. Earth is my flower to plunder, not theirs.
it's so entertaining to have the bad guy you've been fighting so easily flip sides because a bigger bad guy shows up. It leads to absolutely wonderful interactions. Also, come on, would an alien invasion really be that worse of a concept than what they tried doing with the Storm King? Come on, they could have easily done something with it. The entire world would have come together to fight an alien threat. And since it would be so universal, you could give every character and every composition of characters a chance to shine. But I digress. This is mostly headcanon nonsense. I'm almost writing fan fiction right now of what I wish the show could have done with these characters because their potential is so endless. So let's get back to canon. Tragically. So, Grover's bell gives her superbug powers, which honestly just amount to her being kind of as strong as when she sucked off Shiny Armor's love. It's underwhelming. She's still as sassy and entertaining as she's always been, but also like, is she really delusional enough to think that she can rule over rubble? She doesn't have her loyal changelings anymore. Ponies could never be a suitable replacement for her subjects, and just because she has a power-up doesn't mean that people would blindly listen to her. Maybe they would. Maybe she is dumb enough to believe it anyways. Chrysalis is pretty amusingly dumb. I love her though. Kiss kiss mwah mwah. I guess I'm also unamused by the show's whole concept of world domination, because it feels like these three villains all have wildly different motivations. Chrysalis wants to be a queen again. Okay. TIREK wants to destroy everything in sight and drain all the magic of the world. Okay. Cozy Glow? I have no idea what a child wants out of this, but if she genuinely wants to be a queen like Chrysalis and actually be a ruler, she's way dumber than canon implies. Also, for all of Chrysalis' new power-ups, she kind of stops transforming here. Like, she stops actually using her changeling powers. I get it, she's strong enough without him, but considering how useful it would be to change her form mid-fight to become an Ursa Major to clobber an enemy, or a large snake to ensnare a foe, or a falcon to deliver a deadly aerial strike, or a hummingbird to avoid attacks, what the fuck is she doing? When she's fighting Starlight Glimmer, she just tries blasting her non-stop? There's barely any creativity from the literal changeling queen. Like, come on! The animators surely knew they had gold in their hands, right? Because transforming into other things mid-battle could give you such an advantage. And yet, the fight with Starlight is kind of one note? Starlight is behaving perfectly, being incredibly cocky and agile the whole way through, and even teleports them to some snowy mountains easily. As usual, Chad-like Glimmer clowns on a bug.
Oh, I'll get to you. Wait your fucking turn, mate.
I guess, at the end of the day, I don't think Chrysalis works as a side bad guy in a team of other bad guys here. Maybe it's just a case of me disliking how one-dimensional they decided to treat her. Even in the comics, when Summer just adds her as a part of the team, she's constantly hogging the spotlight. It's pretty funny. Don't get me wrong, I understand the instinct of making an irredeemable Chrysalis. It's just as fun, and she's a villain that could always pull it off. The comics also like to nod to her being utterly redeemable, but also loving herself. She's got a flair for presentation! But this felt like a waste of Chrysalis, just having her play second fiddle to TIREK and a literal child. All the while she devoted revenge to a random unicorn in the grand scheme of Equestrian history. Like, Starlight just becomes a headmaster. She's not an epic general, or a princess, or a mighty ruler, or a chosen god. She's literally just a headmaster. The Queen of Vermin, bug baddie Chrysalis, devotes revenge to Twilight Sparkle's intern, To Twilight Sparkle's maid. Okay, gonna stop going off script here. Also, for all her boasting and desiring to seek revenge on Starlight, she does nothing when she has Starlight in her grasp. She puts Starlight in a cage she can easily bust out of, not a cocoon, and she doesn't even bother sucking Starlight's love off or something? This amounted to nothing in the end, even when Chrissy pretty much won and beat her. What the hell was the point of all the Nemesis jokes? Just... what a waste, man. She was wasted. I think that if she were to join a small team like this, she'd instantly pose as the strongest and have a fallout with the others, instantly wanting to be the big boss. And yeah, I get it, they kinda did a bickering thing in the show, but it's not the same. And that's an issue too. The Legion of Doom is literally just 3 guys. I get that Sombra was meant to participate and didn't, and I get that, like, Grogar is quote-unquote meant to be the boss, so that would make quote-unquote 5. But just considering how many hundreds of good guys there are, how many teams of 6 are in this show, why would the showrunners want to make a final evil team with only 3 people? It confuses the hell out of me. I've already established that TIREK was drastically underpowered for this finale. I've already pointed out that Cozy Glow is a literal child and she doesn't belong here. But CHRYSALIS is too good to be in a team of 3. It's focused, I'll give them that. Having a smaller team means more time and space for them to shine. If they shined! Okay, I stalled long enough talking about one of my faves. I did all I could. Let's get to the worst of the worst.
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever. You are the youngest person ever.
Before we start talking about Cozy Glow proper, I need to do a disclaimer right now. So I'm going to get this out of the way immediately. If you think children, or a child, any child deserves capital punishment, I am not going to waste my breath arguing against you. I don't give a fuck what this fictional world claims is right or not. It's a fucking fictional world made by real people with questionable morals. Get some morals of your own and don't be a fucking clown and try to tell me that you think children should be tried like adults. They fucking shouldn't. End of story. It's hell! It's not even a regular prison she's being sent to. She's not even being tried like an adult. She's being sent to hell! It's being sent to hell and being turned to stone for an eternity. People argue about this. People think that it's justified. Oh my fucking god. Off to a great start. By now, I've pointed out a few inconsistencies, a few holes. I hope I've demonstrated the folly of the writing of this show decently enough when it comes to the antagonists. I haven't tried to be a CinemaSins ding kind of person here. I've been trying to actually deconstruct a lot of the present and very visible flaws of the show. I like to believe that anyone that can think critically could have come to the same conclusions that I did. Or, alternatively, anyone with the practice of creative writing might be able to see what I see. They might be able to notice the wasted potential and the many very flaws the show boasts so openly. Honestly, for a lot of these flaws, I often try to be positive and think, well, there are a lot of other cool characters. There are a lot of other cool things. It isn't all bad. There's always a good episode. There's always a good character that's coming up right later. I mean, until we get to a point where the focus is a bad character. The one that's poorly constructed and poorly put together fundamentally. Because Cozy Glow? Cozy fucking Glow? She's the pinnacle of the issues of bad writing of the showrunners, of the complacency, of the lack of fascination with their own stories, the lack of thought. Who comes up with this shit, man? Who says in the writer's room with their whole chest, hey, let's make an evil team that is a trio of bad guys. It's going to be 2 millennial beings that have been wicked for centuries, one of them being a literal magic eater capable of raising cities easily with his full might, the other having been an evil queen that has a capacity to topple kingdoms through subterfuge and magical infiltration, and the last one is, and hear me out here, hear me out, a fucking child that doesn't have any magic, has no reason to be evil, and hasn't even ever drunk beer. How the fuck did they think this could work in any way? I could go on an endless rant about this. Why the hell did the writers think Cozy Glow ever belonged in the realm of world-ending threat? Like, she's a child, yet the characters talk about her like she's Satan or worse than Sombra. It's insane.
That's not true.
Really? Sambar, name 2 ponies worse than Yona.
Cozy Glow and Sombra.
You said Cozy Glow first? How is Cozy Glow, a Pegasus child, comparable to a nightmare king that single-handedly enslaved the kingdom for decades and is responsible for its disappearance? I'm losing my Okay, off to a bad start. Sorry, are we back? We're back, right? We're back. There is no thought put into Cozy Glow internally as a character by the writers. No, literally. In the Q&A, the showrunner Jim Miller openly said that the writers never once considered a backstory that would justify a child being capable of so much malice. Was a full backstory ever planned out for Cozy Glow, or was she always just an evil filly by nature? We never really discussed Cozy Glow's origins. It would have been fun to get into it, but we really didn't end up having the time. What do you mean you didn't have time to discuss the literal backstory of one of your season finale antagonists? She was there literally all season? Where were you spending your writing efforts in? Was it Yona? It had better have been Yona. Is Cozy Glow actually a little kid? Insert shrug emoji here. What do you mean shrug emoji? What does that mean? Okay. Look, this show has an enormous ends justify the means problem with its writing, in which they disregard any methods of preamble or preparation of any kind. They disregard even the simplest form of critical analysis of their own characters and message, even the most A to B character growth concept, as long as they achieve the goal they want. Yes, this child belongs in a group of villains capable of murdering thousands. Don't think too much into it. It's happening already. Don't wonder about what happened to her to get here, to make her be this way. That doesn't matter. How did a child get in contact with a monster in Tartarus? How are they fucking pen pals? Who's providing the paper? Who's providing the pen? More importantly, who reached out first? And why? Did TIREK groom her into being evil, or did she seek him out? And if so, how and why the fuck would a 10-year-old, 12-year-old, 8-year-old, 4 years old Pegasus know or want to know about doing all she did? How did she manage to be his pen pal? Again, she is a magicless Pegasus child. Seriously, did they write her character backwards? Did they not even consider that any of these questions were important to ask when making their latest villain? I do think kids can be antagonists, but to other kids, a simple bully works. You see it in this very show with Diamond Tiara. She's great. I love her. They could have made Cozy Glow into a bad guy for just a young 6, and that would have been kind of cute. I don't think it would be fair. She's one single baby and there are 6 teenagers. Yona could fucking clobber her, destroy her in one punch. She is still just a fucking child, but they just have to have world-ending stakes. And they just had to throw the villain kid under a bus to make it happen, because the ends justify the means. If they tried answering any of the questions of the backstory I pointed out, if they had even asked for 1 second what kind of a system allows for a child to end up this bad, it would all fall apart. Because I would never blame a child for acting out, and honestly, none of you should either. I would blame those that cared for her, those that raised her, or, in TIREK's case, those that might have been literally grooming her. If the viewer thinks for a single second of this character and this show in human terms, in good character writing terms, suddenly the small literal child with no magic would seem a whole lot more redeemable than some of the other bad guys here. I cannot reiterate this enough. Starlight Glimmer enslaved the whole town for likely years and nearly destroyed time and space in a petty bullshit revenge quest because a childhood friend moved out. And after she did all those atrocities, Twilight literally gave her an internship. She basically became Twilight's fucking maid, just like that. Okay, that's okay. We have established that this is how far we'll allow our villains to go, and we will still allow them to be quote-unquote redeemable. So why are we drawing the line at a literal child? Cozy Glow gets manipulated by TIREK into temporarily doing an Equestria-wide block on magic, and it's instant Tartarus to a 10-year-old. I mean, yeah, she should rot in hell. In what world would we consider reforming our kids and trying to improve their behavior after they've gone wrong? Nah, she's a bit of a weirdo and kind of villainous. Literally throw her in the fiery pits of hell where she belongs. No, yeah, sure, fucking throw her in hell. Fuck this baby.
What would you do if there was a child right in front of you?
Guilty! What confuses me the most is how uncurious the cast is about Cozy Glow. Like, they don't even bother to analyze the idea that a child that they educated could have gone so wrong. They don't dare to question the system that made her, their system. They don't even try to understand how the hell could a child outsmart every single main character, you know, them, which she did. By the way, the ends justify the means, so we need to have every character in the show, even the ones we've established to be very intelligent, to be duped by a fucking child. Even Starlight Glimmer somehow gets duped and entirely restrained by a fucking child. Starlight, the protagonist known for never losing fights and being stronger than everyone else, somehow loses to Cozy Glow, a baby without magic, off screen? How did Cozy do this? Did she like push Starlight into the evil vortex thing? How? Well, we need a villain to be a child for some reason, so we'll make whatever needs to happen for it to happen. Don't question it, the ends justified the means after all. Okay, you know what? I need to put my fucking foot down here, because I've absolutely fucking seen some peanut-brained arguments that Cozy Glow didn't deserve redemption because she didn't want it, or because she was beyond saving. First of all, guys, this is Equestria. Did you forget? It's the land of mushy, loving redemptions at all moments. Why the fuck do you think that they would let this child continue to be evil just because she's throwing a tantrum and claiming that she doesn't want to be redeemed? And then the argument gets even worse when these people claim that Starlight is an example of how a good redemption works because, see, she accepted a chance to change and improve, while Cozy didn't even accept it or try. Oh my god, Starlight Glimmer was given several chances to change, and she only accepted them like in her third chance. And that's good, it's good! Realistically speaking, in the real world, people don't always change their minds instantly with a snap of their fingers. In fact, a lot of times, being told to change your ways might make you want to put your foot down and double down. And I need to stress, Starlight's crimes were a multitude worse than Cozy's. I'm not saying Starlight didn't deserve redemption. I'm saying Cozy deserved it and needed it even more. And if the show is pretending that this child somehow didn't, then Starlight absolutely didn't either. And if you can't see why, then you have to realize right now that the showrunners fucked up. You can't use the argument of, oh, but in this world, morality says that this is right, so it's right. Because, first of all, no, the world doesn't say this. The show managed to quote-unquote sell you on the idea that a primordial god of chaos is redeemable. The same god that frequently does acts of evil still, all the time. A child throwing tantrums is nothing compared. It's easy mode of redemption. And if you can't even bring a little bit of your backbone when thinking of fictional ethics, and you cave to the showrunner's claims of what is ethical and what isn't, of what is moral and what isn't, just because your blorbos are the ones saying to the camera that putting a child in hell is okay and right, then what the hell are you doing, man? Turn your brain on, please. Starlight's evil only got worse and worse, and she was still offered redemption, even at the peak, at the height of her evil. Cozy's evil only got worse and worse, and her punishments followed suit, only getting worse. The writers fucked up. Someone once told me that Cozy deserves to be thrown in hell because her plan would have caused an omnicide. The show doesn't back this idea at all, by the way. The idea that if Cozy completed her plan to erase all magic, all life in Equestria would end. Even if the show did back up this idea, Cozy clearly didn't know, because why would she want to kill herself? All she wanted was to be a headmaster. Committing omnicide with her little plan would absolutely be accidental. Also, it's weird to claim that Cozy's plan would have ended all life, because Twilight Sparkle did the exact same plan on erasing all magic entering G5, and people were very much alive. It's apocalyptic, sure. It's racially segregated, yeah. And the non-ponies have all been genocided, but the pony race lives on, I guess. It's the only race that deserves to live, I guess. Okay, no, I need to talk about Cozy's smarts right now. If she doesn't have any magic, if she doesn't have any strength because she's a baby, what does she have? Well, the show acts like she's a conniving, clever manipulator, and that's why everybody's afraid of her, and that's why she should be feared. Okay, let's look into that. How is Cozy Glow this smart, this crafty, that she's capable of outsmarting every single protagonist, and yet it never crosses her mind that she, a literal toddler, is entirely unfit and unqualified to rule over Equestria? Empress of friendship? Really? This is step one kind of bullshit. She puts on that crown and acts like she's totally going to rule, but remember, Celestia is still sitting at the throne. Even if there's no magic, she's still managing the country. Just because the main six are temporarily stuck on Tartarus, or just because she put Starlight Glimmer in an orb, that doesn't mean she's going to rule anything. The entire idea that the stakes are global here is entirely artificial. In reality, Cozy Glow inconvenienced a bunch of people and threw a tantrum. None of what she did here would ever amount to any actual power given to her. Sure, maybe she's going to become the headmaster of the School of Friendship. Maybe, if we're charitable. But admission is about to plummet since half, if not 90% of the staff is locked in hell right now. And most of the people enrolled here would probably have reservations at the school being managed by a literal child. Everyone say hi to your new school principal. She's a toddler.
Goo goo gaga.
It's like the writers are readying themselves for a sprint across the field and tripped in the first fucking step. There's an evil plan here, but its idiotic, pointless potential result is entirely obfuscated by the fact that she fucking loses. The entirety of School Raise is just a smokescreen from the writers to hide the fact that this new villain they've written does not account for logistics at any fucking point in her evil plan, and that her ambitions are very much in line to that of a literal fucking child, as well as the writers providing no backstory or reason for this child to do all she does, because the ends justify the means. We need the villain to be a kid, for no fucking reason, so let's just have her be one, regardless of what the stakes are. If we need Starlight Glimmer to be the hero and save the day, we'll have every other good guy lose to enemies that they have beaten already. And easily too. Don't question it. She's going to be doing what all of them can't, even though they canonically have done it on screen before. I mean, I'm losing my fucking mind. An actual changeling invasion, an infiltration where you can't trust your neighbor would be so cool to write about, and they just fucking do it off screen. And in the end, obviously, since Cozy is a harmless child, they need to superpower her so that she's capable of fitting in with these monsters she's cahooting with. So we have a new alicorn, everyone! Cozy Glow! This happens so offhandedly too. The writers realize so suddenly that this trio is entirely off balance, that they just make her the pinnacle of pony might with Groger's bell. Easy peasy, don't worry about it. And this child does want to rule a part of the world. Because yeah, and she perfectly masters her power and her magic easily, despite being a child that has never used magic in her life due to being a fucking Pegasus. I mean, honestly, by that logic, fucking Flurryheart should take her on. 2 babies, let's fucking go. She perfectly masters it and outmaneuvers an entire royal guard, and then one-taps 2 princesses easily. All that for the sake of whatever. Again, to reiterate, this child manages to beat 2 alicorn princes easily, all because she has 1 Grogar bell. The princesses keep firing the fucking shot, while Cozy just stands there and sucks them off. Why? Why don't you stop firing that? Is this like Palpatine firing lightning himself? Is this that? Oh my god. Okay, so we've established that this bell can suck off princesses very easily. So why doesn't Cozy just use the bell on everyone? Use it on Twilight, she's right there, easy peasy. Use it on the main 6. Cozy can fly for fuck's sake. Use the bell to suck everyone off. Wreck the house. Use it on all your prisoners. Use it on Starlight Glimmer, for the love of God, use it on Starlight Glimmer. Please suck off Starlight Glimmer's powers, I'm so tired, please. So, a child easily beats the 2 alicorn princesses. The writers never once considered if the dignity of these characters matter. Power scaling at its finest, my friends. Like, I don't even want to get into the princess right now, that's coming later, my god. But the idea that the show wants a specific character to save the day so bad that they need to make every other possible character that could help fail miserably is insane. And it keeps happening. Again, the ends justify the means style of storytelling. We'll get back to this. Put a pin in it, don't forget it. How is character competence something that isn't related to their history of capability / backstory and their current emotional state? Instead of making power scaling and competence based in character writing like most stories do, MLP makes it profoundly artificial. Heroes and bad guys lose when the writers need them to, and that's about it. It's painfully, excruciatingly artificial at times. Characters that are hailed as legendary heroes get to fall like fucking babies because the story requires them to. If you've been a fan of Celestia, you know what I mean. The fact that she constantly loses or just is absent just so Twilight gets to shine has been an issue since episode 1 of this show. At some point, it feels arbitrary, as if these characters are all fucking losers. We'll come back to this, but for the time being, here's a fucking graph. We can't have the Pillars of Equestria actually help. After all, we want a specific good guys to save the day. So whoop, they're gone. We can't have the Alicorn Princesses help, so obviously they need to be one-tapped by a child. We can't ever have Discord snap his fingers and solve every problem, despite us constantly enforcing that he is capable of this at every possible turn. He just doesn't feel like it. But hey, this is a moment that he might actually be someone inclined to help. Maybe, just maybe, he might be inclined to consider helping now. So down he goes. And all of this was his fault, by the way. All this because he wanted to give the show an epic meta finale. All this because he wanted to test Twilight. Not her actual mentor doing the testing here, but him, out of the pure kindness of his heart, deciding to summon fucked up villains to stir shit and cause trouble in Twilight Sparkle's coronation. You can't tell me that Sombra's invasion didn't have casualties. You can't tell me that TIREK's rampage didn't kill anybody. I haven't spent much of this section actually talking about Cozy Glow, because there isn't much to talk about there. The writers made her a one-note psychopath that is more bloodthirsty than Chrysalis most of the time. There's no point. She's a gimmick. She's barely a trope. They didn't think that far ahead. They had no thoughts for a backstory, remember? She's an alicorn villain that did more damage than Opaline and Nightmare Moon combined. And you know what's the worst part? I like her. I like Cozy Glow. Yeah, that's right. Despite my critiques, I still fucking like her.
I like her. Hell, I love her.
I like her voice acting. It perfectly encapsulates the vibe of a little kid that plays innocent, but it's kind of psychotic. I like her design. Even though her fur looks a bit too much like white skin and it's a bit weird, I still like it. Also, her hair is adorable and very in line with certain tropes of evil little girls. Very befitting. Hell, I like the fan interpretations where she grows up to be freed and wears ankle bracelets and a flurry heart falls for her of all people. The Princess of Love's daughter having a thing for bad girls this bad is pretty fucking funny. MLP is the kind of show where every single character can be someone's favorite, and I would get it. I know a guy whose favorite character of MLP of all time is Miss Harshwinnie. Hey buddy, if you're watching this, she's a bad bitch and I totally get it. So when someone might say that Cozy Glow is their favorite villain, I totally get it. Because statistically speaking, you at the very least enjoyed her charisma, you enjoyed her voice acting, you enjoyed how she was somewhat portrayed. You didn't care about all the inconsistencies, you didn't care about the fact that a child is receiving capital punishment. But holy fuck, man. They dedicated 2 of the final seasons of the show to working with this character. Clearly they thought they had gold in their hands. But, okay, call me a commie if you will, but I simply don't align politically with the idea that children deserve to be thrown in hell for crimes, much less turned to stone. Why is it that in a show called literally Friendship is Magic, did we draw the line at a little kid? Why? If you don't understand why it's entirely wrong to say with your whole chest that a child is beyond redemption, beyond saving, and deserves to be thrown in hell or petrified for eternity, I don't know how to convince you, and I'm not going to bother. Honestly, there are 2 last touching points I've decided to not put much breath into talking about, because I think they're just so obvious, why would I even bother? But I'm going to address them either way, because I should bother, I should be thorough, and I will. Number 1, where is Cozy Glow's parents? I won't accept excuses here. You can't go, oh, parents aren't necessary for every character. Not only has the show frequently discussed parentage and made it very necessary for characters' developments, but also this character is literally an unsupervised child that enrolled, somehow, in a school whose admission quite famously requires supervision. Just look at the CMCs. There's no excuse for this subject to not be touched in the show. Twilight motherfucking Sparkle should have been the first to ask where Cozy's parents are before giving this child a high-ranking position in her fucking faculty. And it's pretty obvious why the showrunners avoided the subject of Cozy's parents. Because if they had actually addressed the question of who raised this child, they might have to acknowledge that someone failed this child, and that this child is not at fault for her own failings. It seriously feels so much like propaganda at times. Let's get this over with. Number 2 and last one. Why is Chancellor Neisei not the villain of School Raise? Why was Neisei not the irredeemable bastard, but the child was? He was literally the bigoted jerk in a high-ranking position. He was already an obstacle to overcome, and he had a vested interest in ruining this school. Why wasn't he the bad guy? I guess I get what the show was going for. They wanted the bigoted old unicorn to unlearn his old ways and become an ally of the good guys by overcoming his racism, and they wanted a twist villain. But why act like this guy can learn and change and grow, but not the literal child? Why did the show decide to give the racist old man a redemption arc, but decide to treat the literal fucking child as irredeemable? I'm losing my fucking mind here. The more I ask these questions, the more I wonder why they weren't addressed in the show making process. Jesus fuck, man. They had no plan. Cozy Glow deserved better. They should have never have made a child into a world-ending threat, and they should have never sent her to hell, or put her in this fucking team, by the way, much less turn her into fucking stone. The ethics of this are dubious, deranged, and kinda twisted. Jesus Christ. Like, what's the message here? Everyone is worthy of redemption, friendship, and harmony except those fucking guys? Fuck those guys? Again, I'm perfectly okay with sometimes villains being redeemable, and I love violence. If you know me, you know. But what the fuck? A child? Really?
There is only one thing worse than a rapist. Boom. A child. No.
Honestly, it would somehow be even worse if this child was groomed and tricked into being in this position by external forces beyond her control, wouldn't it? If this child that was already kinda bad was manipulated into being even worse, and then had to take the fall for it, that would be just awful. After all, she's a child. She doesn't have much agency here. Yeah, it would be insane if she was manipulated by someone truly horrifically evil that would have delighted in seeing this child turn to stone. Hey, wait a fucking minute.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
You didn't think I'd forget this son of a bitch, did you? Nah, he doesn't get away scot-free. He doesn't get to escape my wrath. Discord has a lot of fans, and I can understand why. Fans naturally gravitate towards fourth wall breakers. I mean, just look at Sans Undertale. And above that, this guy is essentially an extensive Star Trek reference. No wonder bronies wanted him so bad back in the day. Well, guess what? I hold no particular affection towards fourth wall breakers, and I have never watched Star Trek. I was always more of a Stargate girl. So it's time for me to destroy this old man.
Loser! You're a loser! Are you feeling sorry for yourself? Well, you should be, because you are dirt.
Okay, so here's the thing. When you're planning out a finale, having a reason for your villains to band together and be a world-ending threat is definitely something that should be given thought. I admire that they wanted to plan this out properly, and I appreciate that they wanted to build it up across the season, unlike most MLP finales. Especially considering that the theme here is friendship and union, and these bad guys are the opposition of that theme. Kind of. I guess. Not really. Come to think of it, they do team up like besties to fight the friendship-pilled good guys. And they don't even lose because they're not as united as the good guys. They lose because there's just less of them. 3 guys versus an army. Not thematically resonant. The bad guys represent the same theme as the good guys, just done worse, because there's less of them. It's like Borderlands 3 all over again. Quick sidebar, it would be very funny to have an evil villain group where the bad guys are all genuinely besties and using their very own magic of friendship. The final issues of the MLP comics are kinda like that, actually. They're very funny. The elements of patriotism? What? But here's the thing, Discord has a track record. An enormous one, actually. From all the shit he's done to the fact that he's never used his powers for good after his quote-unquote reformation, honestly, the simple suggestion that he decided to one day bring back all the villains he could and united them against his quote-unquote friends is horrific, no matter how you spin it. Let's ruin our friend's incredibly special coronation day by literally bringing villains into it, just so they can wreck everything. Aren't I such a good friend? This is one of the most wicked deeds of villainy ever done in the show, and there's been some fucking racism going around if you haven't noticed. And worst of all, his reasoning is the meta explanation that he thought it would be good for Twilight to face a challenge. Yeah, because Twilight Sparkle is short on challenges right now. Because she isn't hyperventilating every time she is asked to do what's expected of her. Which is way too much, by the way. All this because Discord thing, his supposed friend, needs more stress and turmoil in her life. And the bigger the better. Let's threaten the world and an entire nation of innocent people. Why not? That's what we're going with, writers. You needed an epic finale for your series, so you decided to have the meta character literally make one? Because what else could possibly happen? It's not like we could have a finale happen organically. It's not like we could have a villainous force naturally grow in the background to become an opposition to our heroes. Or have a sudden threat be naturally explained across the season. Or even have a proper team of bad guys that united out of their own volition. We need a meta explanation for things having to happen the way that the writers want it. I was mostly joking when I said I would be cool with there being aliens as MLP villains, but let's face it, it would have been way better than this. We need a magical asshole of unending potential and power, literally directing the characters to what they're supposed to be doing for the plot. Discord is essentially the anti-cutie map. He's here to cause problems and stir shit so that we have an episode, so that we have a fucking finale. Amazing. Again, the ends somehow justify the means. I'm not really a fan of the cutie map. I know why it's there, I get it. You're writing a children's show and you're running out of ideas on how to get your characters to go where the plot is. So having a magical map literally tell them where to go is the safest idea you have. But geez, you know? Having a clairvoyant table and tree is so weird at times, especially when we all know the table isn't going to win in the end. Just look at what Sombra did, and just look at G5. I digress. The writers wanted an ultimate showdown, so they didn't care how the fuck it would happen, as long as it fucking did. Discord purposely puts every single one of the people that he presumably cares about in danger, because he thought it would make for good television. This is the worst justification for a finale I've ever fucking seen.
For all the time you spent with us, you really haven't picked up too much in the way of friendship lessons, huh?
God, it's so funny how some fans think Discord is omniscient and all-powerful and incomprehensible. They think he's an all-knowing, all-powerful, omniscient being. Guys, he's a man-child incel who just happens to have reality-altering magic. He's really not hard to get. He's not nearly as powerful as he thinks he is. A fucking changeling rock nullified him. Straight up, just a regular magical cuff blocked his magic. Okay, I gotta breathe. That was hyperbole. I'm sorry. That was unfair. If the two-parter ended with him getting turned into stone too, maybe I would understand. After all, this would mean Twilight would have surely and without hesitation managed to rid herself of another threat. She now would know for sure that Discord will never do something like this ever again. Because he literally couldn't, being a fucking lawn ornament. I mean, this finale proves that Discord can never be trusted and that he will always be unstable and prone to horrifically evil deeds. He caused all of this for his own amusement and didn't even apologize. He should be punished harder than the villains he groomed. Like, if the villains were the bullet of the finale, Discord was the guy firing the gun. Seriously, he betrayed everyone for TIREK, and they all thought that was horrible. But this is worse, isn't it? Because it's not just one villain, it's several. You can try arguing, oh, but this is just one case. No, he does this again and again in the show, and he isn't stopping. Oh, but it's just for the finale. He's gonna get chill after this. 2 times is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern, bitch. I don't know if you noticed, but he's consistently done this since season 3. And even if all of this didn't convince you, if you somehow think Discord is going to be niceys forever after this finale, guess what? In G5, in the comics, he goes back to being a villain because enough time has passed and he just hasn't had enough friendship lessons. He literally goes to destroy all magic again because he somehow thinks it's what Fluttershy would have wanted? He really never fucking knew her at all, huh? Jesus fucking Christ, I'm gonna fucking... And the main 5 beat him by showing him a goddamn Deus Ex Fluttershy voicemail. Oh my fucking god. Even when Fluttershy is dead and buried, she's still somehow in charge of handling Discord's little world-shaking tantrums. And she still has to rein in his man-child emotional fragility. Jesus Christ! You can't make this shit up! So if you somehow think Discord isn't just a bad day away from being a villain again, there you go. We have proof all across G4 and even on G5 that even when all of our beloved heroes are dead and buried, he's still relapsing in evil. Going back to the subject of the Legion of Doom, honestly, I don't understand why the villains didn't just invite him to join a crew when they caught him too. Like, he clearly is doing a lot of evil in his free time, setting loose murderous apples in Ponyville, replacing train tracks with volcanoes, placing friends in dungeons of despair, raiding the Grand Galloping Gala with an all-consuming form of slime, and then trying to kill Fluttershy's weed-smoking girlfriend, endangering children purely for his own amusement, and due to a petty, unjustifiable vendetta against Starlight Glimmer, purposefully ruining Twilight and Cadence's day off, actively manipulating Twilight's friends so they like her less than him, all while convincing them all to act like it's somehow impossible for Discord to do something like this on purpose. The list just goes on and on.
Twilight, how could you say such a thing? I know Discord still makes mistakes sometimes, but you're accusing him of being downright evil.
Because he is evil, Fluttershy. He's so fucking evil. He's literally that kind of friend everyone wants out of the friend group but doesn't know how to kick him. So when the villains realize that Groger is Discord in disguise, I'm surprised their reaction wasn't, "Aw, he wanted to be a part of our Legion of Doom so bad he was pretending to be another bad guy. So cute. Come here, buddy. Let's keep him like a pet." The Legion of Doom didn't even need to go behind Discord's back with Groger's bell. He literally wanted them to get it and use it. He wanted them to get it, learn how to use it, and go after Twilight with it in her own coronation. The only thing that would change from them not going behind Discord's back is that they wouldn't mildly inconvenience him when executing his evil plan of sabotaging Twilight's coronation. He didn't even need to be disguised as Groger to unite them, honestly. He could have just invited them all at the same place and said something like, "Oh, I've been playing the long game to really get all these goody good guys, and I think the best way to do it is together, with teamwork. So let's all work together and sabotage them from within. I've already been doing my part. Why do you think the princess is so anxious all the time? It's because I've been messing with all of them from the inside, and they all think I'm just joking. It's flawless." I'm fairly sure those three idiots would fall for it. Maybe Sombra wouldn't, but hey, he's Sombra. He beelined his way to a quick friendship-induced death as soon as he had the chance, like a fly to soup. But the writers have already decided that Discord is good, even if they don't want to put in the work to make us understand why or how. In the same ways that they've already decided that Cozy Glow is bad, and they don't want to put in the work in to make us understand why or how. He's a good guy because they said so, and the ends justify the means. He can cause mayhem and evil just for the sake of there being mayhem and evil for the plot to happen, and he will still be considered a good guy because the writers said so.
You have made a grave misjudgment, Discord.
Okay, then fucking flay him, Celestia. Come on, punish him. Do you see the problem here? Am I relaying this well? Am I going insane? Are these little ponies just shadows in the wall of a cave for me? Am I properly demonstrating how things happen according to arbitrary rules the writers set that are in no way comparable to normal characters making human decisions and having natural reactions to things? It's really arbitrary. Somehow, the show feels like propaganda of itself at times. Like, the show isn't ever displaying this world and its character and their themes. It's trying to sell you these characters and their themes. No fucking wonder there was a racism episode telling that colonizers and natives needed to all just get along. No fucking wonder the show declared with full confidence that a child is irredeemable and deserved to be thrown in hell or turned to stone. So somehow, Discord orchestrates the entire finale and gets away with it scot-free. It's horrific, hilarious, pathetic, and I get secondhand embarrassment for the writers for thinking this guy is redeemed, as well as not in any way at fault for what happened. Maybe I can't even blame Discord, actually. I mean, every single pony puts up with him no matter how much of an asshole he is. Clearly they're gullible idiots. Celestia actually thought he could help them if he wasn't stone, and he hasn't, literally not once since. Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me thrice, fool me not nice. If you have coexisted with this godlike piece of shit for so long and somehow you still don't think he belongs in stone, then, honestly, I don't want to victim blame, but you kinda have it coming when he ruins your coronation for shits and giggles. Okay, sorry, going too far there. I'm not gonna victim blame Twilight Sparkle for not killing Discord. Let's not go there. There's a moment in the finale, one that I think is very poignant. A moment where Fluttershy is horrified at everything that's happening, and she's horrified at Discord for openly admitting to have orchestrated all of it, with no apology, and barely taking responsibility. So, with tears in her eyes, she asks,
Discord, how could you do this to Twilight and us?
And in canon, he starts waxing stupidly about how he had the best of intentions, about how he wanted to give Twilight a challenge, the stupidest possible motivation. But honestly, when Fluttershy asks him how he could do this, he should have just said, very easily actually, because it was easy. It was incredibly easy for him to do it. And he is not really remorseful. Even when he is imprisoned by these bad guys, he's still the same cocky asshole he's ever been. I don't know why they don't just kill him or even put him behind proper bars. He's a huge threat if he got his powers back. Why are the chains they put in him not actually restraining him? Like, the worst part is, the writers could have kept all of this and turned it around, made it slightly better, just by tweaking his motivation. Huddle up, Discord fans, because if you haven't clicked off the video yet, I'm about to throw you a huge bone. Imagine that instead of doing all of it because he wanted to give Twilight a challenge, Discord just wanted to unite villains because he thought that would be the only way to teach him to be friends, to teach him how good friendship is. Think about it, they are in a comfortable place, and they think they're meant to be plotting evil deeds, and they're with like-minded folk. It's a pretty good atmosphere for them to actually become friends and bond. There was even already an episode where they learned to work together. If he had brought them together pretending to want to make an evil team, but instead wanting to make a villain reformation therapy group, it'd actually be a pretty decent way to go about it, more or less. That would have been almost a cute motivation. If he was personally motivated on seeing bad guys like him get a happy ending of union and love because he did, and tried, behind the scenes, to ease them into friendship by befriending other bad guys, that would be a very justifiable motivation. It would still be naive, it would still be ultimately frustrating, and it would be very hard to forgive him doing it in secrecy, as opposed to unforgivable, but it would be sweet. It would show that Discord has changed and that he sees value in this change. But to be fair, if he could do all that, he could have also just snapped his fingers and made them all be forced into going to therapy. He didn't need all the light shows and the lies and the deceptions. He could have just grabbed all these villains and immediately locked them in rooms where they have to improve themselves to leave. I know it's overpowered. I hate it too. But that's what the show dictated he can do, remember? His power is so unfathomable that he can quite literally snap his fingers and bring Sombra back from the fucking dead. I didn't write it. That's the showrunners doing, baby. They insisted that he's capable of all this, and yet he does not ever use it for good. And yet he does not ever use it for good. God damn it, my fucking dog, hang on. They insisted that he's capable of this, and yet he does not ever use it for good. If you wanted to unite all these villains and try to make them understand the magic of friendship, he didn't even need to pretend to be Grogar for that. He didn't even need to do it alone and without his quote-unquote friends. He sure as hell didn't even need to pretend to be Grogar for it. Honestly, speaking of Grogar, it's kind of a joke, but he has a cool design though. I believe he might be the same threat level as Sombra, terrifying to the average citizen, but to a legendary hero, he's just a hurdle, a Lich King. Kill him and he'll come back sometime. Not to be taken lightly, but not a final boss. Considering that he predates Celestian Luna and might not have even been around for Star Swirl times, this guy would not survive modern Equestria. I think these villains overhyped him. Still, Discord is one of the worst depictions of a redeemed Chaos God I have ever seen. I've witnessed this trope many times. I've witnessed depictions of Chaos Gods in general many times, but MLP by far infuriates me most than any of those other attempts, because the show pretends the work has been done. The show pretends that it has justified his presence, while all he does is continue to be profoundly callous and villainous. He's honestly the worst possible friend to anyone here, is constantly a dick and messes everything up on purpose, and then acts like he's just a silly guy they have to put up with. Not a millennial villain they can and should have turned to stone. You know, a millennial villain that they unfroze from stone specifically to have him help, which he never did, by the way. And no, I don't count Tuwaren back again. He has no powers there, meaning he could have been replaced by an Earth Pony who would have helped just as much and whined less about it. Let's fucking face it, season 3 onwards was all fucking downhill from there. From the point they wanted to pretend that he's somehow a good guy, every presence of him in the show plummeted. They couldn't help but fuck it all up for themselves whenever he was on screen. You know what? Here's a fucking graph. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. I got time. Let's run this by step. You're way over an hour into this. You clearly have time and care about what I have to say. Let's just go through this. Let's fucking go. Discord is quote-unquote redeemed from season 3 to 4, and after the season 4 finale, he is, according to the writers and showrunners, fully redeemed. Let's run by when he quote-unquote helps versus when he quote-unquote doesn't help, shall we? Am I using quote-unquote too much? Am I? Shit, is that something? Fuck it, let's just go. Season 4 premiere. Discord is a fucking asshole the whole time. He is openly responsible for the problem and he doesn't help. He just messes with Twilight the entire time. Season 4 finale. Discord actively betrays the protagonist for TIREK and nearly dooms the world. He only sides with the good guys after because TIREK actively betrays him. Season 5 premiere. The protagonists get their magic stolen and they get imprisoned by a cult. And Discord is nowhere to be found. Did you really expect him to have any interest in helping his quote-unquote friends when they are in a bad jam? Why would he? Season 5 finale, Starlight is actively dooming reality, time and space, and Discord is nowhere to be found. Why? Did you think he cared about the fabric of reality? He plays with that shit like it's Play-Doh, man. He doesn't. Season 6 premiere, Discord isn't there to protect the Crystal Empire from falling into despair and being overcome by darkness. You'd think he could easily help restrain an alicorn baby, and even snap his fingers to get rid of the storm, but nope, he's not there, not even mentioned. Season 6 finale. Here's the one everyone points to as the one that Discord helped in. First off, Discord drags his feet and is annoyed at having to help until someone points out that Fluttershy is in a goop tube somewhere. His one contribution is teleporting the protagonists to the Changeling Kingdom, which is something they could have literally done by walking, by the way. There was no real ticking time bomb established that required teleportation there. They could have just walked. You could make the argument that the main 6 and the princesses are going to get sucked off if they take too long, but if that was true, wouldn't CHRYSALIS want to drain their love immediately? Not wait around? Or is this like wine? They need to age in those goo pods so they become more tasty. Bottom line is, they did not need to be in a rush, clearly, because the changelings had already won. Anyways, Discord's magic can't be used in this finale, so he could be replaced by an earth pony and nothing would change. Honestly, the earth pony would be nicer, I bet. Also, did the changelings know that Discord is obsessed with Fluttershy? Did they overhear it or spy it or read his mind? Did they know that he goons for her and they knew to use her to trap him? Which, by the way, they didn't need to. He has no magic and is already inside their lair. They didn't need any deception. They could have just attacked him. I'm all for body snatchers, doppelgangers, and shapeshifters using your powers to play with others' emotions, but this show somehow never fucking used the changeling shapeshifting power for anything truly interesting and compelling since its inception. Seriously, this little Fluttershy beat here is like the one time they kinda do it, and it's entirely needless. They already had Discord in their grasp, they didn't need to deceive him in any way, and how do they even know to use Fluttershy specifically on this wrinkly old sack of shit? Hell, even when CHRYSALIS was pretending to be Cadence in the season 2 finale, she didn't even put an effort to play the part of a married princess. She could have, and that probably would have allowed her to win way better and take over everything, but nope. Despite looking like Cadence, despite having already infiltrated, she doesn't even try acting like Cadence. She's a dick to everyone, even her supposed husband she needs to trick the most. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter in the end because they're all duped except for Twilight. Shining Armor doesn't even recognize that his own fucking wife isn't his wife. Great job, man. Great marriage. I bet you're going great. This is actually one of the things that really annoys me with changeling writing as a whole. So little of them actually try playing parts. I think the closest we get to a situation where one of them is putting effort in large-scale deception is with Thorax of all people when he's playing nice with Spike. In all other changeling instances, they're barely trying to play their parts, they're just rude and assholes the entire time. Anyway, let's move on from this. I should have kept this tension on a CHRYSALIS chapter. Anyways, Season 7 premiere. Discord is actively sowing seeds of doubt and being an asshole to Twilight because he wants Starlight to be sent away. I'm convinced he only did this because he wanted to get her less screen time so he'd get more. He just makes shit worse. He just gives Twilight anxiety attacks, and in the end he doesn't even succeed because Starlight begs to stay in the show. Sorry Discord, you couldn't stop Starlight from hogging the spotlight. She's the showrunner's special little good girl and she's here to stay. Season 7 finale, there's an alicorn dude of shadows threatening to destroy the world or whatever. Discord is absolutely nowhere to be found even though he could easily help. Not even referenced. Season 8 premiere. Maybe it's good that Discord isn't here, actually. Let's face it, he would only make things worse and actively get unicorns to be more racist somehow. He'd ruin the whole school and make things a mess for fun, and if you don't believe me, remember, there's an episode with that exact fucking premise. Season 8 finale. Once again, Discord does nothing to help, even though Cozy Glow taking away all the magic would probably have been a huge deal for him, cause you know, he's a guy that relies on his chaos magic for everything, but no, he doesn't even consider helping. He doesn't even get referenced. We all know what he's going to do to Cozy Glow later, so this is just gross. Season 9 premiere. Discord pretends to help and then takes a fake hit and pretends to be hurt All the while, he's actually the reason King Sombra even got brought back in the first place. It's pathetic and yucky how he can sit there acting like he cares when he's the one that actually caused all of this behind the scenes. Look at all these people getting mind-fucked by King Sombra. This literally only happened because Discord made it so. And again, he shows up and is like disinterested in helping. Season 9 finale, this is it, this is the end. Again, to reinstate, he is the one that caused all of this to happen. Without magic, he's still just a snarky jerk, still just an annoyance. You could make an argument that him insulting TIREK is what helps some of those guys get freed, but that is so forced and such a small, pathetic step forward. I don't even care. He caused all of this. He doesn't get points for slightly kind of helping undo it. He doesn't even say sorry. Okay, that's all of them. Okay. I didn't go by every individual episode where Discord does something awful to the cast recreationally, because we'd be here all day if I did. I know that as a viewer, your instinct might be to say something like, I'm nitpicking, or I'm going too rough on him, but please remember that the entire point of bringing Discord back in Season 3 was literally so that he could help, and he doesn't. I just went over how, and why, and when he fucking doesn't. So, after all this, can we finally admit that there's a problem? Discord fans, I'm talking to you. If you haven't clicked off the video yet, can you agree with me that there's an issue here? That the writers and showrunners majorly fucked up here? That this isn't a redemption, it's barely a reformation, and that he needs to be acknowledged? Like, as a fan, the bare minimum we could do is understand that there's a huge fucking issue here. The writers fucked up. They reinstated again and again and again that Discord is almighty, that he's better and smarter, that he's capable of anything, but they then choose to have him consistently only cause problems and never, ever help, when the only reason he was ever freed and brought back into the show was to help. There's a problem here! Can we admit that there's a problem here? Can we? If you want examples of this trope of a chaos god that toes the line of good done right, just look at Jevil from Deltarune or Eris from Hades 2. And if you want a better chaos god villain done right, just look at Bill fucking Cipher from Gravity Falls. With a trope like this, context is incredibly important. It's not about giving the Chaos Bearer unlimited power. It's about giving them a specific worldview that can be challenged or even entirely revoked by the good guys. And if you do give them power, unlimited power, you gotta be incredibly careful, and I honestly don't even recommend it. After all, the more broken the power level of a character is, the easier it's gonna be for it to poke holes in your narrative. It's not just about having a silly guy that can break the world. It's about the main characters being able of surpassing the Chaos Bearer and proving to this agent of chaos that their worldview, their way of thinking and existing is inherently inferior to that of a normal-ass person that just wants to live and to love. Jevil from Deltarune is a mad jester who has a profoundly warped worldview after he gained unfathomable powers that caused him to lose his mind. He had to be in prison due to his misuse of his powers and his games, but the way he sees it, the ones that imprison him instead build a cage around the world and kept him out. He thinks he's the only free one. It's an amazingly compelling and interesting worldview for a being you can barely understand most of the time. He genuinely sees the world in an entirely different perspective. Is he beyond helping? Could he still be an ally? Should you fear him? Or should you pity him? And by beating him at his own games, he realizes he doesn't want to fight anymore. He's had his fun, he's had his chaos, so now it's time to rest. He becomes an item for you to use in the game, and a strong one too. He becomes an ally. Context matters. He's not above the main characters. He's simply warped into thinking the world plays by the rules of a game, which honestly, they kind of literally do in Deltarune, so it's incredibly thematically appropriate. He's not even a perfect example of this trope, but compared to Discord, he's fucking Mona Lisa. Let's get to the second example, and one of my favorites. Eris from Hades 2 is quite literally the Greek goddess of strife. She has started wars by placing apples on tables. She has been detested across a pantheon and by mortals alike, even by her own fucking family, and she is literally a boss fight in the game. And worst of all, she litters. Judging by what I said, you might presume that she's a heartless, detestable, horrid villain. But no, she's literally a romanceable NPC. Despite being a boss fight, despite literally trying to kill you, despite shooting you with a gun, and despite basically no other character liking her, you can still befriend her. Context is everything. Because here's the thing, she's not all powerful. She's strong, yes, and absolutely a threat. She's even using one of the weapons from the first game. But she's not an unmatched force of chaos. She is, in the end, just another god. A god with an unchanging nature, yes. A god with needs and wants, for sure. A god that follows her own chaotic, hedonistic whims. And a god who gets to be incredibly cocky, but a god that you get to punch in the face nonetheless. This is a game to her too. To her, being a boss fight to you is fun. And why wouldn't it be? After all, you're both deathless gods. If you kill each other, you'll simply be remade elsewhere. No harm, no foul. She is a minor inconvenience for the characters, a bigger inconvenience to the players, if nothing else. If she, for example, terrorized innocent mortals and innocent people around her at every turn, if she was indiscriminately abusing her powers against beings that could never fight her back, her character would absolutely not work. All her playful demeanor, all the funny little ways she calls you babe, and the fact that you can literally bang her, all of that would fall apart. She would instead just be seen as absolutely callous and misguidedly written by the writers. But context matters, because all of the characters she's affecting with her chaos are all characters on her same power level or stronger. She's not an omniscient force of evil that is always one step ahead. She is quite literally the cousin in the family that acts out and dresses weird that nobody likes.
Yes, ma'am.
No, one last thing, Eris. The headmistress might have promised Mother she'd look after you, but I did no such thing. So get out of here before I get upset.
Oh, please, Nemi, you're already upset. And I'll come and go as I like, thanks. So damn boring here, I can't stand it for long anyways.
Come and go as you like. You're jeopardizing the task. Don't be such a child.
Don't be such a child. Wait, does that make you my mom? I never answered to Nyx. Think I'm about to start with you.
You'll get what's coming to you either way.
Ooh, a threat.
She's a nuisance, yes, but she absolutely gets punished for it. And better yet, as a player, you get to punish her. As a boss fight, you can surpass her again and again, endlessly frustrate her, prove to her that all her chaos isn't enough, prove to her that in the end, your own worldview of unity and allegiances and wanting the common good is better, and it's so satisfying. You can beat her up, and you can smooch her. Great game, 11 out of 10. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm still worked up after last night. When did you get so strong? I don't stand a chance against you anymore. Hey, wanna go someplace with me? Blow off some steam?
I'm not entirely certain I do. At the taverna, at least, there are plenty of witnesses in case you try anything untoward.
Come on, what are you afraid of? Not like you can't take me in a fight. Anyway, it's not too far, I swear.
Well, all right. Wait, this is it? You weren't jesting when you said it wasn't far. What's so special about this spot?
I like it here is all. No frogs croaking, no shades wandering around. No one to catch us if we fool around a little bit.
By fool around a little bit, you mean... Oh, right. Eris, look. I'm not prepared for any serious commitment here.
Babe, I've never made a serious commitment in my life. I just like to have a little fun from time to time after a hard night trying to shoot you to pieces. What do you say?
While I should probably regret a great many things about our relationship, the truth is, I never have. And besides, I like to learn from my mistakes.
Then come here.
Meanwhile, with Discord, you have none of these interesting positive traits. With Discord, the context only makes him more detestable. You don't have a warped worldview of a lost mind, doomed to exist in a state apart from others, that could be brought down to a mortal's level. You don't have someone that only inconveniences others on his same level. Because no one is on his level, the writers have made sure that you know that he's above everyone else. Again, he snapped his fingers and brought Sombra back from the fucking dead. In fact, he's very eloquent and extremely cocky and confident in his intelligence, a fact that is supported and applauded by canon again and again. He actively considers himself to be the smartest guy in the room, and characters like Spike and Big Mac only get on his nerves because they actually have fun without him, and as a man-child, he can't handle it. And worst of all, he doesn't get put in his place for all the damage he does. He doesn't get his worldview disproved. He doesn't get changed by the good guys surpassing him, because they don't surpass him. They tried redeeming him, and a season later he betrayed them for TIREK. They thought he was redeemed after, and he kept doing evil shit again and again and again until it escalated to this. There's no point in trying to prove him wrong, because he will always think he's right. The actual finale of the show is entirely Discord's fault. And he gets away with it too. A child takes the fall before he gets punished.
Together forever. I can't think of anything that they would want less.
Yeah, pat yourself on the back for covering your tracks, old man. You're a real hero for sending these villains to attack your friends, then turning them to stone so they can't defend their integrity. You really show that 8-year-old who's boss, man. This show's ethics and morals are so odd. It's okay to unite villains to endanger the kingdom. It's okay to turn children to stone and send them to hell. But if a child acts out and temporarily blocks magic equestrian-wide, she needs to instantly be sent to a mystical maximum security prison. I think Discord makes for a fantastic villain, to be honest, considering how easily he plays all the good guys like fiddles and how much damage he manages to cause entirely casually. Hell, that's why Bill Cipher is such a compelling chaos god. He's a fucking villain. He's the antagonist and he's terrifying for it. But even Gravity Falls understood that you needed to have a villain like this be forced to play by certain rules. Discord makes for a good villain. He, however, makes for a terrible ally / good guy. Anytime he's asked to do a good deed, he groans and he drags his feet and doesn't even usually do it. Unless it's cleaning up a mess that he himself caused. Which is weird because Celestia only wanted him back so he could do good. Bitch, where? Where is it? Where's the times he uses his powers for good? I'm waiting.
Oh, character growth is so boring.
We got our finale. It was all Discord's fault, but it's okay because he's sorry. Fun fact, he doesn't even apologize. He says my bad. He gives the good guys excuses and that's it.
So, my bad. All very well intentioned and noble on my part, of course.
Get to the point, Discord.
Here's the thing though, what if the Legion of Doom genuinely understood friendship out of all this? What if teaming up made them realize that they wouldn't mind having more bonds of unity and friendship like they have here? What if they started playing cards and laughing and forgetting they had evil stuff they even wanted to do? It would have been a really sweet finale if it did involve the three of them realizing they could have become friends and they don't want to take over the world anymore. And the finale could have been all sunshines and rainbows and unity. I mean, the show is called Friendship is Magic, you know? I appreciate irredeemable villains every once in a while, but why not end the show on a positive note of 3 quote-unquote irredeemable bad guys finding friendship amongst each other and realizing they don't want to fight anymore? I wouldn't have put it past the writers. It would have been a better ending than turning a child to stone anyways. And this is all with me not agreeing with the idea of these 3 specific guys as the final villains. Let's move on. I don't want this entire essay to be about hating Discord. You know what, Discord fans? I'll throw you a bone. He's occasionally funny. I'll admit it. I'm not prideful enough not to admit it. He has goofs and gaffes. He occasionally makes me chortle. Chuckle even. Hell, remember that stand-up routine moment? That was hilarious.
My favorite.
You're supposed to say who's there! This is the most basic of jokes!
You're the most basic of jokes.
God, I fucking love mods so much. Okay, let's wrap it up here. That's all the villains talked about. And you know what? Good. We need to cool off. I have been rambling for fucking dozens upon dozens of minutes about these villains, and I need to talk about something else. Let's talk about something a bit more light. Let's talk about racism. I'm not joking. This is something that we have to talk about in My Little Pony Generation 4. It's something we need to talk about, not just related to this fucking finale, by the way. It's time to talk about racism. Oh god, fuck, shit.
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at
Race war! Race War.
You can excuse racism.
I can already envision the comments. Or maybe I'm just haunted by this kind of thought, really. After working on this for weeks and months, how couldn't I? The thought being, why are you thinking so hard about a kids show? Why are you looking so deep into it? It's a kids show. It was made for kids. Stop dissecting it so thoroughly. What you are doing is stupid and pointless. The show is childish because it's a kids show. Its writing is flawed and full of holes because it's for kids. Okay, listen to me. Yeah, this is a show for kids. But it wasn't made by kids, was it? No! We have to hold this kind of shit to a higher standard. After all, there were just shows before and during the development of this one that were also for kids that were simply more competent as a whole. My Little Pony Friendship is Magic came out in 2010. Avatar The Last Airbender came out in 2005, and they were both kids shows. No, that's too easy. That's too easy. Here's an easy one and a personal favorite. Samurai Jack came out in 2001, and it's a kids show. It's an incredible piece of art that gets to be funny, artistic, and ass-kicking relentlessly. It's just cool, and it's still just for kids.
Because I knew that you knew that I knew that you knew that I knew you would cheat.
Okay, but I'm not just talking about shows that present themselves as mature successfully, have wonderful fight sequences and incredible artistry in their writing. I'm talking about shows that are just competent, that don't shit themselves at the starting or finishing line, that don't fumble morality so bad that they send a child to hell. The Amazing World of Gumball. Wonderful show. Delightful comedy and animation, wonderful characters, came out in 2011, 1 year after MLP started coming out. Over the Garden Wall. A certified Halloween classic. It came out in 2014, and I still see GIFs of the show on Tumblr every fall. It's a wonderfully compelling and earnest light horror story about two brothers being lost in an unknown land, and it's absolutely still for kids. Gravity Falls, an incredible mystery comedy drama show, came out in 2012 and stopped airing in 2016, 3 years before MLP G4 ended. So when fans start hiding behind the veneer that this is a show for kids, so it's allowed to have all these poor themes and lackluster execution, I don't fucking agree. And oh my god, when fans start claiming that this show is for adults and that it's mature as hell, holy shit. 1, no it fucking isn't. 2, none of these other shows I mentioned are for adults too. It just so happens that media for children isn't usually all about sunshine and rainbows, and manages to approach different themes with tact and skill, and not turn the idea of the magic of friendship into a laser that can melt people's faces off. For God's sake, the magic of friendship melting people's faces off is not a sign of maturity, guys. Come the fuck on. It's a sign the show doesn't know what it wants to be. Honestly, that's a big sign right there. The absolute lack of consensus and stability with the show's concepts. That they want the resolution of the show to be the classic childish idea that friendship is magic, but then they make it into something that can be used as a weapon.
How could they use friendship as a weapon?
Twilight, you literally use friendship as a weapon like almost every season finale. Girl, listen to yourself. Newsflash to all of those that like to point out that the fight with TIREK in season 4 is awesome, therefore it means the show is for adults. Did you forget the fact that all the violence was just for show and achieved nothing? Did you forget that what actually beat TIREK was an arbitrary friendship magic blowing up the enemy and making everything better? Wake the fuck up. Anyone who's claiming this show is for adults, they make a school of fucking friendship and treat it like something that is both necessary and important in their universe. A school that teaches friendship. If you can't tell why that's stupid and childish, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Oh yeah, show for adults. Very mature. The showrunners tried, clearly. They wanted to appear mature at times, but they had no idea how that looked like. And when they fucking tackled certain themes, my god. So when I address the fact that the show is made for children, but it was absolutely made by adults, it's to clarify something incredibly important here. That the themes of this show were not accidental. Sure, I can imagine some things said here are entirely unintentional by the showrunners, but the people that made this were grown artists and showrunners that were trying to make a show for kids with a quote-unquote message. So when I say that this show has insane racist and colonialist themes that are consistently botched and downright gross, I'm not understating it. There's not much time for me to get into all of this nonsense, but I need to talk about Earth Ponies real quick. Earth Ponies are literally, tangibly, the lowest class of pony society. They're defined by what they can't do. They can't do marvelous magical feats or soar across the skies, so they're reserved to fucking farming the food and building the cities for everyone else. The most telling episode regarding this is literally one of the first ones, where Applejack is pushing herself to her limit to buck apples, and meanwhile, Twilight can just use a magic spell and do the entire harvest in a few minutes. Granted, Twilight is a very talented unicorn that studied under Celestia, so it's somewhat understandable, but you can see how magic could streamline all of this, right? You realize from here on that Earth Ponies are relegated to manual labor, not because they are qualified for it. After all, G4 never canonized Earth Ponies being stronger than other ponies, but it's because every other pony race thinks that manual labor is beneath them, and that is just fucked up. I made a poll a while back, and I've seen polls actually, of what is your pony soda's race type, and the results are always so predictable. Unicorns are on top, Pegasi second, and Earth Ponies are very far in third place. And that's just telling, you know, because why would you want to be an Earth Pony? The lowest class in this race. Why would anyone be interested in not having insane magical powers, or the power to fly and soar across the skies? It's really fucked up. Okay, I can't go over every possible example of racism in this show, but can I just point out how sad I am for how they used Zecora as a whole? Conceptually, such a cool character. Earth Ponies don't get to have any internal magic, and yet here she is, behaving awesomely witchy and doing alchemy shit. She's from a distant land that gets no development, and yet, unlike a dragon, and much like the Kirin, she is clearly race-wise directly tied to the pony race. And her introductory episode in season 1 has every single protagonist be so insanely, so hideously racist at her. Oh my god, I understand the message being sent to kids, okay? I get it. Characters have flaws and biases that they have to overcome. Hell, in Avatar: The Last Airbender, the decision to make Sokka sexist is incredibly compelling. It's tied to the world building regarding the backstory of his tribe, and it adds so much to his character growth. It's awesome. But everyone in Ponyville, every single one of the main 6 is hideously, grossly racist. Pinkie Pie writes a fucking song about how scary the zebra is and how she's gonna eat your babies. Oh my god. Apple Bloom, as a kid, is super chill about it and just goes to hang out with Zecora. Twilight, clearly using her studious nature and more educated upbringing, gets to be the voice of reason for a little while, noting that she's just a zebra and a normal gal. But even she, in the end, is convinced that Zecora is some kind of villain. Then whoop, Zecora is relegated to being a side character there to just give potions to whichever other character that might need them.
I swear these people only visit us when they need something.
We need something!
I love the idea of a character choosing to speak through rhymes because despite them being devoid of magic, words have power. The power of words as its own form of magic is so cool. Hell, the characters regularly sing magically in this show. Let's make it a fucking lore point. And yet, the way she's treated brings everyone in the cast down. It's fucked up. Ugh. Did you know that the previous MLP generations did not have racism as a theme? Did you know that a huge, incredibly prevalent theme in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic is racism, bigotry, xenophobia, and the general hate of the other? Did you know that the show, at many times, addresses themes of colonialism and racial supremacy in incredibly tone-deaf ways? Did you know that the show doesn't exactly handle these themes with subtlety and tact, sometimes butchering them? Right off the bat, the show's take on colonialism is abysmal and purposeful. Literally on season 1, there's an episode where the message is that the settlers and natives should just get along, and the episode tries making both sides seem equally unreasonable. And most viewers would just root for the ponies they know too. It's genuinely insidious that not even Earth Ponies, who are the lowest class of pony society, can't fucking escape the idea of pony supremacy and their divine right to land and ruling, to exist over other creatures. Jesus Christ, it's gross. What's next? You're gonna put buffaloes in reservations? You can really tell this show is fucking American.
That was the worst performance we've ever seen.
It's a shame, too. That episode had Pinkie wearing the sexiest dim outfit she's ever been in the whole show. Hey, shut up! Shut up! You know I'm right! You know I'm right! Shut up! Okay, fuck. I don't want to spend too much time on this subject, but speaking of racism towards the native people of the US, these wind spirits shouldn't have this name. I don't need to waste my time explaining why it's disrespectful, why it's inaccurate to the native folklore, and why it's a shitty word to use like this. It's the same fucking shit as when Pinkie dressed up in a Romani stereotype. It's yucky. Wow, Pinkie, first you literally make songs about Zecora being wicked and gross and scary. Now you dress up like this? 2 for 1 in the racism category. And people say Rarity is the most racist of the main 6. Oh my god. But here's what I find so ironically funny about these wind spirits. Their actual name in the show starts with wind. In the actual folklore of the Native Americans, the name starts with when. But the show actually bothered to slightly deviate the naming to a more fitting vibe to these wind spirits. And yet, the fandom just uses the Native American word. They ignore the wind part altogether. I've read and listened to several reviews that use the native name rather than the pony name. I've read fics that actively go out of their way to use the Native American name of folklore stuff, and it boggles my mind. Even the show bothered to try to slightly change the name this time. Kind of. There's an argument to be made here that the show has conditioned so many of its viewers to be racist or disrespectful towards other cultures that they don't even question that the show would just casually use a Native American folklore name that famously gets misinterpreted and misused in media, even by AAA games like fucking Until Dawn. But I don't want to waste my breath, because we have plenty more to talk about, so let's move on to something else. Here's the thing, I'm not here to review the entire show and its clumsy handling of racism and bigotry as themes, but I feel like I should rapid fire some things, because they sure as hell aren't just a season 1 or 9 issue. Smack dab in the middle of the show, Twilight is already talking about spreading the magic of friendship to the savage creatures outside Equestria that just don't have it.
I mean, the world is filled with so many different creatures who know nothing about friendship. We need help if we're gonna teach them all about friendship.
Oh my gosh, Twilight, you can't say that. What's next, Twilight? Friendship crusades? Friendship military interventions? You want to invade other countries to teach them the ways of your deities and your living because it's objectively the best ways? Because your gods rule the sun and moon and their gods aren't real? That's the thing too. I like the idea of a cute fantasy world where there are gods that physically move the sun and the moon around. But MLP made the choice to have them be tangible beings that do it while also ruling over a specific society in the world. And I can't help but wonder what the other creatures think about celestial bodies being moved by ponies and them controlling nothing. These divine beings that have been chosen by a force beyond that works primarily to their species and nobody else's. It's not like the young six got ascended when Harmony Ex Machina decided to shill for them. What is the show trying to say here? That every other species that isn't pony is inherently inferior? They can't unring this bell, trying to focus on a wider world when they've stated endlessly that ponies control so much of it that the pony way of life is better than everyone else's is fucked up. Ponies control the weather. They control plants. They control the literal celestial bodies in the skies. What the fuck does a griffin control?
Aren't griffins supposed to be kind of mean and cranky?
Those are some angry birds.
Yaks are loud and aggressive and dumb. Dragons are loud and angry and brutish and dumb. Griffins are all rude and aggressive and greedy, and God forbid they don't have monarchs looking over them. Changelings are literal insects that seek only the destruction of their enemies, and they can't be trusted because they're big cockroaches. Ew, ew.
Mike, what are you doing? Get away from that thing!
Holy crap, Shining, that held vitriol. That held venom. Thing? Changelings are a thing to you? Jesus. Ladies and gents, the good guys. A better show could have made a very interesting narrative about how it feels to be a creature that can shapeshift into anything, that just wants to live among others to love and be loved in return, while being treated as a boogeyman by wider society, and a creature, a thing to be feared and mistrusted. Trans allegories for the win, I guess. But nah, changelings have no culture, they just assimilate pony culture, and their entire society is changed for the sake of friendship magic. Insane. I love Celestia and Luna. I love the idea of gods among mortals, of ascension through heroic feats. That's literally a Greek thing right there. A hero does a feat and becomes a god. It's cool, but this show botched it and made it into such a pony supremacy propaganda thing. It's kind of gross. And here's the thing, when Twilight claims she needs to spread the friendship to the savage creatures outside of Equestria, the show takes her seriously on this. It portrays a lot of the other cultures as inferior to the Pony Master race. Remember, there's an entire episode dedicated to how the yaks are all aggressive and stupid, so much so that keeping peace with them is very hard. This is literally how state-sanctioned propaganda works, man. What the hell? There's more than one episode that treats griffins as all being incredibly greedy assholes. And hell, the show interprets the dragon races as illiterate jocks. We don't even see a dragon city or a dragon capital. It's just rocks and canyons out there. And the weird thing here too is that the Equestrian timeline is established since season 1, episode 1. Celestia's been ruling for over 1,000 years and her reign has been prosperous and peaceful. Yet, somehow, there has been little to no cultural exchange between races. The Kirins are literally like hidden in a grove somewhere. They're a whole race of creatures and they're legend. Maybe they're hiding on purpose, let's face it.
A new chain of islands has been discovered, and I'd like you to go there to learn about Pokemon or something. The islands have been inhabited for hundreds of years. Apparently,
we have the technology to store 100-pound creatures into tiny balls, and yet we only just discovered a chain of islands. How did we find out about them?
A message in a bottle.
A message in a bottle.
A message in a bottle.
Message in a bottle?
Precisely.
How is it that Celestia's been ruling for 1,000 fucking years? How is it that Equestrian society has been going on for over 1,000 years, where every creature has existed in the same world, and then Luna says this?
Little is known about dragon culture.
Okay, Luna, Lune, Lulu, Lunala, I love you. Huge fan. Love you, babe. If you think dragons are savage, unknown monsters across the world, I maybe understand because you've been on the moon for a fucking 1,000 years. I can forgive it. I don't understand why no one gave you the memo on what's been going on, but okay, sure. But Celestia, holy fuck Celestia, why are you standing there in complete agreement? Little is known about dragon culture. Those are your neighbors. Dragons literally inhabit the same world you have for fucking centuries, girl? Girl, you were the sovereign ruler of Equestria for a millennium. How have you never gone outside? Hey, My Little Pony, can we get healthy cultural exchange with other races?
We only have abysmal dog shit.
Where is the cultural exchange? I'm sorry, but this is some J.K. Rowling ass kind of writing. You're telling me these races don't intermix ever? They don't share their cultures? They don't share the world they live in? And they've been isolated for 1,000 goddamn years, where they've become modern civilizations, and the POV we have as an audience just happens to be the one that, quote unquote, lives in peace and harmony and has friendship while everyone else doesn't. No, yeah, just trust me, every griffin is greedy and every dragon is a jerk. Just trust me on this. We don't need to change the system, by the way. We just need a good guy in charge. Sure, there's occasionally the oddball out, one guy that behaves differently than the rest, but they're an exception to the rule, and beings are immutable to their nature. Thanks, J.K. Rowling. Kill yourself, now!
Kids, be racist.
Okay, I'm being a little too mean on the show. I love all these other creatures. Gilda's great. Gabby's really cute. I love Ember. She's so great. You know, fucking Thorax is such an adorable twink, and his brother is pretty cool too. I love their episode together. And Yona single-handedly cleaned my skin and extended my lifespan. The funniest thing about this is that the show often actively disproves the theory of the pony supremacy, and they absolutely don't do it on purpose. Ponies are crazy racist, not just out of xenophobia, but literally towards members of their own subspecies, to the point of actively sabotaging the fabric of their society. The racial class system is an integral part of Equestria's founding, and even on the two-parter I'm analyzing, it's a huge issue. Ponies seriously do some European shit where they are racist to people that live a single 5-minute walk away from their house that looks exactly like them. It's amazing. The unicorns are primarily high-class pompous royal assholes that don't respect their inferior non-magic counterparts. And the world and all of its interactable objects are usually built for them.
God damn it, Dad, my friend Maud is a filthy mud pony and I find that fucking offensive.
The Pegasi have a huge advantage over every other race when it comes to real estate and mobility. They literally built their cities entirely inaccessible to any other creature that can't fly, which, okay, by the way, this might be a bad time for a tangent, but can we talk about the fact that Cloudsdale's an ethno-state? Like, is that even worth addressing? Should I be wasting my breath talking about the fact that it's a city built exclusively to one race only, and that it has no accessibility to any non-flyers? Like, okay, we saw Gilda there. I love baby Gilda, so cute, so precious, but she was immediately getting picked on by Pegasi bullies for being different. If you can't fly, you are quite literally incapable of traveling to Cloudsdale. If you are an incredibly magically gifted unicorn, you can be there, sure, but earth ponies and grounded creatures can go fuck themselves, I guess. It's very clear that Canterlot is a pompous bourgeois class unicorn state primarily, but it's not like they can stop other creatures from going there. At least I fucking hope not, God. But Cloudsdale is a fucking ethno-state, and they can literally zip up clouds and separate themselves from the rest of the world. It's weird! Okay, anyways. And the earth ponies are the best ones because they're usually pretty humble and just chill trying to live peaceful lives. Shout out to my earth pony besties. Y'all are awesome. Just kidding! Earth ponies are also stand-ins for American settlers, and they disrespect the natives of the lands they occupy. They think that if they found it first, they have ownership to it, despite people having lived there before them, just because they built and grew shit there. Hooray! You know, the saddest thing about all this is that the comics actually rectify and retcon a lot of this. One of my favorite arcs in the comics is one where they go to a place called the Hall of Unity in Mount Metazoa, and it's this fucking baller ass place where all of the races of Equestria come to meet, to share their culture and debate friendly politics and organize their managing of the world stage every other decades and centuries. It's stated that they have done this many times before, and everyone there seems to be having such a good time. It's so awesome to see them all together actually cohabitating in peace and harmony. It's so uplifting and enjoyable to see the actual cultural exchange happening. And honestly, I feel like this is what the show should have done. Reminder, the show was written as the comics were being written too. Why was the show not trying to learn from the comics? Why are the comics presenting more mature and interesting compelling themes than the actual show? A Hall of Unity made for leaders and representatives of culture to meet and party and share their cultures and policies is so much more interesting than a fucking school for friendship. It's a much more mature and adult comprehension of what a world inhabited by many different kinds of magical creatures would be like. Like, holy fuck, man, just look at all of them having fun. It's almost as if we didn't need a school to teach us to get along. Okay, but get this. Here is something tremendously ironic and teeth-grinding I found out in my research of these wonderful comics. The Hall of Unity arc came out in December 2017. Pretty nice. 2 years or so before the ending of the actual show. Okay. And you know the season premiere, the two-parter called School Days? You know, the first episode that introduces the School of Friendship? It came out in March of 2018. Holy fuck, this is insane. This is fucking deranged. I know the comic teams and the show teams weren't really in any dialogue with each other, but if there's an indication that they should have been, it's this. Yeah, so the MLP comics in 2017 were just like, we have reunions with all creatures every couple of decades and centuries, so we can exchange culture and discuss our management of individual policies with the world stage. It's also a good way for representatives of our kingdoms to unwind and have fun together, you know? We all love being here and we all love each other. It's a wonderful time. Meanwhile, Friendship is Magic, the TV show, literally like 4 months after this, was like, we need to teach friendship to the savage creatures of Equestria that don't have it because they're all inferior to us. We need to make a boarding school in the center of our empire so we can educate their children in our ways. Our standards of friendship are a colonial weapon to be used against other creatures. We are the good guys, by the way. Do you see why I lose my mind so fucking much about this show? It's not just that its flaws are so clear and apparent and easy to fix. It's that they've already been overcome and fixed literally by its own alternative media. The comics did it not only better, but they did it earlier. I'm losing my fucking mind! Twilight, I love you, but don't make a goddamn boarding school about friendship for creatures of other races and then place it in the middle of the goddamn pony empire. Look at your goddamn student body. It's like 95% ponies. And the age variety here is so confusing to me. Is this a school for kids? Teenagers? Or just adults? Look, I love the young six. They are so cute, and Yona healed all that ails me while single-handedly redeeming the entire yak race. But can we finally admit that a school of friendship focused on exchange students from other races that apparently don't know friendship is a stupid concept even for a children's cartoon? Stupid and racist, by the way. This is both an incredibly immature and childish idea, while also being weirdly, inseparably tied to the idea of race and educating the children of other cultures on your superior ways. Like, this is the good guys doing this. I'm feeling gross just saying it. Ew, ew, ew. How in the world have we come to a point where we can say with our whole chest that only one of the sapient races in our magical children's cartoon world know about the concept of being friends, and why is the show trying to prove this as right? Yeah, the young six become friends really easily, and it's wholesome to see them prove that there's no cultural divide to friendship. But if that's so obvious and true and easy, what the hell is the point of this school? Okay, seriously, rewinding. In G1 of My Little Pony, G1, I was watching one of those inoffensive movies and I saw the introduction of another race called the Grundles, and I immediately had the gut reaction of thinking, oh man, these guys are going to be the mean jerks just because they're ugly and different, aren't they? Is the show really doing this? And I was so pleasantly surprised to see that the Grundles were just chill. They were just besties? They were just nice? They and the ponies just got along perfectly? I was so used to the pony show claiming different people were gross and weird. I was so surprised when our pony heroes were just like, oh shit, it's the Grundles. How's it going, buddy? Come here, dab me up, my man. I can't believe G1 already did it better. Oh my god. Okay, time out. Let's slow down, let's back it up. Why am I rapid fire shooting these things at you? Because you should know that despite 9 seasons of the show, of these characters preaching about peace and harmony, after several seasons where Twilight was specifically trying to communicate peace and love with other races in Equestria, they all got segregated by the bad guys in the span of 2 episodes. Let me break this down. TIREK, CHRYSALIS, and Cozy Glow managed to set pony relations back by a few millennia, purely by manipulating a few people here and there. With just a little bit of subterfuge, they managed to essentially set back Equestria for a time before its founding, where unicorns didn't trust anyone and locked up their forts, Pegasi hid themselves in clouds, and Earth ponies hunkered down where they could. These 3 villains, in the span of what seems like just a few days, managed to so easily sway these little ponies towards being so fucking racist that Applejack, a known hero and savior of Equestria, is followed around by guards that think she might steal something because she's an Earth pony?
Twilight! There you are! You mind telling your friend here that I don't need an official guard wherever I go? Especially if he ain't gonna help carry apples? It was the strangest thing. He kept calling me Earth Pony, like I didn't have a name. And watching me like he thought I'd steal the silver.
Oh my god, man. What's next? Is this guard going to plant drugs on her and arrest her? Is this guard gonna throw spears at her because he thought she was reaching for a weapon? Is this guard gonna shoot Winona? Look, we all know the finale of the show. If you don't, I don't know where you're watching this, but hi, I love you. Mwah. We know that they basically did what Avengers Endgame did, but several years earlier, and with ponies instead. Though funny enough, instead of it being an army coming to fight another army, it's an army coming to fight 3 guys, which is comically underwhelming compared. Tempest Shadow is here though, so I can't complain too much. Hi, Tempest. You know how it goes. In the last moment, Twilight uses the magic of friendship to blow up the bad guys, something she's done many times before. It's funny, she actively says,
Thank you. Sometimes even the Princess of Friendship needs a reminder that there's more to the magic of friendship than rainbow lasers.
and then they just use the rainbow lasers anyways. Does this feel as weak and shallow to you as it does to me? Don't get me wrong, I'm a huge sucker for every story where love, companionship, and friendship is ultimately what allows the heroes to save the day. But if you take this away from the abstract and put it in the tangible concept of friendship as literal laser beams, you can just shoot at the enemy to melt their faces off, it feels a bit cheap when the characters don't just do that. Especially when it's so damn effective and proven that they can do it at any time. Why didn't they just shoot friendship lasers at Cozy Glow when she first showed up? She's right there, hold your little hooves together and fucking incinerate the child. I'm old-fashioned. To me, the power of friendship is beating up bad guys with teamwork, not actual friendship laser beams.
Why don't the main 6 just use the friendship laser beams immediately and right away? Are they stupid?
Let's throw this back a bit. Let's ignore the ending of everyone coming together Avengers Endgame style for a second. Let's focus on what preceded it. Isn't it kind of disgusting how quickly Equestrian society slid into the comfort of racial segregation? Please remember the context that all of this was happening during Twilight Sparkle's goddamn fucking coronation. Spirits should have been incredibly high. The mood should have been about unity and friendship. Again, only a few days. A few days with minor deception, and Canterlot was back to being a unicorn supremacist estate, and there wasn't anything our beloved heroes and princesses could do about it. At some point, you can't get that taste out of your mouth. Sure, we had our happy endings, all smiles, but did you see how easy it was to cause all this? Discord did all of this damage by lightly shoving the right people together. Any other villain could learn a few lessons from this nearly successful attempt to destroy Equestria, and do it better. One thing's for sure, these ponies are very easy to rule, and they are especially vulnerable if they are segregated, which they are prone to wanting to be if you haven't noticed. Does it even matter that the world is safe today? We are one Discord tantrum away from complete annihilation. We are a few words whispered in the shadows away from complete segregation. So when these literal hundreds of creatures show up in supposed harmony just to blow up 3 enemies with collective friendship lasers, I feel a bit cheated. Because no, they weren't all friends a minute ago. They didn't all value harmony a minute ago, and they sure as absolutely fucking hell didn't all respect and love each other a minute ago. Frankly, I don't even know how they all got here in time. Aren't these nations all super fucking far away? How did the kids make it there and back in time for a final assault simultaneously? At least Avengers Endgame had portals. Their hearts were not ready to beat as one to save the world a moment ago, and a few speeches from some naive kids doesn't feel like it should change that. My little pony, you could have been Wondersong. You wish you were Wondersong. Maybe you didn't even need to be anything more or less than Wondersong, but instead, you were Friendship is Magic. I think, out of all of my issues with this finale, this is one of the hardest ones to express. Because here's the thing, having kids around the world whip the adults into shape and convince them into helping and no longer being racist is very much a technically sweet ending. In theory, but it's also kind of bleak if you look at it. The fact that all the adults were so bigoted and skittish that a few children had to be the ones to get them back on track is fucking weird. Then there's the fact that an army is very overkill to fight 3 bad guys, which is something that I've already expressed and I find very lame and I'll continue to reinstate. Never mind the fact that it was so easy to have just a few kids grab their armies and go to Equestria to fight 3 bad guys. Remember that it was just as easy for the world to be segregated and separated. This tug of war, this all is not lost moment is usually a classic for stories such as these. But this finale brings it to such extremes, it feels a lot more like an omen than a triumph. We've seen how easy it is to divide the world. It could happen again. I wanted Twilight to have a proper safety net when she's ruling. I wanted her to not need to be spearheading the solution of every conflict. Yes, the kids do some of the work for her, but she still has to be the one pulling the trigger of the friendship blasts in the end. It was still all on her in the end. I wish she wasn't this needed in the end, but she's the protagonist, so she has to handle everything. I already found it bad that Twilight needed to be spearheading the solution to every conflict, but holy fuck, now kids were the ones that needed to step up and do the work that adults should be doing? The system clearly failed them, just like it failed Twilight. This sort of easy solution to conflict has an expiration date, and it expires when her friends do too. When the creatures are divided again, which we know canonically will happen. No wonder Twilight's reign failed. Her friends died of old age, so there was no one left to fuel her friendship blasts. They made such a big deal out of having a rule that involves delegation in the previous episode, and things still went wrong, even with the supposed delegation happening. They made such a big deal out of relying on others, and they did, don't get me wrong, but Twilight will still always have to be the one pulling the friendship laser blast trigger. The writers insisted on this, and I hate it. She has the divine right to rule and the divine right to fail, all by herself. Okay, you've heard me mock or dismiss or just generally be annoyed at friendship lasers for a while now. I think I need to explain myself. In most stories, I would imagine the authors want to commit to the level of violence involved and how fruitful and useful the violence actually is to solving problems. And MLP is incredibly inconsistent with this. Plenty of characters are established to be capable of kicking ass and then lose fights like babies. Starlight Glimmer has no reason to have extensive magical combat training, yet she can keep up with an alicorn and with a superpowered changeling queen, and even banish the Lord of Chaos single-handedly. Meanwhile, Celestia and Luna, two alicorn princesses, never ever get a chance to fight and kick ass. They always lose. Look, I know the infamy of the term power scaling, and I think that any character should be able to beat anyone if the story will benefit from it. There are a lot more moving parts to things than just, is one character buffer than the other? But when MLP insists on having violence on the show, but makes no accountability over how it should be affecting the actual narrative, it kind of pisses me off. We have powerful characters that lose every fight they're in, and we have basic ass characters that somehow are treated as massive threats. And then there's the main six. Most of these gals I can see being capable of some form of fighting. Applejack might as well be the berserker of the crew. Rainbow would take any chance to kick ass. Rarity had wonderful crystal magic that could be weaponized in Equestria girls, and it should be here too. PINKIE and Fluttershy are way nicer and kinder, so I don't see why they should have to be in fights. I feel like they should be more of support. And Twilight is not only an alicorn, but a highly talented and skilled and studious apprentice of the Princess of the fucking Sun. She surely should have been decent in a fight, but I also don't get why any of them would want to fight, considering that most of them are average gals that want to live decent, peaceful lives. And yet, in the finale, they all team up to beat the shit out of a baby. Fluttershy, the shy pacifist, literally commands birds to maul a child. It's insane. You can also see them fighting the three fucking bad guys quite courageously. Even though they could just hold hooves and use the magic of friendship, they choose to just fight them. Okay, yeah, let's not even address the fact that these six ponies have proven that they can hold hands and melt people's faces, so they shouldn't be even bothered with casual fighting. That's a huge plot hole right there, and the writers are the ones that established they could do that. On command, by the way. Because the thing that gets me about this is that most stories that preach friendship and harmony have protagonists that, if not incapable of violence, are at the very least disinterested in it as a solution to conflict. Wonder Song has a protagonist so motivated to always be kind and friendly that they literally won't step on bugs. They befriended bugs before actually being mean to the world around them. Fantastic! When faced with a ghost uprising haunting a town, they literally sing the ghosts away. When faced with a mission to find a MacGuffin to save the world, they get distracted and form a band. Adorable. But, alternatively from pacifism, there's also the kind of story where the theme of friendship and collective essentially amounts to, I have friends and we kick ass together. The villain is alone, so they lose to us. There's a beauty and a joy to watching a group of heroes beat the crap out of a bad guy together with perfect unity. Have you even seen the Mario and Luigi Bros attacks? I consider that to be a very good demonstration of the tangible nature of friendship power. Think of things such as Borderlands, where the bad guy is an asshole with power and money throwing everything he's got at you, but the good guys win because they're besties, fight together, and have huge guns. Awesome, delicious ultra-violence. And then we have MLP G4. MLP is no stranger to wanting to do the occasional scene of violence. Honestly, they're not half bad either most of the time. Here's the thing though, the show makes an effort to prove that this violence isn't what wins the day. In so many of the fight scenes the show has, nothing is accomplished, or the good guys actually lose, which I would consider an accomplishment at least. The bottom line here is, the good guys are hardly ever rewarded for violence, even if when it happens, it's definitely glorified. I mean, just look at Starlight Glimmer grin as she blasts CHRYSALIS away. Just look at the main six gleefully beat the shit out of a child. But here's the thing. Then when they unite with actual magic of friendship, the friendship power is violent too? Like, okay, a huge army showed up to fight 3 bad guys. Okay, they're doing it. Awesome. They're fighting the bad guys collectively. Great. But suddenly they stop actually fighting and it's time for the army to retreat and just throw friendship laser blasts at the enemy? What was the point? What was even the point of the violence and the fighting? It served nothing. It was just like stalling. I am so confused at this whole thing. Like, friendship as a magic is more powerful than the power of beating up bad guys. Okay, it's harmonious and it's beautiful, but it's also incredibly violent? And not just that, but the good guys can do it at any time they want, whatsoever. Sombra's face gets melted off by friendship blasts. Not by the good guys fighting together. They literally hold hands and melt him. Look at the friendship magic in the finale. It's literally a mortar strike detonating on top of the bad guys. Look how destructive it is. So I'm just sitting here like, why, if you are clearly committed to the idea of bombastic violence, are you even making the whole magic of friendship thing into a literal weapon, rather than a figurative tool of those that fight together? Because this isn't love and harmony, this is a weapon.
How could they use friendship as a weapon?
Like this, Twilight, this is how they could use friendship as a weapon. I hope I've properly showcased why I'm not a fan of this, why this bothers me so much. I would rather the show commit either to pacifism and harmony or to the power of collective violence, because this is just weird and vague and shallow and a half measure. I fucking step between the door of maturity. And if you're wondering how the hell could they beat the bad guys as pacifists, go play Undertale, then come back here. Again, no wonder Twilight's reign failed. Her friends died of old age, so there was no one left to fuel her weirdly violent friendship blasts. But I digress. I swear I would have been satisfied if the ending of this was purposely anticlimactic. If the villains understood friendship almost entirely by themselves and gave up fighting entirely on their own accords. If all of these kids helping did all the work for Twilight, rather than it still falling on her shoulders at the end of the day. It would show that Twilight Sparkle's many flimsy ass, weak ass, tragically open to sabotage safety nets were actually worth something. It would show that all of the world's responsibilities don't ultimately fall on her. That things can be okay without her direct interference. That maybe, just maybe, her reign will be okay, and she's allowed to slip up without the world ending, without it having to be her specifically to fix every mess. Especially the messes that are caused on purpose by other people, Discord. What I'm trying to say is, the entire structure of this society, which was already undergoing a rule shift, is in a house of cards of divine rule. Somehow, racial tensions are not only prevalent, but they are boiling at mere suggestions. It's so easy to imagine another villain coming along and doing the same thing again. So when Generation 5 says that Twilight's rule didn't even last 100 years, and that this random loser Maleficent wannabe Opaline claims she beats Twilight Sparkle, I kind of believe it. Do you understand the thought process here? Do you understand this tragic vision? When G5 claims that all the pony races were segregated and split even worse than Equestrians' founding, it doesn't feel like an out-of-nowhere defeat of the good guys we know and love. Because it had happened before. And it happened in Generation fucking 4. Not 5, 4. And in the final episodes, no less. And it was pretty easy for it to happen too. The bad guys did this casually. This wasn't a triumph. It was an omen. I know it sounds bad to hear about your Blorbos failing and dying miserable deaths and their legacy being nothing. I know, this sucks, but don't look away. Don't be one of those people that blame it all on G5. Don't do it. Look at this. Look at all of this evidence in G4 and don't deny that it was all there before the next generation came along. Stick with me. Let's treat this like history. It already happened, we just have to learn something from it. They sure as hell didn't, so someone has to. It's almost as if making a 20-something virgin who barely has earned her wings a few years ago and suffers from chronic anxiety shoulder the weight of the entire world for centuries is a bad idea. I don't blame Twilight, I really don't. And I don't put her in a pedestal either. She's a good leader and organizer and she is qualified, yes, but she needed so much more time to learn. And she needed a much stronger support system than just friends living in another city far away who were slowly aging only to die their mortal deaths and leave her friendship holiness to rule alone. Still, it's a bit terrifying. It's almost a cautionary tale, this finale, showcasing a people united, showcasing our heroes stronger than ever, and then demonstrating how fragile that is, how easily it can fall apart in only a few decades, if not with only a few whispers in a few days. Twilight was doomed from the start, and the society needed vast systemic changes. Placing these divine chosen heroes on pedestals was a bad idea. These heroes placing Twilight on a pedestal was a bad idea. Each and every creature needed to keep working together to improve the world, and these icons fell from grace fairly easily because the bonds of unity that the people of Equestria held were weak and very open to sabotage. In the beginning of the video, I compared the transition of the Return of the Jedi to the Force Awakens to that of MLP G4 to MLP G5. But the truth is, I kind of tricked you, because I don't think that comparison is very accurate in the end. Because the Return of the Jedi concluded with an unambiguous defeat of the enemy, and a quite definitive happy ending, with absolutely no seesaw to what would one day become a quote-unquote continuation of the narrative. They literally blew up the main bad guy in a space station, he shouldn't be walking away from that. The Empire was 100% defeated and bested, their weapons were destroyed, and their biggest leaders died incredibly definitive deaths. Meanwhile, MLPG4 ended quite rightfully pointing out every single way in which Equestria could fall. It sowed those seeds strangely easily, almost purposefully. The writers absolutely didn't intend on it, but here they are. Our beloved protagonist was unstable, she was anxious, and her support network was questionable. No one took her panic attacks seriously. Her beloved friends were all living away, and the show can wax lyrical about how distance doesn't matter for friendships all at once, but when you have the weight of the world on your shoulders, how couldn't it? And in the darkest corners, we have villains like Discord, that are simply one bad day away from causing another disaster, just because he wants to see Twilight go through the ringer for fun. It's not the first time he tormented the main characters, or Twilight. It wasn't the first time he specifically did something that could doom the world, just for fun, post his reformation. The princesses have washed their hooves off this issue. They're gone, and Twilight has to sink or swim. So when G5 starts with your beloved heroes now as distant legends that most ponies don't even believe in, I can't say that it betrays what came before that harshly. After all, we saw how fragile it all was. We were there for every panic attack Twilight had. We were there for every moment that these very-eyed people of Equestria lost faith in each other and fell back in their old racist ways. So why wouldn't it happen again? Why would Sunny be right to idolize these old-fashioned legends? Twilight Sparkle's reign was an abysmal failure. It didn't even last a fraction of the time Celestia's rule lasted, and her legacy was nothing at all. Equestria wound up more segregated than its founding in Twilight's care. Yes, G5 has canonized most of this, but honestly, they didn't need to convince me. I believe it.
If it's another compliment on my hooves, Misty, hooftastic isn't a word, and I refuse to acknowledge it.
Intermission, every pony. I mean everybody. Fuck, I mean everybody. get your glasses of water, take your bathroom breaks, get a snack, because we're halfway through the video. I sure hope we fucking are, actually. Originally, as I was working on the script for this is where I considered having the video be divided into 2 parts, but I decided against it. I realized that getting one part done might lead me to take a way too long break, or just abandon this entirely because I lost interest in it. Realistically speaking, it's quite possible this would only get like 50 views. I love to be proven wrong. Prove me wrong. If it did only get 50 views, it might discourage me to make a theoretical part 2, and I need to stick to my gumption here. I need to get it all out in one go. Like I said before, I'm not exactly interested in YouTube as a career. Don't get me wrong, a lot of what YouTubers nowadays do is absolutely fantastic, and I think the world needs more trans girls going insane on this platform about their interests, but I don't want to worry about monetizing videos, and I'm not interested in taking sponsors. I want to make art for me. And yeah, that's counterintuitive to making money, but hey, if you enjoy the video, make yourself heard. Maybe you can make a career out of this after all. And hey, if you want to know what other video ideas I had, theoretically, here's a pretty extensive list. Like I said, I'm not exactly interested in becoming a YouTuber. My ideas for videos are kinda esoteric, as you can see. I don't imagine there to be much of an audience to be had for these. Plus, generally, I've seen so many YouTubers struggle and scrape by and complain about how difficult it is to earn the bare minimum with their jobs. I'm not sure I want to barely scrape by like that. I'm already struggling with art commissions nowadays as it is. And yeah, if you didn't know, I'm an artist. I like to draw, write, and a lot of the time I'm bouncing from one interest to another aimlessly. I wouldn't be the kind of gal capable of doing steady uploads on this platform, but I did notice that a lot of MLP video essays are about the brony fandom, not about the show itself. And like, sure, it's a historic thing where hundreds of thousands of adult men decided to blow a children's show into stardom. But hey, I don't really give a fuck about bronies. They're dead and buried. We're good. I got into this show now, where its fandom is comprised of millions of different kinds of lovely queer people thriving and loving each other and making art about it. Where is the actual intellectual analysis of the show itself? Not of the fandom. Well, I'm here to be the change I want to see in the world. Who knows? Maybe this video will inspire a lot more other MLP fans to make their own analysis. We'll see. Oh, speaking of which, I made an MLP YouTube poop. I don't know where else to recommend it, but it's a YouTube poop of the Equestrian Girls special Roller Coaster of Friendship, and I'm so proud of it. It's on my channel, you should check it out. Here's a clip.
Can't I cut off something a little smaller first? Hey, good idea! A warm-up before the big game!
Oh yeah, here's some other reasons why I probably wouldn't be cut out to be a good YouTuber. My mic is good, yeah, but it also captures the worst shit. My chair, no matter how comfortable, has regular pops that it captures perfectly. Hell, there might have even been pops here in the recording of the script that I didn't catch. Not just that, but I live in a tropical country, right next to a forest. If you hear birds singing all the time in my recording, be aware that I do not own birds, and I tried to recording most of this at night where birds wouldn't be singing, but in some of my recordings I did it during the day and the birds were fucking doing a show in my garden. Additionally, I did get a new dog recently. She rarely barks, but when she does, my mic captures it no matter where she does it. She's a sweetheart though, and I love her so much. Just look at her. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Another thing, probably the most important reason as to why I would be a shitty YouTuber. My nose. My fucking nose. I have this weird medical issue that I've had since I was a kid, where my nose and throat have an excess of mucus that they're permanently generating. So, be aware, I cut out so many noises of me blowing my nose through all of this. I am cursed. I have had to do so many retakes because my nose kept choking me. Here's a small compilation of my nose doing things, just as I recorded this intermission alone. Yeah, it's bad, right? Now imagine this, but recording something for like several hours. If you've watched me stream on Twitch, you will notice how many times my nose acts up. I am incredibly surprised none of my viewers ever complained about it, but what are you gonna do? And another final reason that me trying to be a YouTuber now is kinda lame is that I don't have much of value in my channel at the moment. I have a few memes, sure, some boring walkthroughs that I did with my girlfriend, just dumb stuff like that. Oh, except for my YouTube poop. My YouTube poop of Rollercoaster of Friendship, that's really worth watching. You should watch that, it's absolutely peak, it's my magnum opus. By the way, if you're watching this video and there's no subtitles, it's because I didn't think the video performed well enough to deserve me taking more painful hours of my life to do those. But hey, if there is subtitles, I decided to take my time and do them after all. It must have been excruciatingly painful and long, so please pray for me, cause my god, this shit is hours long. Also, by now, you must have noticed that a lot of my filler footage has been of the same game. Age of Mythology Retold, baby. I thought of several different games I could use for footage here, and most of them were either too new and could be spoilery, or were simply too bombastic and explosive, if not downright epileptic to put on a full screen like this. Frankly, Age of Mythology Retold wound up being the perfect filler footage game to use. Not only is it interesting to see different locations and awesome myth units the game has to offer, but seeing these little guys fight around during downtime has been a delight, especially to me as I've been editing this damned video. Honestly, if you like real-time strategy games even a little, you owe it to yourself to try this game out. They're releasing new Pantheons yearly so far, and they haven't disappointed me once. This game is so much funner than most RTSs for me because, like, I don't give a fuck about playing realistic portrayals of cultures. Who boots up a video game and proudly says, I'm going to roleplay as a French army battling the Portuguese with accurate old-timey weaponry? Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Age of Empires can suck my nuts. I want to use fucking dragons and sphinxes and cyclopses and giants, and I want them all to duke it out in the same place in an incredibly historically inaccurate display of cultural exchange while also being a baller display of mythological might. I want to throw lightnings at my enemies. If I can't convince anyone on my pony opinions, which I probably won't, I hope that I at least get some of you to play this game, because the more people buy it, maybe they'll make more content for it. Like, come on everybody. Buy this game and maybe I get a Demeter and Selene expansion. Maybe we'll get Hathor back in. Maybe I'll finally get an official Aztec Pantheon at long last. Come on, let's go. Give me the Aztec Pantheon. Give me this win, please. I mean, look at all this cool shit happening on screen. There's like fucking dragons and phoenixes and a really big headless dude stomping around. It's beautiful. This game is a goddamn miracle and you want to play it so bad. Ooh, you want to play it so bad. You want to play it so bad. You want to play this game so bad. You want to play it so bad. What was I talking about? Oh, right, convincing people on the internet to change their opinions. In my experience, no matter how well formulated an opinion is, no matter how backed up it is by facts and logic or whatever, as long as the person you're trying to change the mind of knows that they're doing something that isn't harmful in the slightest, you're never going to convince them to stop liking it. And sometimes even when it's harmful. And I don't really mean this in a bad way, honestly. Like, I'm the CEO of knowing every aspect in which a thing I love sucks, and I still love it. I hope, if nothing else, that I get to educate and spread a bit more of critical thinking out there, you know? Besides, a lot of times nowadays, we tie our worth with the things we enjoy, and sadly, I feel like that stops a lot of people from wanting to think critically about the media they consume, or, as it should be, the art they experience. Like, if what they like is flawed, maybe they're flawed kind of an attitude. It's a bit sad. I know I went super hard on Discord in his segment, but hey, he's still just a fictional character in the end. I blame the writers, really, the showrunners. If I manage to convince even one Discord stan to reevaluate their love for the guy, I'll be majorly surprised. I don't think it's gonna happen. I hope, if nothing else, that me placing every fact plainly like this helps put things into perspective for everyone, you know? Like that racism segment especially, the whole Unity stuff, comparing that to the School of Friendship, holy fuck, I hope that opens some people's eyes about the nature of the show and how it deals with these kinds of things, cause wow. And not gonna lie, I have to warn everyone before this next section that's coming up after this intermission because what I'm about to do for the next unlimited amount of time might seem a bit aggressive. It might seem like I'm quite literally taking a fictional character to fucking court. We're done with villains now. We're done with the broader analysis of the episodes. Now we are strictly talking about characters for a fucking while. Their role in the finale will be addressed, but there will be more. We have to talk about a lot more. And not just any character. I need to get the biggest subject out of the way first, because it's not just enough to talk about the main characters. No, there are worse offenders than that. There is something worse than a character headlining a show, yet being seemingly entirely unfit for the task, while the rest of the cast ignores her pleas. There is much worse than having protagonists function as enablers, as shallow caricatures of what they were as individuals, because they now have to serve a wider whole. There is much worse than the villains getting disproportionate amount of punishment compared to their actual deeds. No, we have to talk about someone else now. Because there is a character that joins the good guys halfway through the show and proceeds to outshine every single one of them in power and competence, yet holds zero compelling personal potential for character growth, because she is simply rethreading arcs that Twilight Sparkle and her friends have already gone through. This character, who I have to reiterate, is somehow stronger than all our protagonists, is, at the same time, entirely obtuse in a lot of the shows she inhabits, functioning as a sidekick alongside other sidekicks, functioning as an intern to our protagonist, yet occasionally being a student turned teacher to the characters that have already learned their lessons. Because of course, this character is even offered a reasonable way out of the show, after another frustrating character breaks the fourth wall to explain that since her arc is over, she doesn't really need to be in the show anymore. And still, she persists, refusing to give us an easy out of seeing her outshine the protagonists that came before, the protagonists that we know and love. And there she remains, having completed any semblance of an arc seasons ago, yet remaining strangely beside the spotlight, but never truly on it. With no real, true, tangible importance to the story, but seemingly too powerful, too beloved by the showrunners, too good to simply be let go. And she's not going anywhere. She's here to stay, as a stagnant superpower attached to the tip of the show, like a diseased growth in an already gangrenous limb, not responsible for the rot around her, but in no way helping prevent its spread. This video is now about Starlight Glimmer. This part of the script was originally bordering on 20 pages long, and I thought it was too much. I realized pretty quickly that if I wanted to go over every issue I have with the way this character is written and inserted into the narrative of this kids show, I might as well make an entire video exclusively about that. After all, there are a lot more issues with the writing surrounding Starlight Glimmer than just the ones addressed in the finale. But then, in my research for this video, I kept discovering more. I kept running into more and more. I kept unraveling myself. I saw, through a kaleidoscope of madness, the futility of it all. I saw characters doing everything Starlight does but better. I saw a child receiving capital punishment while Starlight got an internship. And it kept going on and on and on like a wheel of blood spinning round and round. Now this part of the script is 30 pages long! 30 pages long! I have friends that are Starlight Glimmer fans. And, I'm sorry to say, I am not a Glimmer Glazer. And it is time to take this unicorn to court. You already know how bad her backstory is. These writers managed to somehow, in a lab, concoct a worse villain justification than because Cutie Marks killed my grandma, okay? I need to rein this shit in. I need to stay focused and try to be objective, but it's so hard with a character like this. I try to keep whimsy in my heart, but God, it's difficult. So many times writing this part of the script, I have tried telling myself to not be a hater relentlessly, but it keeps happening. I don't like to just hate on fictional characters, you know? They're fictional characters. I barely got time in my day to hate real people. Why would I hate imaginary ones? It's not like I have a shrine at home dedicated to hating Discord or whatever. Although that will make for some sick-ass decoration. In the end, my critiques and disdain are aimed at the writers and showrunners that dictated all of these decisions that led these characters to be so utterly broken, and caused the show to be damaged around them as well. That being said, Jesus fuck Starlight Glimmer. Look, I'm aware of optics. I'm aware of the very important part of putting your opinion, your analysis out there, is also conveying those ideas in ways that don't make you sound like an asshole. And I hope that across this entire video, I have not yet sounded like the aforementioned asshole to you. And I sure hope that this next part doesn't change your mind on that. I know that Starlight has fans. Lots of fans. She was in the show for half of its run, and she was a very prominent character. She probably has more fans than Discord or Cozy Glow, maybe combined. But I'm not playing defensive here. Starlight is not a very big part of the finale, but she is very much present in it. And she absolutely does things. And the way she is written to act and behave definitely shows to me where the writers' priorities were with this character. Frankly, at times, it feels like she's in another show of her own, in another league of her own. I don't think her arrival in Season 5 marked a downward spiral in quality for the show. Not at all. There's plenty of wonderful episodes in the later seasons, including some with her in it. Some of my favorites, actually. But there's a part of me, at my fucking core, that is so confused as to why this complete rando gets to be competent, while Twilight Sparkle, our beloved main character, doesn't. The main six are shown struggling to fight a bugbear for an entire episode. Starlight one-taps a bugbear whenever it comes up. Twilight is struggling to fight Stygian? No worries, Starlight is here, she's easily handling it. It's okay, Twi, you don't have to keep fighting, just throw Starlight at him. Discord is literally assaulting a party that the main six are on and they can't do anything to stop him? Starlight can literally obliterate him. Look at her go, that's literally some Dragon Ball Z shit. I have to admit, out of all the insane feats of power that she displays, this is probably the best one just because she blows up Discord. But I have to dock points for her actually apologizing to him after he keeps doing even more shit after this. And she couldn't even truly banish him, sadly. He keeps doing shitty things and endangering kids.
I'm sorry. I'd like to apologize for that. And offer you the job of Vice Head Mayor.
Starlight, Glimmer, Glim Glam, McGlimster. He was endangering children for his own amusement as a petty vendetta against you, after clearly claiming you're the power-hungry one. He doesn't deserve an apology, you do! Okay, back on track. Twilight Sparkle is struggling to do origami. This highly intelligent magical user who loves following instructions and reading books is struggling to follow instructions to fold a paper origami. And Starlight just shows up in the room and solves it for her instantly. Twilight wants to give Starlight a magic lesson. Twilight wants to, for some inexplicable reason, help coach Starlight with magic. I don't get why. I thought Starlight was a friendship intern, why do you need to test her magic capabilities? It doesn't matter though, Starlight keeps up with an alicorn easily. Again, an alicorn. Even keeping Twilight on the back foot the entire time. There are countless examples like these. And at no point do I understand what the fuck the point of it all is. Why? Why is the random side character stronger than the entire main cast? What's the point? What does this serve? Just why? What does this serve the narrative? What does this mean thematically to this character? What is achieved in the writing with this? Is this part of an arc? It doesn't seem like it. Let's have Starlight Glimmer swap two alicorns as cutie marks. Fun Freaky Friday episode where Celestia and Luna have to change their roles. The comics did it better and earlier, by the way. She's not going to be punished for violating the magic of two princesses. After all, she's just being a little quirky with it. Let's not wonder how easy it is to swap the powers of two divine beings, because either it's an effortless feat that any magic user could do, or Starlight Glimmer and her cutie mark magic is so incredibly overpowered that she could theoretically take every cutie mark from every alicorn with a flick of her horn. Man, I wonder if someone wrote a fanfic about that though. One Punch Glimmer over here can solo any bad guy. And if she's stronger than Twilight, which the show proves she is, you know she's stronger than Celestia. Because as the show likes to remind us again and again and again, Celestia is pretty weak and Twilight seems to be much better. God, the power scaling in the show is so weird. I think one of the weirdest things about this show is how it tends to just push shitty ass ideas and writing concepts into you with its whole chest. So much so uncritically, that most people are just gonna buy them. If someone isn't paying attention and being careful, of course they're just gonna buy these ideas. Yes, colonizers and settlers to just share. Yes, ponies are a superior race that need to educate the other creatures of their world. Yes, the Lord of Chaos can continue to endanger every mortal around him and no one will do anything about it because he's just being silly. Yes, a child that commits an act of villainy, just one, no matter how harmless she is, No matter how devoid of power she is, Kennen should be sent to hell. And yes, a random unicorn with a bullshit-ass backstory is more powerful than the main character of the show, Twilight, the one who's known to have dedicated her life to magic and is literally the most powerful of the pony races right now. Starlight just is all this. Just accept it. Don't ask why. Don't question it. Don't wish for a better characterization. Don't wish for a better show. Don't wish for a better backstory. Don't wish for anything more than you have. Accept it all blindly and wholeheartedly, or get sent to the fucking friendship gulag. After all, she's the best pony, the best girl. The show has openly demonstrated that she literally, tangibly is. She's stronger than everybody else. She's got the brawn to smack Discord and the brains to outmatch Twilight. She literally starts giving Twilight advice on friendship like in the later seasons. She starts being Twilight's teacher at some points. I mean, I understand the lesson of like, oh, even your students could teach things, but Jesus fuck, man. The show supports all of these claims. It supports them wholeheartedly and with gusto. Kennen is openly and proudly stating that Starlight is better than everyone else, and that Kennen is telling you not to question why or what for. It doesn't stop any of it from being stupid-ass writing, though. It's so ironic to me that the people that love and hate Starlight have the same exact reasons for it. If you ask a Glimmer glazer why they love her, they'll say, because she's better and stronger than everyone else. And if you ask a Glimmer hater why they hate her, they'll say, because she's better and stronger than everyone else. And that's hilarious. Inescapable even. The ends justify the means, every pony. So we're going to have every good guy lose to CHRYSALIS off screen, despite them all having beaten her before, pretty easily, and if you count the comics, in harder circumstances. But no, they have to all lose off screen, just so that our beloved Glam can save the day when they're cocooned and shit. No, we won't worry about the dignity of every other character. We have to push our characters down so that we can prop others up. Get with the program. It's not just about making a character strong, it's about making everyone else weak. Have you learned nothing from the show's writing? Just look at every single time Celestia has lost so that Twilight could win. Let's face it, if Starlight was an MLP movie, she could have easily beaten Tempest, and then she could have beaten the Storm King too. She's reserved to an extra in the background, but we all know she could. If Starlight Glimmer was in Pony 911, she would have stopped it. Okay, you know what? Let's look at this a bit deeper. Let's connect these antagonists' backstories with their power levels. After all, this might sound like beginner writing shit, but a character's backstory and their power level should be intrinsically linked. Let's review these, starting off with the bug baddie, Queen Chrysalis. Her power level: seemingly weaker than alicorns, but highly competent at magic, and advanced shapeshifting apparently. Fearsome to the average warrior, especially when she's fed on love extensively, and she's the queen ruler of a shapeshifting nation, so she's got years of subterfuge on her arsenal as well as an army. Meanwhile, let's look at her actual villainous deeds. Royal subterfuge and other devious Machiavellic spells. She's essentially declared a secret war in Canterlot, but her attacks usually were not very successful. Usually. Her backstory: she sprouted off the ground with a thirst for love and a hive of vicious love eaters. As the queen and biggest baddest of the bunch, she wants her subjects to feed, and doesn't care who gets hurt to let that happen. Well, it's all pretty sound with Chrysalis, no big complaints here. The power level, the villainous deeds, and the backstory all connect. She was born one way and was never nurtured to love. She sees the world one way and has always had Equestria be her playground. No wonder she would double down on a broad set of bad ideas. She hadn't had the chance to live a life of love and abundance to think otherwise. Good power level, connected to her backstory, and to her villainous deeds. All matches up. Except for the part where she beat every protagonist off screen. Okay, let's talk TIREK. His power level: capable of draining magic of every living thing. And the more magic he drains, the more he can drain. Simple and clean. I don't know how he got this power, but he can do it in command by slurping. Go figure. His actual villainous deeds are nearly turning all of Equestria into a lifeless crater because he has the power of all alicorns and Discord and a shit ton of ponies juicing him up. Safe to say that he personally did more damage than any enemy army ever could. His backstory: his brother betrayed him for the side of good when they came into Equestria from a distant land, in the dawn of Celestia and Luna's rule, with the express intention to steal magic. He was trapped in Tartarus for so long, he's immensely bitter and feels entitled to all magic. Okay, awesome. It all kind of works. He was already someone with villainous intent, but bitter entitlement and defeat led him to get even worse. I mean, they don't explain how he actually steals magic or how he has this power, but whatever. Now let's talk Cozy Glow. Again, her power level. She's a child Pegasus. She can fly. She can ploy, but she's a child. Again, she is a literal child. No magic, no strength, not even speed. She is a child. Her actual villainous deeds are, she managed to trick and manipulate all of the main characters into leaving half a dozen magical artifacts lying about so she could take them and mess with them. The good guys got temporarily stuck in hell, and she couldn't even finalize her plan anyways, which was not her idea, it was someone else's. Her backstory is, she is a child. No backstory, just child. God, her writing sucks. This does not work at all. She deserved so much better, but we've been over her in her segment. And now let's talk about Starlight Glimmer with these standards. Her power level. She's an average looking unicorn from a small village upbringing that is literally stronger than alicorns. I'm not joking. She can pretty reliably go toe to toe with Twilight in combat. It's implied that Twilight decided the diplomatic approach because she knew she couldn't beat Starlight too in her finale. Her actual villainous deeds are stealing the cutie marks of the heroes, which drains them of their strengths, plus enslaving an entire village and indoctrinating her followers with her cult teachings while keeping them all underfoot, managing to recreate and perfect a Star Swirl time travel spell. Reminder, last time that someone successfully recreated a Star Swirl spell, they literally ascended into alicornhood, but Starlight's is doing it in a Wednesday. And with it, perfectly holding her own against an alicorn while she alters time itself and threatens the fabric of goddamn reality, where she created several different timelines of nationwide calamity and then undid them. Whoa! And her backstory, to explain how she's so powerful and so capable, and so utterly villainous, her childhood friend moved out. She got sad and decided to do all that. That's it! That's fucking it! Starlight's childhood friend moved out, she got bummed out and sad and internalized it. Didn't write to him, didn't stay in touch, didn't make new friends, didn't get consoled by her seemingly very caring to a fault dad, and from then on hated cutie marks. She hated cutie marks because he got one and everyone loved him and then he left. That's kind of selfish and kind of a dick move, but she was a child. She made having tramp stamps into the centerpiece of her cult ideology. Sunburst got signed to the special Celestia school for gifted unicorns. That's why he moved out, because he had talent. You'd think that her hating her bestie for getting a cutie mark on magical talent would make her despise magic just as much. But no, she's incredibly batshit skilled at magic, to a point where it would only make sense that she studied it, right? Maybe, just maybe, study it just as intensely as he did, if not more? Reminder, she is more powerful than Sunburst. Way more powerful. And you'd think that if she's this capable and this well versed and studied in magic, she would have just joined the same school her friend did, right? And then stayed in touch. She's a fucking shoo-in. She's mastered magic that Twilight didn't even know was possible. She can tear a person's talent and soul out of their ass by tilting her fucking horn. With all this magical talent, how the hell did she not just join Sunburst at the gifted school? Unlike him, she wouldn't have flunked out. And I mean, in her depressed child state, did she really dedicate this much time to studying magic so fucking intently? We see no evidence, no proof whatsoever in her backstory that what happened to her, that Sunburst leaving caused her to start binge studying. We see no evidence of that. In fact, we don't see any evidence that she studied in general until she's overpowering Twilight with spells. Okay, I need to stop right here because my arguments are getting reinforced as I edit. I was out here making an argument that Starlight, being so talented, could have just joined Sunburst in the special Celestia school for gifted unicorns, And personally, I did think that the argument could be debunked by the idea that Starlight wasn't as talented when she was a child, and it was something that she grew as an adult, so she couldn't join Sunburst as a kid. But here we are, with the animators and writers purposely going out of their way to show Starlight as a super talented magical prodigy, even before she got her own cutie mark. Sunburst shows her one cleaning spell. One. And she cleans an entire kitchen incredibly fucking fast, demonstrating advanced knowledge of spellcasting as a foal. As a foal without a cutie mark. Oh my god. This is the opposite of my arguments getting debunked. I feel like I'm getting rebunked. She's already showing that she's better than Sunburst even here, even before he got his cutie mark on magic. And then somehow, a child getting a friend moving out experience time skips into a fully grown adult somehow taking over an entire village and forcing her ideology into all of them despite her not even adhering to it herself like a goddamn hypocrite. Insane! If you want to take cutie marks, start with your own. Don't worry guys, because we have a very good reason as to how she managed to store all of the village's cutie marks that she took away. Maud was chilling nearby, doing her sexy rock work, and Starlight happened to ask her how to store cutie marks, and Maud happened to know how, just because, and the solution happened to be in the nearby fucking cave. Oh my god! There's a big rock near Starlight's village that holds cutie marks, and she didn't even know about it. And she asked Maud, a random rock worker, and she knew! Oh my fucking god, this is so stupid! Okay, I'm sorry. I know it's a gag, and I'll be honest, it's really funny, especially when Pinkie tells Maud to not share the story with anybody. Can I just talk about the Starlight cult thing real quick? It disappoints me that they were trying to say something about cult ideology with this character, but just didn't follow through with it. Those at the top of the pyramid in a cult are the ones most likely to not believe the very ideology they preach. This is a part of the structure of cults. They prey on the vulnerable by giving them purpose, by preaching soft worldviews that make them isolated yet feel as they are part of a group, by making them believe the leader has everything they could possibly need. But the leader is not on their same level. The leader has the status and the power and the charisma, while the followers give the leader everything, presuming this leader lives very much like them. Yet the leader doesn't need to adhere to the ideology. Why would she? She has everything she could possibly want without it, as she is in control. This right here is how you get American mega pastors of mega churches openly claiming on interviews that Jesus wanted them to buy private jets. Google it. Yet, here with Starlight Glimmer, the writers fucked up because her enormous hypocrisy, her fantastic and horrific bullshittery of secretly keeping her cutie mark so she can more easily control her followers is never truly called out. In the show, they treat it as evidence that Starlight is deceiving the followers, and it's a call to action, which is good. The realization that her ideology is so toxic and stupid that even she doesn't follow it is a wake-up call to everybody on that village. But then, later on, in the next Starlight villainous finale, she, for some inexplicable reason, keeps this ideology. The writers treat it as her central motivator. They build a backstory around it, one that is really bad, as we've explained before. And her hypocrisy, her enormous, hilarious hypocrisy, is never called out. Hey, Starlight, you hate cutie marks so much, but you sure seem to rely on yours a lot, don't you? Hey, Starlight, if you want to preach for a world without cutie marks, how come you don't start with your own? If you want to liberate Pokemon, you should start with your own, Team Plasma. The show forgets how blatant the evidence is against her ideology. The show gives the cult leader phenomenal power and then doesn't address that she only has it because she betrays her ideology, despite being so adamant that cutie marks are the enemy because they killed her grandma and they're evil. It doesn't work, it falls apart, and it's stupid. And Twilight Sparkle could have easily called it out, but no, she's too busy fighting for her life, barely keeping up. And people like to think Starlight's a communist. What a fucking joke. Hey, quick question, character related, but why didn't the show actually have a scene where Starlight gained her cutie mark? I mean, a flashback where it showed her actually earning her cutie mark. If the show wants to play into Starlight having angst and hatred toward cutie marks, wouldn't it make sense that we also get to see her reaction to the event that made her earn her very own cutie mark? I imagine it would be very important and very formative to her ideology. I feel like it could have been an interesting thing to look into. It could have demonstrated more of how cutie marks made her feel and how they guided her idiotic ideology. Whatever. We don't even know what her actual cutie mark is for. But it's all so stupid, honestly. They should have just made it so cutie marks killed her grandma. I would have honestly found that more compelling for a backstory. Hell, generally, cutie marks as a big importance in this world feels so fucking weird. In all previous MLP generations, cutie marks have always only been a mark on your ass that holds no particular power. It's a stamp on your ass, man! It's just a cute little symbol. I'm not sure if I'm qualified for discussing how ontological determinism is a fucked up world building concept overused in this generation, but like, the way in which MLP handles fate and destiny is so fucking weird. Hey man, it's your destiny that your cutie mark will be about pottery. So don't bother shooting for any other stars. Don't bother trying out different things. After all, that's all you're good for. Sure, the CMCs sometimes showcase that they love trying different things, but you can't unring that bell that every pony in your world abides by marks in their ass that tells them who they are and they can't deviate from it. It's fucked up. The Cutie Mark Crusaders have marks that literally claim that they will be together forever, like some sort of unhealthy, strange codependency. Apple Bloom expresses fears that them getting cutie marks will separate them, and instead of giving out a mature message that nothing could ever separate true friends and marks on your ass aren't gonna change anything, they just get marks on their ass that claims that they'll be together forever. These cutie marks hold so much fucking power and significance that Starlight managed to make hating them into an ideology. A stupid ideology, mind you, given that if you have no cutie mark, you are literally devoid of your fucking soul and individuality, but an ideology nonetheless. Wow, I wonder why she didn't remove her own cutie mark, huh? It's almost as if it's a horribly uncomfortable process that leaves you unwhole. It's almost as if, like every other cult leader, her ideology was just about enforcing others to follow her rules for a false sense of security and an unhealthy community. Yet, she does not abide by any of her own rules because she is only on top of this cult for her own benefit and power. Do you see the dissonance here between power level and backstory? Quote unquote childhood friend moved out should be a motivator for antagonists like Diamond Tiara, not someone capable of shattering time and space single-handedly. This random unicorn from nowhere broke into the Canterlot archives, stole a precious ancient spell from one of the greatest wizards of any age, and easily recreated it, then improved it beyond recognition. Again, reminder, last time that we saw a Star Swirl spell be improved upon or fixed, the person that did it got wings.
Spike, only Star Swirl the Bearded could do something like that. And even his spell just went back a week. How could Starlight do more than the greatest wizard in Equestria?
Yeah, Twilight, that's a good question, Twilight. That's a good fucking question, Twilight. I'd also like to know that, Twilight. I'd be very happy if the showrunners explained this, Twilight. And I'm just saying, if she has the power to steal anyone's cutie marks, why wasn't that her plan on her second season finale? Why, instead of stealing a time travel spell, didn't she just steal the cutie marks of the main six and, I don't know, put them on herself so she could beat them? It would have been fun to have the characters not rely on their special talents and still fucking beat her without having a village rise up to do it for them. But I don't know, man. I hate these tramp stamps as a concept anyway. I don't want them to be a bigger focus. Ugh, you know what's sad too? Having redeemed villains like her and the cast off to Where and Back Again team up together is very fun. It's fun. I like it. What are we, some kind of Suicide Squad? I just wish it was without the cost of every other character's dignity. And I'll be honest, this Suicide Squad Thunderbolt could be a little more interesting with its casting. Just saying, I made a fic with a similar Misfits Go on a Quest premise, and I really enjoyed the team I put together. None of this should be at the cost of anyone's dignity. You shouldn't have to make every other character into a loser off screen just to prop up other characters. characters. You shouldn't have to make Starlight into an overpowered super unicorn with no explanation just so that she has a reason to go toe-to-toe with Twilight. And guess what? The comics did this exact Suicide Squad premise better already, with Trixie involved. The comics told a lovely story about redeemed bad guys teaming up together to form their own Suicide Squad and shit, and it was great. No good guy had to be humiliated for it. It was just an awesome crew of redeemed bad guys fighting an unrelated threat. And look at that, Tempest's here, and hi Tempest. And the same could have been applied to the crew of To Where and Back Again. We didn't need world-ending stakes. We didn't need every other good guy to lose. We just needed these particular ex-bad guys to hang out in their own personal little adventure. Instead, they just decided to apply the same logic of Celestia losing and getting humiliated so that Twilight can win. But instead, this time, to literally everybody, just to have Starlight and her crew deal with a disproportionate threat. Oh, for the record, for you Glim Glazers, Starlight is the hero of like one comic. It's a pretty good run though. I recommend it. It's issue 48, and guess what? The villain of the comic run is just Discord again. Once again, he relapses and becomes evil due to some hilarious form of changing technicalities. And here we are again anyways. Every good guy needs to lose so we can prop up a specific character. Well, not to worry everyone, Twilight is taking after her mentor. Because while Starlight Glimmer can effortlessly fight off Chrysalis solo in the finale, Twilight, not at any moment, stands confidently against her foes by herself in this finale. Without her friends, she cowers and whimpers, as to be expected from the Princess of Friendship. Look at this image. Look at her. Look at how little in control Twilight is. Look at how scared and helpless she is. TIREK is literally holding her by the wings. God, your beloved hero is utterly helpless. This makes me feel really fucked up. Your protagonist is so helpless that she's literally being held by the wings like a toy. No safety nets, no confidence, no way to fight back. Despite her horn literally not being bound, she gets away from that situation by the skin of her teeth because her dumbass friends hold the bad guys off with a fucking boulder or something. It's weird. Ugh. I am now going to recap what happens to Starlight Glimmer in this finale. So, Chrysalis is coming after her with a vendetta, a personal nemesis if you will. Starlight evacuates the students from her school and decides to have a last stand against the Groger's Bell-empowered Chrysalis. She starts off the battle by immediately doing an awe-inspiring feat of magic and teleporting herself and Chrysalis to a random snowy mountain somewhere. Why didn't she just teleport Chrysalis and stay in school? I'm going to presume that they're close to Canterlot, since the wind spirits I will not be naming are out and about, but still, it's an incredible feat of magic. Actually, come to think of it, the wind spirits only appear later in the episode. What fucking ever. Maybe she just teleported Chrysalis to Yakistan or something. Why not? She can just do that. In said fight against the Queen of Vermin, Chrysalis doesn't shapeshift even once, and Starlight keeps her entirely on her toes at all times. In fact, Starlight is doing something very surprising here. She's smiling. She's cocky. She is actually incredibly confident as she's fighting this superpowered super being. And why wouldn't she be? This shit is easy. She's no-scoping, she's unleashing hell, she's actually fucking quipping.
You didn't make an appointment. Oh yeah, real motivating. Put it on my tab.
Think about this for a moment. Someone in this show who isn't Rainbow Dash, one of the good guys, is quipping as they easily beat down one of the final bosses of the series in the penultimate episode. Like, yeah, sure, we've seen the main six smile gleefully as they beat up a child, and we've seen Pinkie use her annoying fourth wall breaker powers to frustrate Chrysalis, but this is someone actively quipping, highly confidently, as they fight a villain single-handedly. There are no friends in sight, no power of friendship, no allies to give support. She's doing all this alone, and she's highly confident at that. And I'm just sitting here thinking, why? Let's think of this in technical writing terms. Is this portrayed like this to show that Chrysalis is still weak and stupid, even with her new superpowers? Is this to show some sort of growth on Starlight's part? I mean, she sure as hell is a lot more confident in Twilight, I'll give you that. She's handling the situation with a level head and immense precision, while Twilight whimpered and fumbled her way through this two-parter. Is this a crescendo of Starlight's arc? Just beating another bad guy easily, but this time she's incredibly confident? I mean, her arc kind of ended when she beat Chrysalis Chrysalis the first time, didn't it? Am I to believe that if she had access to magic into her and back again, she wouldn't have easily beaten an even weaker Chrysalis? I don't know what the writers were thinking, and I'm unsure if I'm qualified to speculate. Starlight Glimmer is the sole owner of one of the only 2 fight scenes of the show with a very destructive vibe, the other being TIREK vs Twilight in Season 4, of course. And worth noting, even when Twilight was facing off against TIREK, she was not as confident as this. She was rageful and she was desperate, but she wasn't quipping, she wasn't grinning. Oh, and let me give you a funny reminder. Starlight Glimmer is fighting and easily surpassing Chrysalis alone, right? She's alone. She's highly confident and she's kicking ass alone. Meanwhile, in the same episode, the Pillars of Equestria, 6 heroes, I repeat, 6 legendary heroes can't even scratch TIREK while being ready for him. They lose pathetically and don't even hurt him. Starlight Glimmer behaved more capably than all of the Pillars of Equestria combined when facing against a similar matchup, a super-powered villain. The show claims that these 3 are on similar power levels now, so let's just follow the show's logic. Starlight Glimmer, stronger than not just Starswirl the Bearded, but every single one of his allegedly super-powered comrades combined. And you know what's really fucking funny about this fight? Of Starlight against the Queen Chrysalis is that Starlight loses. Oh, thank goodness, my friends, thank goodness. The Mary Sue allegations were piling up, but lucky for all of us, we can all go home because Starlight has... Stop! What was the point of any of this? If Starlight was meant to lose anyways, why not have Chrysalis beat her easily like TIREK beat the Pillars? If this is meant to be Starlight's epic arc conclusion, where she shows how much she's learned, why not have her actually win then? Or, hear me out here, if Starlight was meant to lose, why not have the fight be terrifying and dangerous and Starlight is on the back foot the whole time? If Starlight was meant to lose, why have her so incredibly confident throughout? An overabundance of pride is absolutely not a part of her character arc, right? Who am I fucking kidding? She was so prideful and cocky when she was a bad guy. We've just come full circle. Think about this. Think about how the stakes would feel even higher if we saw this character that coasted through every challenge before actually struggling when fighting one of the main villains again. This is the same character that one-tapped Discord. Seeing her struggle would be very scary. It would make you anxious. It would make you feel like this is a really powerful threat and a very epic finale. When we see our favorite heroes that have always been strong and in control actually struggle in fights, we feel that shit in our core. We feel it. And honestly, I think the reason why this doesn't work for the Pillars of Equestria the same way is that we haven't actually seen them ever be competent. So why would we care if they lose? They've talked about their competence, we've heard about their competence in Legend, but we've only actually seen them as dumbass losers that didn't even understand that Stygian just wanted to be included in game night. We haven't even seen Starswirl do anything that comes close to actually outshining Twilight, or even Starlight for that matter. So seeing him struggle and lose pathetically to TIREK feels par for the course. He couldn't even tell that Flim Flam were grifters, man. The Pillars of Equestria didn't even scratch TIREK, while Chrysalis was humiliated by Starlight single-handedly. And for some inexplicable reason, Starlight loses anyways. Later in the episode, she gets freed and immediately wreaks havoc and kicks ass. The bad guys don't even consider using Grogor's Bell on her when she's a prisoner, and Chrysalis doesn't suck her love off like she clearly wanted to, despite having Starlight be imprisoned and in her clutches for plenty of time that allowed her to do it. Hey, Chrissy, Starlight is right there. Take your revenge. Why isn't she cocooned? Why is she just in a cage? Don't you want to suck her off already? She could have at least started. She could have at least tried. Hell, if Starlight was cocooned, she would be way too groggy even if she was free to actually do any damage. Chrysalis, this is, according to you, your nemesis. Is this your big plan for her? Leaving her in a cage to starve to death? Why not suck her love, suck her magic, draining her of all her capabilities so that she truly suffers and rots?
Now I'll have all eternity to take my revenge on you.
Then start taking your revenge. Like, do something. Just putting her in a cage is counterintuitive. You have all the tools for quick and swift and very efficient revenge. And if you want to take it slow, you can at least start now. You have a bell that drains any creature's magic. Use it! Hell, both Celestia and Luna's magic are in our bell, aren't they? Why are none of these bad guys taking it for themselves? There's nothing established about a limit regarding how much magic the bell can take, much less TIREK. He clearly can take all the magic if he wants. They can and should have used it to drain all of the pillars of Equestria and Starlight. Oh wait, I forgot. TIREK already drained the pillars of all their magic because he has the exact same powers this bell has. Though ironically, when he did it, he didn't even grow bigger. Are they that weak that he wouldn't even power him up? Also, the only reason Starlight is even freed here is because they let Discord walk around without being properly restrained. It's so weird and dumb. Why aren't you treating these high-priority prisoners as high-priority prisoners? CHRYSALIS has cocooned people before, and they've used the bell on people before. Why the normal and easy-to-break-out cages? So much of this finale hinges on both the bad guys and the good guys being so stupid and incompetent, and it's so weird. So I'll ask again. Why? Why is Discord not cuffed? Why don't they just kill him? Why don't they just goddamn suck Starlight's powers off? She's doing this all so perfectly. She even blows raspberries as she's doing it. Oh my god. How is she so good that she breaks every single enclosure with one single fucking blast? Can someone please free me of this hell?
That was a pretty epic makeup.
No, it wasn't. I swear to God, the sheer idea that these guys can, quote unquote, hold off 3 empowered bad guys is so dumb. Starlight is the only pony here that has actual magic. If they nullify her, you know, for example, with a bell, they can just chase after the main 6 easily. This is so dumb, and it feels like such a roundabout misadventure. Celeste just stands there pretending that she's capable of doing anything without her powers. Girl, you couldn't even do anything with your powers. Let's be generous here. Don't worry, Twilight. We'll hold him off so you can get away. Don't worry, main 6. We'll hold him off so you can get away. I'm tired. Okay, final Starlight thesis time. Stick with me, Glimmerheads. I'm building to something here. I'm not here to endlessly disagree with canon. Even if I do, I'm here to analyze it. So, canon has proven without a shadow of a doubt that Starlight is the strongest of the cast. It has also proven that she is way better than Twilight under pressure and in fights. Incredibly so, honestly. It's impressive. So, riddle me this. All of this incredible build-up the show does for this character to demonstrate how powerful she is compared to everyone else. What does it amount to? Where does this character end up? Drum roll, please. She's a face in the crowd in the finale, and she's a fucking school counselor, only to become the headmaster of the School of Friendship. That's all. The character that is stronger than our beloved protagonist, the character who is stronger than gods, ends the series as just a headmaster of a dumb, racist, colonialist, supremacist school.
That's it?
Starlight betrayed us!
I'm kind of pissed off, and if you love Starlight Glimmer, you should be too. The show sucked her off and sang her praises endlessly, all for her to just end up with this milquetoast ending of earning Twilight Sparkle's sloppy seconds. It's also highly implied that she winds up married to Sunburst, which has got to be an even worse ending for her. Oh my god. Yeah, let's end up marrying the guy that gave you a fucking mental breakdown and caused you to fuck me. With all that she was built up to do, I half expected her to ascend to Alicornhood, eat Chrysalis with a fork and knife, and to just fucking take Twilight's crown, then become the new Princess of Friendship, with Twilight bowing off and spending the rest of her days retired in a pony Bahamas. But no, all of this shit-ass build-up, all of this overpowerness amounted to kind of nothing in the end. It's just another way in which the finale is so haphazardly put together. Don't get me wrong, she definitely ends the show happy, and I can't imagine her ambitions ever required her to be anything more than just a headmaster, maybe less. That's one of the things that I actually like about Starlight Glimmer. She's not ambitious. Ruling over a village was all she needed. She had no plan for world cutie mark stealing or world domination, and even then, she was misguided as hell. Even when she nearly destroyed time and space, she was just doing it to antagonize one pony. It was really stupid and misguided and mistargeted and incredibly high stakes, but it wasn't ambitious. She doesn't seem to want anything more out of life than just hanging out with Trixie and her other side character friends, and occasionally going out on tour. Hell, the Road to Friendship is one of my favorite episodes in the whole show. It's genuinely really cute that they have a few lover spats and adjust to the life on the road together, and I like to imagine that through communications and trials, they could manage to get a good flow that made it work next time. If there is something above anything else that I think showcases Starlight's potential, it's her relationship with Trixie. Two ex-bad guys who are kinda weirdos together become besties. It's a really cute relationship, and them ending together as partner magicians would be an adorable finale for Starlight. What I'm trying to say is that a quiet, chill life is incredibly fitting for this character's personality and low ambitions. An ending where she's happy with a normal job and living a quiet life fits. So what the hell's the point of all her power? Starlight's potential as a character is so entirely detached to how strongly overpowered she is, I don't understand why they even bothered to make her this strong. The concept of a story of a powerful legendary hero retiring and living a quiet life as a teacher with low ambitions is nice, but she's not a legendary hero. She's a side character, sometimes protagonist, sometimes deuteragonist, that behaves like an intern most of the time. They give her so much spotlight and they don't even commit to it. She's not even an official part of the main six. She doesn't have an element of harmony, but they could have given her one if they actually wanted to. They half-assed it. Her horrific deeds don't match her backstory, and her power level doesn't match her character potential, her ambitions, or her backstory. Cozy Glow did way less horrific evil deeds, and she was immediately sent to hell, while Starlight fucked up, did evil, refused friendship, doubled down and nearly destroyed all of reality, gave her shitty backstory as to why she does everything she does to Twilight, then decided that she was going to ruin everything again, only to still get another third chance from Twilight. And then she gets an internship. There's no sense to this. If you're a fan of how overpowered she is, wouldn't you justifiably be pissed off that your super strong favorite character doesn't earn anything truly great with her strength? If you love Starlight because she's so strong, I hope you, like me, are also confused as to why all of that strength serves her nothing and achieves nothing in the plot and leads her nowhere. Again, she loses the CHRYSALIS fight despite kicking her ass easily. Again, she obliterates Discord and then has to apologize to him. Nothing is achieved. None of Starlight's character writing potential requires her to be overpowered. She could be a perfectly capable magical assistant to Trixie without needing to have the power to outmatch an alicorn. The finale compounds all I dislike about her and the writer's obsession with the whole ends justify the means trend. So much of those last seasons feel like Starlight Glimmer propaganda, and it makes me so confused. Why would you need to sell me on this character? Why would you need to show her being better than the characters that we already know and love again and again and again? Why not just show us why we should fall in love with her like every other character? Why would you need to sell me on this character's mightiness and greatness? Constantly claim that she's better than everyone else if her endgame is just becoming a school principal. I like Trixie because she's a bit of a cocky jerk at times, but in her heart, she genuinely loves making other people smile and putting on a show. But her desire to overcome her flaws in magic led her to put on some beautiful little performances that are so wonderful. Her lack of magic prowess allowed her to try different kinds of ways to impress people. And her tricks are amazing. She's a well-rounded character full of flaws who goes through a comprehensive arc. She is hateable, lovable, you can love to hate her and you can hate to love her. I didn't need to be sold on loving a character like Trixie. I didn't need to be sold on loving a lot of characters in this show. But I was constantly, endlessly, tirelessly barraged with attempts by the show to sell me on Starlight Glimmer, just like they tried to sell me that a child deserved to go to hell, or that ponies are the superior race, or that Discord was actually redeemed, or that natives and colonizers should just get along. And I don't understand why. I think I will never understand why. And I guess it doesn't matter. After all, her ending amounts to nothing. She's a distraction to the bad guys at best, and ultimately winds up with a job that Twilight Sparkle didn't even want anymore. Also, here's a funny thing for those that might ship Starlight and Sunburst. The original creator of Starlight Glimmer, the guy responsible for shoving her in most of the later show seasons, and making her into quote-unquote the best pony, personally claims that Luster Dawn is a Starburst child, a super magical bred baby. Rejoice! Congratulations on the vindication, shippers. Doesn't really matter. I guess the idea of Starlight and Sunburst breeding to make the perfect magic vessel baby is hilarious when you account for the weird Canterlot unicorn supremacist allegations, and even the classic nepotism. Like, hey, she already sugar mommy Sunburst into becoming a royal crystaller, and she already managed to baby girl herself into being the Princess of Friendship's personal little intern. Who is better than her? Why wouldn't her daughter be next in line for this? She's breeding the ultimate friendship warrior to inherit the throne. Unicorn eugenics at their finest, baby. Still feels gross to talk about this shit. Not to worry though, Luster Dawn is going to fail miserably. For all we know, she was only a casualty of Twilight's failure. Not even a pawn in the game that ultimately ended Equestria. And hey, Starlight and Trixie have infinitely better chemistry than Sunburst with Starlight. So I prefer those. Star Treks for life. So, for all we know, Luster is only a random kid that was in the wrong place at the wrong time and became the student of the wrong teacher. But hey, she got to witness the downfall of Equestria from the best seat in the house. Silver linings. You might be thinking that we're close to being done with talking about Starlight Glimmer, that I got it all out of my system. But not quite. We are almost there. After all, I've shown you before how I don't just dislike the ideas the show has because they're poor, but because I have actively seen other pieces of media do the same ideas better. Sometimes I've seen this very show's alternate media do these ideas better. Spin-offs, comics, all executing on ideas the show has, but infinitely better and more maturely. It happens all the time, and I love having these bombshell examples. So here's a new one. This segment isn't only about critiquing Starlight Glimmer and how the writers fucked up her character from the start. It's about praising when G4 wrote a character with a very similar concept to hers and succeeded with flying colors. Because guess what? We need to talk about someone else now. Another character. A very interesting one too. One that I'm personally a huge fan of. Because there is a character in this very series that does every single part of Starlight's narrative but better. There is a woefully underappreciated and underestimated character in this series. One that by all means could have replaced Starlight Glimmer entirely and told her story infinitely better. And the character in question is Sun's Tempest Shadow. You thought. Okay. Let's do this. We have established that Starlight Glimmer's backstory of a friend moving out so she becomes evil is stupid. And it is. Phenomenally stupid. But what if I told you that Tempest Shadow in the comics has the same exact backstory, but done better in every single possible way? You think the Hall of Unity was good? Buckle the fuck up, cause you're in for a ride. Gather around everyone. It's time for a story.
Fizzlepop Berry Twist was a young unicorn in a small, peaceful village. It is implied she had no parents, but that she still had a community there to support her. Her childhood friends were two other unicorns, Spring Rain and Glitter Drops. They were playing ball one day like they were many days, but this wasn't just any day. Glitter Drops accidentally threw the ball too far, and it went into a scary cave. Our Fizzlepop went after the ball, and there she found an Ursa Minor. She survived the encounter, but the beast wounded her permanently. Her horn was broken. She couldn't use magic like other ponies could anymore. Like other fillies, just like her could anymore. She tried playing with them just like they always did, but she couldn't. It would only make her feel worse, and she would always just end up sad. She felt herself growing distant from her friends because of it. Until the day her childhood friends were accepted into Celestia's school for gifted unicorns.
Hey, wait a minute.
Anyways, Tempest suffered a traumatic event in her childhood. Her friends grew distant, and then they even left her altogether since they were accepted into a school for gifted magic users. Tempest couldn't even use magic in the same way anymore. She could never follow them. There was nothing tying her to her home anymore. She had no home at all. If they couldn't love her, they would learn to fear her. And then in her travels, she made herself stronger, fearsome. She turned her disability into another tool for her to fight. Maybe this could have been the end of her story. A lone wanderer with no family or home. But she wasn't so lucky. She met the Storm King, and he gave her purpose. She was made into a pawn, yes, but she was given a home. She was given a role where she was respected and feared. This is where Fizzy was gone, and where Tempest's shadow was born. Her new name, one made to strike fear in others, one made to command and to conquer. Even when she did all of it, you know why she did. The Storm King promised her he would fix her horn. Even without proof, she still believed him. Maybe some naive part of her hoped that somehow, some way, she could be busy again. But she was Tempest's shadow now. You know how the movie goes. The Storm King was lying, using her like a pawn. Despite all that she had made herself, she was simply a lapdog. And the second that she finds this out, she stands up to him, willingly sacrificing herself for her previous foes, with no hope of salvation, with no hope for redemption, yet she still did it anyways. Maybe there was always a part of her that held some semblance of heroism. Maybe there was a small part of her that could still be Fizzlepop Berry Twist. But Tempest is who she was now. You know how the movie ends. But that's not where her story ends. Because Tempest kept traveling. She kept wondering. This time, in an attempt to help and do good. An attempt to make up for her past mistakes, for aligning with a vicious enemy, for representing said army. She finds her way to the Crystal Empire, and to aid Princess Cadence, she is told to help some scouts on the borderlands. You'll never guess who the scout she meets was.
Oh my god, it was her childhood friend Glitter Drops, aha, plot twist!
Who apparently dropped out of Celestia School for gifted unicorns because it got too overwhelming and she couldn't keep up.
Hang on.
Glitter Drops recognizes Tempest instantly, and didn't even know of Tempest's shadow. She calls her Fizzy right away. Tempest is initially annoyed and frustrated. This, after all, is one of the few living ponies that knew her when she was weak. Glitter Drops keeps calling her Fizzy, reminding her of her weakness, of the pitiful day she lost everything. It could have been any one of them to wander into that cave, but it fell onto her. Yet Glitter Drops treats her quite kindly. She's civil. Tempest gets into an argument with a local and Glitter Drops diffuses it. Tempest gets accusatory and aggressive and Glitter Drops won't bite back. It is only when they find the sources of the disturbances in the crystal border that it all changes. Because it's an Ursa Minor. Tempest thought that if she was ever back in that cave, she could have done something different. But she freezes. She cowers. All of her training, all of her strength, it serves her nothing when she's face to face with the same kind of monster that originally broke her horn. And just as she is panicking, in tears, Glitter Drops saves her. Glitter Drops, who is just worried about her, just relieved that she's okay. And Tempest snaps. Because how dare this pony save her? How dare her think that Tempest is the same weak and whimpering filly she was back in that cave? She is Tempest's shadow. She was the commander of an army. She defeated princesses. And Glitter Drops cries. She cries because of the shame she feels, the shame she's felt all this time. Seeing Tempest so rageful and bitter reminds her plainly and simply that it was all her fault. After all, Glitter Drops was the filly that tossed the ball that day. Tempest was the one that went to go get it. She blamed herself. All this time she blamed herself. She was ashamed. She was the one that should have gone pick up that ball, but Tempest was always the brave one. And she would have never let her friends go into a dangerous cave in her stead. She had never thought of any of them getting that ball other than her. Even if she could have gone back, she would have always chosen to go in. Because Fizzy is a hero. This part of her that she felt was gone all this time, it was right here. Glitter Drops held on to it, even in shame, even in sorrow. Glitter Drops remembers Fizzle Pop Berry Twist. Tempest apologizes. Tempest hugs her and asks her to color Fizzy. They talk to each other in a friendly way, in an open way. They share things. They rekindle something. They go search for the Ursa Minor, and with Glitter Drops' magic, they manage to deal with it peacefully. Tempest sees how strong Glitter Drops really is, managing to overcome the Ursa Minor with a peaceful yet magically fierce solution. The story addresses the beautiful theme of how there might be no real monsters, just hurt people desperately attempting to regain something they've lost. And Glitter Drops explained what happened to her in Celestia's school for gifted unicorns. In their village, she was talented and skillful, but in that school, they were bottom rung, desperately trying to keep up. So she dropped out, and she ran away. She never came home.
Okay, this seems familiar.
She found a new home on the Crystal Empire, where her magical talent was not demanded to be perfect, but suited to help just fine. She thrived as a Crystal Scout. She's happy here. And she's even happier now that she got to meet her Fizzy again.
And then they kissed!
Okay, no, but for real! Fizzlepop, Berry Twist, and Glitter Drops reunite, and Fizzy decided to join the Crystal Scouts and live with her Dropsy. She legitimately calls Glitter Drops Dropsy! And they live happily ever after in a quiet life together. Fizzy doesn't need to be Tempest anymore. Yes, her skills come in handy, and yes, she can still use her strength on her job, but she's working and living with the one pony in Equestria that knows who she really is. Everyone knows Tempest Shadow, but only one mare loves Fizzlepop Berry Twist. Don't ask me what happened to Spring Rain. I don't care, because we got Yuri, baby!
Okay, story time over. I hope you liked my wonderful dramatic reading of Tempest Shadow's comic backstory. That was totally my voice, by the way. I think you'll find that I can sound very melodious and elegant when I want to. The actual voiceover was made by Lullaby for Bears on Tumblr. Link in the description, she's amazing. So, as you can see, Starlight and Tempest have the same fucking backstory, except Tempest does every single bit of it better. And now I'm going to run by every single fucking way in which the comics of this same fucking source material managed to concoct the same backstory, but apply it infinitely better to this character rather than Starlight Glimmer, proving, without a shadow of a doubt, that it's not just that Starlight's backstory sucks ass and makes her character as a villain and as a good guy worse. It's that every single aspect of her could have been and has been done better elsewhere, demonstrating openly how even the already flawed ideas of the concept of her character could have been executed phenomenally better. Ready? Ready for the final Starlight Glimmer reckoning? Let's go, keep up! First off, the trauma that Tempest suffered was a literal physical disability that she could not just simply overcome. It's something that set her apart and made her unable to live as other unicorns did. And for a child, that has got to feel even worse. Those were her formative years. Her childhood friends moving out were like a salt in the wound. Like her being kicked while she was down. Her childhood friends moving out was not the entirety of her trauma. Tempest literally could not do magic like other unicorns could anymore. She couldn't, in any way, follow Glitter Drops to that school. Meanwhile, Starlight's trauma was only a friend moving out. And she was so magically gifted, she could have just joined him on this fucking gifted school for unicorns. Him leaving did not need to mean goodbye. If he was so important to her, she would have wanted to go with him, right? If he was so important to her, she probably would have wanted to go to that school instead of starting a cult, right? Reminder, Starlight is canonically more magically gifted than Sunburst. Yet, she did not even try to follow him, despite carving an entire life ideology around him leaving her. Okay, second point. Tempest was not guided by an irrational ideology. By all means, her getting hurt and made vulnerable only to have those she loved treat her differently and then leave is a very understandable reason as to why she would see the world differently. Her ideology was of bitterness and betrayal. She vowed to be the strong one so she could never hurt like this, so she would never need to rely on the love of others that could leave her. She vowed to be strong and better and to side with whoever could mend her pain. She did not For example, decide that all Ursa miners were evil and go on a fucking poaching spree. Or enslave a village and made them all turn into Ursa hunters. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, Starlight's ideology was to irrationally blame tramp stamps as a whole. She saw her friend leaving her because he was given a better opportunity when she wasn't, and instead of rightfully feeling bitter towards him, or towards abandonment, or towards the system in general, even Celestia's school, she decided that her ideology was that cutie marks were evil because of one experience she personally had with them, one that was entirely one-sided. Sunburst was really happy as he left her, but she didn't care about his happiness, did she? Fucking hilarious. And reminder, Starlight was already magically gifted before Sunburst even was. Incredible, guys! I keep saying it, but it's really funny. Third point. Sure, Tempest was absolutely misguidedly self-isolating herself because of her pain, but she was also manipulated by the worst possible forces. She became bitter and wicked, yes, but then the Storm King, a bigger villain, showed up to play into her insecurities and make her into the perfect pawn. Left alone, Tempest wouldn't have become a conqueror, and she wouldn't have lorded over others. She would have been a bitter, lonely wanderer, yes, but it took a bigger, way worse, less redeemable villain to make her into a proper villain too. She would have never enslaved a village for no reason. She didn't. For example, think that unicorn horns are evil and all need to be chopped off. So she took over a village of only unicorns and made them all saw their horns off. That would be fucking ridiculous and disgusting, wouldn't it? It would be ridiculous to force other people to live her way, even if it meant tearing a part of their being aside, wouldn't it? It would be insane, wouldn't it be? But hey, silver linings. At the very least, she couldn't secretly have a horn all along, proving a profound hypocrisy regarding her own stupid ideology. The fact that Tempest's horn doesn't get magically fixed at the end of the MLP movie is very good. Thank fuck they didn't do a magical disability cure in the end, can you imagine? I'll save more thoughts about the movie if I ever end up making an essay about it. I don't want to clutter this one. Meanwhile, Starlight Glimmer did all her villainous deeds while having other people. She had a pretty caring dad, and that village was full of sweet ponies that she corrupted. No one had to coerce Starlight into being more evil. She just weirdly became a Machiavellic and sociopathic cult leader. There was no cruel hand twisting her. There was no exterior force feeding her bad ideas, influencing her ideology. I have no fucking clue how she even came up with the idea of stealing a time travel spell in the first place. She just became wickedly evil after her teenage years, despite having a support system in her father and in her home, while Tempest had none of those things. Seriously though, Starlight Glimmer's dad feels like a pretty chill guy. He seems caring and supportive. He doesn't seem very intelligent, and sure, he seems a little bit overbearing, but how the hell did this sweet guy not know what his daughter was up to? Jesus, it's like letting your son move out and then finding out he fell in the alt-right pipeline or something, or maybe even start a cult of his own. Jesus fuck. Okay, here comes the fourth point. Tempest's shadow was a part of a collective whole of evil. She was a member of an army. She was brought up in a community that actively incentivized her to be worse, rewarded her for it. Her soldiers cheered for her, sung her praises. She had a community that actively endorsed her being worse. She had a home. She belonged there. Of course she would continue being evil if everyone around her rewarded her for it and was rewarded for her attitude too. Meanwhile, Starlight made her community worse. Starlight corrupted her own home. No one incentivized her to do it. There were no cheers, just blind obedience. She was the one that wanted her village to be worse, and somehow the ponies under her boot still feared her. Starlight is the Storm King in her own story. Or, even worse, Starlight found someone else's home and corrupted it for herself. The show doesn't bother explaining where her village is compared to where her dad lives, but we see that it's under construction in the mod flashback. All we know is that she found the vulnerable place, and she is the sole cause for making it worse. Fifth point. Holy fuckle. The second the Storm King proved that he couldn't fix Tempest Shadow's horn, she flipped. She was understandably reluctant and fearful for her future, yet she sacrificed herself by stepping in front of her previous foes and taking a shot for them. There was always a hint of heroism there. Tempest always had, even if twisted, a moral code she abided by. The second that her leader broke his promise, the second she couldn't get back what she lost, she turned to good. Meanwhile, Starlight Glimmer doubled down when she was defeated and had her worldview questioned. When Starlight was bested and offered a helping hand, she went on to do even worse, bigger evil deeds, such as nearly destroying time and space. Don't get me wrong, I like that the show points out that not everyone learns their lesson immediately, but let's be honest. If the show lets Starlight mess up several times but still be offered good and take it, but then throws a child in hell, the morality here is completely out of whack. Come to think of it, why didn't Starlight go against Cozy being trapped in hell? Cozy was one of the kids she mentored, and Starlight even expresses sympathies for Stygian when Star Swirl wants him fucking dead. Starlight showed so much interest in redeeming Stygian, and her one interaction with him was fighting him. I don't know why she's even here on this episode. I figured Star Swirl would send this random pony back home so their quote-unquote real heroes can do their work. I mean, in this fucking scene, Starlight stands up against Stygian when Star Swirl is right there and he could be helping. I do not understand what the point of this is. But you know what? Back on the subject. She's incredibly compassionate and caring to a shadow monster that just tried to kill her and a friend, which is actually pretty fucking memorable and commendable. I mean, just watch this scene.
And I'm just trying to figure out why.
Envy. He wanted more power than he had, and that desire led him down a path from which there is no return.
I know from experience that's not always true. When the map called you six to my village, it was for a friendship problem. Are you sure this is different?
Stygian wants to destroy all that is good in this world. There's no way to befriend a pony like that.
I guess I'm lucky your idol wasn't around when you decided to be my friend. I might have been banished to Limbo too.
Yeah, or turned to stone, or thrown in Tartarus. Good thing Twilight is here to be nice to all her bad guys, huh? Except for that one.
Wow, Trixie was right. You're not really giving her a second chance. I wonder what that says about how you feel about me.
Again, Starlight is showing so much care for a guy that she has only known as a huge scary shadow monster. Look at that compassion. It's inspiring. She's standing up to Star Swirl the Bearded to defend a shadow wretch monster from the fucking void. All for the small possibility that he could maybe someday possibly be nice. It's honestly kind of impressive. I respect this level of compassion. So why doesn't she do the same for fucking Cozy Glow? A literal child she knew and cared for through literal months? She counseled Cozy Glow. She was the school counselor. Why didn't she show the same level of compassion for a fucking child? Hell, maybe Cozy Glow's safety would be something that Trixie would have had a great interest in too, since it's implied that Trixie was kind of a brat as a kid. Maybe Starlight and Trixie could have adopted Cozy and show her a better way to live, to be with others, among peers that understood how she felt. And then they could become a big, loving, dysfunctional family. What a beautiful world that'd be. But whatever, Cozy Glow's fate sucks. We've been over it. Okay, sixth and final point. Tempest Shadow's relationship with Glitter Drops isn't one-sided. In fact, not only does Tempest not blame or consider Glitter Drops to be a direct fault for her entire ideology in life, but Glitter Drops still exclusively remembers who Tempest was before all of it. She didn't even know who Tempest Shadow actually was. She just remembers her friend, Fizzlepop Berry Twist. Glitter Drops is thriving too. Dropping out of CSGU clearly was a blow on her, but it wasn't the end of her story. She is living happily as a scout. She's working with a job that her talents are built for. And it's a life so fulfilling and hopeful that Tempest joins her in it. Meanwhile, Starlight's relationship with Sunburst was completely one-sided. It's downright parasocial. She formed her entire ideology out of him leaving her. She seemed borderline obsessed with him. and he didn't even remember her.
Sunburst?
Yes? What can I do for you?
It's me, Starlight. We used to be friends?
Of course! Starlight! My goodness, it's been a long time.
Oh my god, this is so fucking funny. Her entire ideology was built on this twink leaving her when they were kids, and she was so unmemorable to him that he didn't even remember her when she was forced to meet him via friendship quest.
Jesus Christ, parasocial! You need to log off! Jesus Christ!
I mean, yeah, it was a bummer for her that he got into CSGU, but to him it was one of the best days of his life. There is literally an entire episode later on dedicated to how Starlight and Sunburst don't even have that much in common as adults, which is a pretty obvious and natural thing to summarize from being besties as kids but meeting each other when you're older. Obviously, you might not have as much in common as when you were little toddlers. You can't make this shit up. It's so funny. And she, of course, not only makes up another incredibly powerful time travel spell yet again, but she fucking perfectly casts a de-aging spell on him and herself. Something that had been lauded as insanely advanced magic since season 3 of this show. But of course, not only can she cast it on others, but she can cast it on herself, without any diminishment to her actual magic power when she's a kid again. Because yeah, of course. What did you expect? Because Starlight Glimmer can do anything. She can pluck the sun out of the sky and eat it if she wants to. Sunburst can't even teleport, while Starlight does it regularly. The only other 2 unicorns we've ever seen teleport on the show have been Twilight Sparkle and, oh look, Sunset Shimmer! Guess what? These 2 are the only 2 canonical pupils of the Princess of the fucking Sun. No wonder they would be magically gifted. But no, yeah, this rando unicorn from fucking nowhere can do it easily. She can easily teleport, and she can do a whole lot more than these star students could, one of which she's a fucking alicorn. It's hilarious too. When she meets him again, she sugar mommies him into getting a cushy job with royalty because she got a cushy job with royalty. It's so fucking hilarious. The while Sunburst lived a misanthrope life, recluse in his house in the Crystal Empire, Glitter Drops put herself out there and thrived on the same empire. She found a purpose and loved her life, surrounded herself with animals and co-workers, and worked for the Princess of Love. And when the time came, she welcomed Fizzy into her life with open arms. All while Sunburst didn't even remember Starlight Glimmer. Personally, I do like the choice of Sunburst having little to no memory of Starlight. It's a real knife twister that can really help show you how bad Starlight's ideology actually was. It's the kind of emotional hurdle that is very important for Glam Glam to overcome. But still, it's so funny that Glitter Drops had nothing but good memories of Fizzy, and is still haunted by her shame and guilt of thinking she's the one to blame for what happened to Tempest. The polar opposite of Sunburst, who did not remember Starlight nor feel any guilt for her fate, and I can't blame him. Unlike Glitter Drops, he had no reason to ever feel guilty over it all. He had nothing to do with Starlight's turn to evil. All he did was have something good happen to him. So good that he left his home. And sure, he was not at fault for Starlight's evil, and neither was Dropsy with Tempest, but she actually cared enough about her friend to feel that guilt, and she was directly responsible for helping Tempest realize that it would have always gone that same way, and maybe that's not so bad. I don't blame Glitter Drops at all for what happened to Tempest, in the same way that I don't blame Sunburst for what happened to Starlight. They were children. They didn't have the emotional maturity to understand that what they were about to do could have such deranged, unforeseen consequences. And those unforeseen consequences were not their fault no matter what. Starlight and Tempest were their own people. Hell, I could even say I don't blame Starlight for taking Sunburst's leaving so badly. If you are a literal toddler, you'll process things a lot worse, and you might not have the emotional capability to handle such a big change like that. Taking that into adulthood is deranged, but hey, Starlight is a bit deranged. But what's important here, thematically, character-wisely, is that Glitter Drops blamed herself, even if it wasn't her fault. That guilt, that shame, it was an extension of how much she cared about Fizzle Pop Berry Twist, about how much she cared about Fizzy, and that matters. I always thought that Starlight's backstory was stupid, and it is, but it didn't even dawn on me that Tempest had an incredibly similar one, down to the childhood friend moving out to CSGU thing, except it's done infinitely better. I always thought it was funny that Starlight Glimmer and Sunset Shimmer shared so many concepts, but Sunset was always executed better. But holy fuck, Tempest Shadow does that all twofold. She's the smoking gun. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, Sunset Shimmer's ties to Celestia and origins as a previous student before Twilight makes her so much more interesting to explore as a character. Sunset's rise to redemption feels infinitely more warm and realistic, considering that everyone around her did have reasons to hate her, and that she had to do big, awesomely good deeds in front of everyone to earn their respect. Starlight has anxiety about being in Ponyville because she thinks she's being judged for her past evil deeds. But literally no one around here knows her. She's living halfway across the country from people that she actually hurt. Her village! Sunset, meanwhile, was stuck living with the people she hurt. She had to personally mend those bridges. She couldn't just escape. And when she rose to the occasion, her role as a leader came naturally given the absence of a Twilight Sparkle in her world. And given how she was taught by Celestia to be this kind of leader, this hero that she was always meant to be, Sunset Shimmer belongs here. She earned it. And now I'm going to gush about how much better Sunset Shimmer is than Starlight Glimmer.
Target silent! There she is! Shut her up before she talks more!
Hey, no, you can't stop me! Let go of me! Let go of me! I need to talk about Sunset Shimmer! I need to talk about Sunset Shimmer! So now let me go! And with that, we are done talking about Starlight Glimmer properly. This section of this video is a compromise, because I don't want to be a hater of this caliber, you know? I don't want to make a video exclusively dissecting why Starlight Glimmer sucks. I don't want to do that. I'm not about to start writing a diss track on her, showcasing how amazing Tempest and Sunset are compared to her. I will, however, draw this. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah, that seems accurate. I mean, maybe I could make that storytime segment into its own video, but I'm satisfied with this, to be honest. The issues with this character encompass a larger whole of how this show does writing in general. I just couldn't ignore it. And seeing as to how popular she is and how prevalent she is in the show, it's really hard to ignore her. I know most of all of this wasn't actually talking about the MLP finale, but I needed to put these thoughts down because they are paramount for the many failures of the show as a whole. And she, much like the show, still has moments of brilliance. I wouldn't have written an entire fanfic where she is the protagonist and goes on a wild quest with her friends to save Cozy Glow from Tartarus if I didn't like her just a little bit. That's the thing, really. As a writer, my general perspective isn't to ignore what I hate about a story, but in fact try to understand it, improve it, even with my own personal spins on it. And I'm very happy to say that I worked my ass off and did not ignore characters that I disliked in canon. They all have potential. Every single character in this show has amazing potential. Some more than others, of course, but hey, what are you gonna do? And hell, if you've read my writing, you should know I'm the biggest goddamn Pinkie Pie glazer. I write her as a highly empathetic, highly reliable, highly caring friend whose efforts to make you smile never, ever come at a cost of your own comfort. Huh. Hey, speaking of Pinkie Pie, so far, I have pretty primarily talked about the two-parters, but let's start touching on the actual true finale of the show, shall we? And we will do that by doing nothing more and nothing less than analyzing where our beloved heroes ended up after everything. And let's start with the aforementioned pink pony. Why not?
He's just a little scrumbler squinky.
there's a few reasons why I started with our beloved Pinkie Puck over here. And the primary one is that out of all of the members of the main 6, I think it's safe to say that she got the closest to a true happy ending out of any of them. Don't get me wrong, there's a few critiques I want to hand out, but I'll start simple. For starters, Pinkie rarely ever got arcs in the show. She's a character that's usually used for gags and bits, if not just to have a screaming quota on the scene. I want to love her, but oh my god, I feel secondhand embarrassment for her a lot of the time because she possesses zero empathy and simply does not know how to behave in public. I believe the closest we got to a comprehensive arc in this series was when there was an episode that showed just how desperate she was for affection. It was the one in season 1 called Party of One. In it, you can see just how desperately Pinkie craves for validation and attention from everyone, and how it breaks her when she doesn't get it. There's definitely a story to be had here, some deeper analysis of how this character needs to be surrounded with people that are honest and communicative, while also setting clear, strict boundaries. The main 6 are not that for her. Pinkie is loud and boisterous and annoys the hell out of them, and rarely do they ever give her anything more than an annoyed glance or calling her name angrily. Which, can I just say, what the hell is the showrunners and animators' problems here? Like, they constantly animate and have Pinkie do these little quote-unquote gags where she's just annoying the hell out of everyone, and I'm just sitting here like, is this the element of laughter? Really? I guess she is laughing. That's something. No one else is, though. I don't understand why the showrunners did her this dirty. She's supposed to be the heart, the wholesome, the smile on the face of demise, the glue that holds the group together, but she comes off as a friggin' sociopath most of the time. There's an entire episode dedicated to her harassing an old donkey because he has no interest in being her friend, and rather than it being a lesson that not everyone is going to like you and that's okay, she's rewarded for harassing him. I'm not a Pinkie hater, but at some point we have to acknowledge, like we did for Discord and Starlight, that the writers and showrunners majorly fucked up here. She deserved better than to be an annoyance to everyone around her. There's more than one episode where the entire lesson of it is just, we should let Pinkie do whatever she wants, even if it annoys everybody everywhere, or she will get sad. God, it's like Pinkie as a character is the embodiment of someone who refuses to put on headphones while they're watching TikToks in public. I mean, the writers and animators all approved of this, which makes it extra weird. This girl is the element of laughter, and yet most of her interactions with other people are disturbing their personal space and making a scene in public. There's the famous example in the show where in one of the first episodes, Pinkie expresses genuine empathy and concern by saying,
No, we can't prank Fluttershy. I mean, she's so sensitive. It'll hurt her feelings, even our most harmless prank. Yeah, you're right.
And that is beautiful, that's really sweet and caring. But in later episodes, she's actively implicit in scaring and frustrating Fluttershy, not to mention allowing Rainbow Dash to prank her further. Well, allowing is a strong word. No one could stop Rainbow Dash from being an asshole to her friends. She's like a force of nature in that regard. Which, by the way, speaking of Rainbow Dash, she devolves a lot, and it's kind of nuts. It feels like any instance where she shows loyalty is a scripted event for the sake of the element being apparent in a fucking friendship mission. Otherwise, the writers do not give a fuck, and they write her to be a huge asshole that doesn't care about anybody or anything, all the way to the final seasons. And I don't get it. I don't get why they would do that to the characters that we're supposed to like and care about. You see what I mean about rubber band character arcs? This show is so weird about growth. But nope, nuh-uh. I'm not commenting on Pinkie or Rainbow Dash's war crimes. I'm supposed to just be looking at the characters in the finale specifically. In the two-parter finale, Pinkie is fine. She's just herself. She doesn't really add or subtract from the plot. There's this moment where she gets Discord's magic, and honestly, I would have liked seeing this go further. As the comics have shown, chaos-bearing antagonists are entertaining as fuck, and PINKIE was literally one of them at some point too. It's a shame it's kind of a throwaway gag. I don't really subscribe to the whole every main 6 member should have become alicorns whole movement / theory, but I do think that if any one of these 6 could have been an alicorn, it'd probably be Pinkie Pie and Rarity. PINKIE specifically, because of taking all of Discord's powers for her own, could have made her ascend in her own way, and maybe she could wield his powers questionably better, be his heir while also his usurper, which in itself could have been a fun way to beat him as a villain. Give someone else his powers, someone that would use them with more empathy and love and care. Though I'm not sure canon Pinkie Pie qualifies for anything close to something like empathy. Meanwhile, I think Rarity could have been an alicorn because she's really pretty. No more notes. Rarity is just really pretty, and she's awesome. She would own that shit. She doesn't need it, but she would own it. Let's go back to the subject of PINKIE in the finale, not just examine the show's weird, strange writing choices for her as a whole. The finale provides us with a time skip, and when we see her, she is a mother and is married to Cheese Sandwich, aka Weird Al Yankovic's Pony Sona. Honestly, at first glance and even second, this is perfectly fine. She has spliced her genes with a character that behaves exactly like her, making the ultimate meme silly babies. She got Weird Al Yankovic pregnant, and now it's everyone else's problem. Her older design is really cute. Honestly, every single one of the main 6's older designs are really good. Except for Twilight. Oh my god, Twilight looks like a lanky ass. Oh, she should not have Celestia's body type. What the hell? So, to those that ship Pinkie and Cheese out there, y'all are lucky, to be honest. The show actually bothered to give these characters a few episodes together, and besides the fact that the episodes seem at times aggressively platonic, it's nice to see genuine canon couples that wound up together and happy, with no speculation or ifs or buffs about it. They literally have babies. You can't possibly have a showrunner tweeting later about how it's all open to interpretation. But I have a problem with this. And the problem is that I find that the Pie sisters' romance situation is very strange. Limestone got nothing for her. Marble briefly had a bit of blushiness towards Big Mac, but maybe the showrunners realized that declaring the Pie and Apple family cousins made that weird, so they gave Big Mac a cute love interest and gave Marble nothing. And then there's Maud and Pinkie. Maud and Pinkie have only dated men that are essentially gender-bend versions of themselves. Makes me icky and weird. It's odd. Here's the thing, Pinkie and Maud are the weird girls. They're the girls that make the average pony around them confused. They're the girls that the average pony finds off-putting and strange. They're the weird girls. Maud has an incredibly reserved demeanor and wears her emotions very close to her chest. She is highly intellectual about her interests and is clearly very much stronger than the average pony. Pinkie is the opposite. She is constantly shouting out loud and irritating everyone around her. She is a menace in Ponyville, I swear. But the point is, Pinkie is extroverted, she's peppy, and she's silly, and she's wacky. No one around her really matches her energy. They find her weird, and they are off-put by her. So here's the thing, dear viewer. When the show declares that these girls can only get together with what amounts to being a gender-bend version of themselves, I find that a bit odd. Maud could only get together with someone equally quiet, equally hyper-focused on a specific interest? Nobody else? She couldn't have a relationship with someone that just gets her, that sees through her, that understands her? She had to be in a relationship with someone exactly like her, except lamer? Bazinga! And with Pinkie too. The implication that only Cheese Sandwich could ever tolerate Pinkie because he is exactly like her is deranged. It's weird and it makes me icky. Are the writers admitting defeat here? Are they confessing that they find these characters unlovable? That these characters could only be loved by themselves? By gender-bend versions of themselves? These writers and animators did make an effort to show Pinkie being an annoying dickhead to everyone she loves consistently. So I wouldn't be surprised that they themselves think that Pinkie is unlovable. But I disagree! You're telling me no one could ever fall in love with these girls? No one with different tastes? No one could ever match their freaks except people exactly like them? I set aside what the characters might want here. What the characters themselves, quote unquote, might want is just a copy of themselves. It's just a clone. Because honestly, these are fictional characters puppeteered by writers. Good for them if they're happy, but like, there's a strange agenda here. I'm just sad, you know? Romantic relationships are incredibly rare in this show, and after I watched Sunset's backstage pass, it kind of clicked with me that PINKIE absolutely could have chemistry with characters that aren't copies of her. And then it just made me bummed out, because we could have had variety, and a nice demonstration that weird girls can find love outside of their weird specific weirdness or whatever. And that they can really just attract people, even if they're not the same exact kind of people. That you don't need to be a clone of someone to match their freak. PINKIE has had some decent ass ships that show that she could be with someone that gets her, that isn't annoyed or frustrated by her as easily, that could match her freak. PINKIE just needs a relationship with someone that can totally match her freak, even if they don't need to copy it. Right off the top of my head, Sunset Shimmer and Rainbow Dash clearly can match Pinkie Pie's freak. Sunset would totally make PINKIE better, and Rainbow Dash would make her worse. Pick your poison, no matter what, it is fun. Like, imagine if Maud Pie had gotten together with Rockhoof. And no, I don't mean this just because his name has rock on it. I mean it because he's a hunk, and clearly someone that could handle a woman of Maud's caliber. I'd fucking watch that. Do you honestly believe the Mudbriar could satisfy her? She was more into him when he was turned into stone. There are multiple jokes about how she's hoarding about fucking a rock.
You got the hunk part right.
Rockhoof and Mistmane are still very cute as a ship though. Maybe I'm just a Pinkie Pie glazer. I may be profoundly bothered by her canon characterization, but whenever I write her, I see her potential so much. The potential to be a kind, supportive, loving friend. Someone who just wants to see you smile, but will never get up in your face about it. That will never break your boundaries, make you uncomfortable, or be loud in a fucking public place when everybody wants to be quiet. Let's be real here. If you met Pinkie Pie while you were in public transportation and she started doing her flips and screaming loud as fuck like she does, you wouldn't think she's quirky. You would think that she's the most annoying person you've ever fucking met. You might admire her acrobatics though, I definitely would, but the high-pitched screaming would drive anyone off that fucking bus. But I digress. PINKIE had a happy ending. She has children, she might be living in Ponyville, they don't make that entirely clear, and she seems to be very pleased with the quiet life she has. She never really needed anything more than this, and that's okay. And speaking of characters with healthily low ambitions...
Should she suffer? All right, clap if you think she should suffer.
As expected, older Fluttershy is serving looks. That hairdo is really damn cute, and it really gives off a peaceful gardener kind of vibe. Kind of like a cat lady that is absolutely loving life. It's really fitting. Fluttershy is in a similar position to Pinkie Pie, being a character that was never particularly ambitious. Her biggest desire was to have an animal sanctuary, and it seems that she absolutely got it. So, happy ending, I guess? Come to think of it, she got her animal sanctuary in season 7, and she was already taking care of animals way before that, so I guess she was already doing what she wanted. I guess she lived the rest of her days gardening and taking care of animals and stuff, and she would have done that regardless of anything that happened in the plot of the finale. Good for her. She deserves it. Honestly, this is a great example of a satisfying yet an ambitious finale for a character. Let's face it, Fluttershy never wanted or needed more than to feed wet food to animals in the forest. If nothing else, most of the show was an obstacle in the way of that. Sure, she got a little less shy as quote-unquote character development, but what her true desire has always been is to live a quiet life and hang out with little animals. Retiring from being an element of Harmony is pretty much the best thing that ever happened to her, to be honest, which is a pretty big sign that maybe she shouldn't have been needed to be constantly dragged around in horribly dangerous adventures. The girl just wants to chill out. I understand what the show wants to do with making her less shy through forcing her out of her comfort zone, but sheesh. After all of this, all Fluttershy wants still is just to live a quiet life in the woods, and that should be okay. Her only contribution to the MLP movie is giving therapy to one guy, and the rest of the movie she spends whimpering. She shouldn't be in the fucking war. She shouldn't even be in the club either. This is definitely a good segue to a very weird thing that I noticed as I watched the finales and the specials and the movies. The main 6 is a singular character as a crew, not counting TWILIGHT. Rather than them being several different characters that comprise a team, whenever they are all together, there are often times where they are a unit that loses their individuality. The 5 supporting girls are one conjoined character when they need to save a grander plot, and they all suffer from it. The show struggles to handle all of them as individuals, but at least their mid-season episodes are much better since they focus on individuals or pairs. Pairs are great. That episode where Rarity wants to take Applejack to a spa, still fucking fantastic. This is a problem that Equestria Girls does not suffer from as much, because they often either separate the group or pair up girls in their specials and movies. But I digress. I can't talk about how good Equestria Girls is right now or I'm going to explode. I'll go into detail of this subject of the main 6 being a singular character in a later section. Maybe. I don't know. I'm tired. Maybe I'll leave it to the MLP movie analysis. I don't know. Give me a break. I've pretty much said most of what I wanted to say about Fluttershy already. After all, in the finale, she's simply another one of the main 6, not providing much of unique insight. The most memorable thing she does is to send swarms of birds to attack a child, which is hilarious coming from the shy, sweet, kind girl. Other than that, she got a happy ending. I wish I didn't need to talk about anything else. I could close the Fluttershy section here with a smile and move on. But unfortunately, like the fandom often does, it's impossible to talk about Fluttershy without addressing the men in her life. Or should I say man? Okay, elephant in the room time. So, the ship Fluttercord was not actually confirmed canon. It is less canon content than APPLEJACK, which has less canon content than something like CHRYSALIS. Make with that as you will. I think the weirdest piece of trivia regarding these 2 ships is that a showrunner, Jim Miller, went on Twitter in a Q&A and said they were both quote-unquote open to interpretation, which is just a fancy way to fence-sit about shipping and refuse to actually showcase a relationship openly developing on screen. I would have rather have these characters kiss on screen than this wishy-washy behavior, to be honest. And I don't even like these ships! I mean, there is a huge issue with Discord being in the center of most Fluttershy conversations and she doesn't get to have the spotlight or be a character of her own. Hell, I am adding to this issue right now with this video essay. The Discord segment was fucking enormous, and this Fluttershy segment is minuscule. I'm so sorry, Fluttershy stans. I'm so sorry. Fluttershy is really cute and she's really sweet and she's really soft, but holy fuck, I'm sorry. Okay, I don't want to talk about Discord anymore. I give him so much breath, but it's kind of impossible not to address it when thinking of Fluttershy as a Discord-centric character. There's just so much I can say about ponies without fucking turning to dust, and I need to move on. Man, I wish the Flutterbat thing had gone somewhere. Talking about wasted character potential, giving this sweetheart a dark side she couldn't control would be nice. But also, it's not like she was a vampire anyways, she was just drinking fruit. Not much of an intense emotion you can explore with that as a character. But hey, it was still aesthetically pretty fucking cool. Good for her. I don't really care about either of these ships. If you ship either of them, all the power to you, to be honest. I spent all of my hate energy already. I can't spend it on Fluttercord right now. If I start, I won't be able to stop. Ship what you ship, but if you take a special pride in these ships quote-unquote being canon, girl, I feel sorry for you. You deserve better. There's like no content of these ships on screen other than their base chemistry. Again, less actual content than Kurosami. They don't even hold hooves in the finale. Is all we get to have for these kinds of shows just chemistry? That's all? Why don't we hold these quote-unquote canon ships to a higher standards? We're really just happy with the badges of canonization? Why do we only get these relationships to be cautiously canonized in the final episodes, in the final moments of the show? Not even hetero couples get to have a long-running relationships in shows most of the time. It all just has to be reserved to the end of the damn show. And if there's a sequel, the characters are no longer together. Shout out to the Mummy movies. The sequel not only had the protagonists still be together, but they were madly in love and had a kid together. And the narrative of the sequel was about keeping their kids safe. 10 out of 10. Fantastic action movies. I legitimately might like these 2 movies better than I like any Indiana Jones movie, and I'm not. Sorry, getting sidetracked. So, Fluttershy just takes care of animals as a good ending, huh? This sure is a finale for her. Whether she has a chaotic hell husband that everyone hates or not, she lived and died doing the job she loved. I suppose, in a way, she got all she ever wanted. And maybe she's happier than she's ever been in the show now that she doesn't get thrown in world-saving quests. Kind of ironic that the happiest and most fulfilled we'd see of Fluttershy would be when she's finally uninvolved with the story. She has always been a shy, soft girl and wasn't made for bombastic action. I guess in a way, the best possible ending for her would be for there to be no more adventures anymore. She doesn't need to be an element of harmony anymore, and that's okay. Honestly, she shouldn't have been dragged into world-ending adventures anyway. Let Fluttershy chill out. Don't put her in these awful situations. The girl just wants to be okay and chill. She doesn't have to go on world-saving adventures anymore. It's not her responsibility. And that's good. She gets to enjoy her life for whatever limited time that is, considering that the world is gonna end soon.
Apples on apples. Apples, my apples.
This segment is going to be tangentially related to the Rainbow Dash segment that's coming up, since the show decided to quote-unquote canonize them, even though the showrunners themselves walk back on it like pussies, or should I say never committed in the first place? So, for the sake of conceptualization, let's pretend that Apple Dash is actually canon for a moment. So, Applejack owns Sweet Apple Acres and works there for life. Good for her. She wanted to inherit it, and she was clearly the most qualified out of her two siblings to do it. Rainbow Dash works in disguise as a Wonderbolt, so Applejack doesn't get to see her much, because she can't fucking fly. Her brother has a son, which is lovely, and Apple Bloom is off to friendship school to be a teacher. And Applejack is spending most of her time alone. This is fucking lonely. The family mare, the most dependable mare in Ponyville, the one that literally sings about passing knowledge down through generations, doesn't have kids of her own. Maybe it's my trans Applejack headcanon, or maybe it's my love for Rarity, but like, what the hell, man? Not even one kid? Not even an adopted kid? Out of all the characters in the main six, she's the one that ends up without children? Pinkie Pie has a kid, and it probably won't be her last. Big Mac, her brother, has a son, and it might not even be his last. Look at Big Mac's son. He looks about the same age as the Cutie Mark Crusaders were at the start of the show. You can't tell me that Applejack would see her brother have a kid, and that she wouldn't somehow have baby fever too. She just wouldn't. You can't tell me that she and Rainbow Dash just haven't had kids yet. If not now, if not before her brother, then fucking when? Look, I get it. I get the basic argument that could be said here. Not every character should end up with marriage and kids. You have no idea how much I agree with that. For real. Hell, I have a hard time imagining Rainbow Dash herself getting married, even to girls she loves. She seems like a girlfriends forever kind of girl. I understand RD not wanting to have kids of her own, honestly. But here's the thing. Applejack is the family mare. She's a family mare. She was raised on her parents' example of truly overwhelmingly passionate love. She was raised on the idea of passing down her home through generations. She literally sings about it.
And it's something true to pass on down to generations yet to come.
So you're telling me she wouldn't want kids of her own? God, I've seen Apple Dash shippers say that the selling point of the ship is that they aren't as mushy as other couples together, because that's just not how they are. Seriously, have you seen Applejack? Have you seen how she loves her family and her friends? Have you seen how she talks about Rara? How she talks about Rarity? How she talks about her family? How she loves them so fully and strongly?
All right, y'all, keep it down. It ain't like it's a life-changing experience or nothing. My little sister's all grown up. Hey!
You're telling me that in a romantic relationship, she would just be chill, totally chill, laid back, not want kids, not be mushy, not love strongly, fiercely, passionately. I can imagine Rainbow Dash wouldn't want kids. I can understand that. But Applejack the Apple, not want kids? I mean, I guess I could understand her not wanting to have kids with Rainbow Dash. She doesn't even trust Rainbow Dash to do chores.
Maybe maybe we could get to places on time if you let me do some of the chores instead of always doing everything yourself.
Maybe I would if you did them the right way.
Which, hilariously, Dash famously never liked doing in the first place. God, the home life must be stressful. But Rainbow Dash doesn't stay there long with all her Wonderbolt gigs anyways. She's literally a captain, so silver linings, she doesn't need to deal with her wife. It's kind of crazy that they do have time to argue about chores, considering that she has a full-time gig as a Wonderbolt captain. Applejack lived with 2 siblings and a loving grandmother for most of her life. And now she lives alone until her wife dignifies her with a visit after hours from the skies? What the hell, man? She skulks about in Sweet Apple Acres working until she dies, waiting for Rainbow Dash to come down from the skies? That's just fucking depressing to me. It's a good thing that this ship isn't canon because oh my god. Actually, it seems like Big Mac lives in Sweet Apple Acres with Sugar Belle and their son, which doesn't really help that much. I mean, it's somewhat, kind of. Imagine that Applejack is waiting for her own wife to come down from the skies because she's often away, and her brother is happily with his wife and son right next to her. She's playing third wheel in her own home. Maybe Applejack got her fill of being a mom just out of caring for her brother's son. Who knows? Ugh. I don't know. I guess you could imagine this as a perfect idyllic life if you'd want. I can't, but if you can, good for you, honestly. I can't shrug off this sad sensation when I see her claiming that her dubiously canon wife can't even do chores right. The old ball and chain, am I right? She won't have kids of her own to pass on her legacy. The Apple lineage sure as hell isn't continuing with our beloved protagonist Applejack, and that saddens me. I get that the fandom sees her as the quote-unquote Apples girl, as the farmer that doesn't require anything else to live, as a character with no depth and aspirations whatsoever because she's just apples, apples, apples. But like, Jesus Christ, man, even if Applejack was that shallow, which she isn't, and if she was that boring, which she isn't, it wouldn't excuse all of that anyways. I never saw Applejack as a clear-cut, simple character. I always liked her love for her family and her aspirations and priorities. I always liked the little stories that show her struggling monetarily. I liked the little narrative about her wanting to show off, not being immune to pride every once in a while. And I really do enjoy the ways that anger plays into her character sometimes. An underlying thing that's inside her that she just can't keep down sometimes. And I thought that the potential of putting her in a romantic scenario with a mare that makes her rethink her priorities away from her family would be incredibly compelling. She deserves the same whirlwind, intense, passionate romance her parents got, you know? Just saying, Pear Butter and Bright Mac probably wouldn't have stopped at just 3 kids. But we didn't get any of that. Applejack deserved better. Oh, right. I'm supposed to talk about what she did in the finale. I forgot that this was a review of the finale for a second. I liked the moment where she broke that wall and was pouty about it. I love it when Applejack shows her strength, and I really appreciate it here. I like that AJ and Rarity were kinda cuddly sometimes, that was cute. I like that whenever Discord makes Fluttershy cry, Applejack is the first one to console her, not only because she cares deeply about her friends, not only because Discord does that so often, but also because Applejack seemingly hates his ass, which I fucking adore. I mean, yeah, no wonder. The fucking guy that is literally chaotic and obeys no rules and lies and cheats and is a piece of shit to everyone. The element of honesty is not a fan of that.
For all the time you spent with us, you really haven't picked up too much in the way of friendship lessons, huh?
You fucking tell him, girl. Yes, yes, yes. There isn't really much to say otherwise. Like, I love Applejack, don't get me wrong, but like I said before, in finales, the main 6 are often a unit. They don't get to have individual character motivations and arcs, or be unique parts of the narrative. They are along for the ride to be Twilight's elements of harmony, and that's about it. They're still fun and cute and quirky, but sadly none of these finales are driven by the individual needs of these characters except for, oh my god, the Grand Galloping Gala. Applejack wanted to go to the gala so she could support her family business, which is very noble and nice. Rainbow Dash wanted to go there to show off to the Wonderbolts. Rarity wanted to try to seduce Prince Blueblood. Pinkie wanted to try to make a party. Fluttershy wanted to hang out with animals. Oh my god. The Grand Galloping Gala is the one finale where each of these characters have unique motivations that they're actually working towards that don't particularly directly involve following Twilight along. Oh my god. The Grand Galloping Gala is the GOAT. It really is the best finale all along.
I'm the Dash.
Okay, I don't want to do what I did with Starlight here, so I'll just rapid fire some issues I have with this character. I'm not the only one that noticed how poorly the writers treated Rainbow Dash. The character that's supposed to represent loyalty incarnate regularly is an incredibly unreliable and selfish asshole and casually stirs shit and causes trouble for her own amusement to her own friends. The writers really fucked up majorly with Rainbow Dash, and they kept her issues all the way to season 9. In the beginning, she was a lot more mellow. That scene where Pinkie claims that they shouldn't prank Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash agrees isn't just a demonstration of Pinkie having basic empathy and acting like a kind friend, but also of Rainbow Dash being a respectful and nice person to her own friends, understanding their own limitations even if she wants to be a little prankster. Then, of course, later on, the writers decided to walk back on it and make a full episode dedicated to Rainbow Dash not respecting friends like Fluttershy and going overboard with pranks. She is literally laughing at the fact that she's making Fluttershy cry. But hey, they do the exact same kind of character regression with Pinkie. They're fucking menaces. I wonder why the writers do this. I wonder why the writers wanted Rainbow Dash to constantly be the scapegoat, constantly be the lightning rod of bullshittery in this crew. Did the fans like this? Like, actually? Did they enjoy one of the protagonists being a huge asshole to her friends all the time? Oh shit, I forgot. The fans were bronies at the time. Of course they enjoyed it. And then in a later episode, her pet wants to hibernate, but she's so against the idea that she does eco-terrorism. God, this episode sucks. You can't try to make an illusion a metaphor to pet death when the pet isn't actually dying, guys. He's literally just about to go to fucking sleep and Rainbow Dash decided to commit terrorism about it. She just destroyed winter and flooded a town with snow because you didn't want her pet to take a nap. If Tank was actually dying, I would completely understand and the episode's message would make sense, but this sucks ass. Rainbow literally sells Fluttershy because she doesn't have the initial instinct to realize that's wrong. What the fuck, writers? Okay, in her defense, that was more of a dumbass Rainbow moment than an asshole Rainbow moment. She regrets it pretty fast and it's a sweet episode. Even as far as the last Rainbow Dash centric episode, she was still not in any way demonstrating loyalty. The same girl that back on season 1 was teaching and coaching Fluttershy how to cheer can't be fucked to actually participate in cheerleading in season fucking 9? She's dismissive and disinterested and scoffing at the idea of helping kids cheer by the request of a friend of hers? Yeah, no, sorry guys. I just couldn't bear to work as a cheerleader captain. It's beneath me and I hate it. Anyways, meanwhile, in season fucking 1...
Now, what have we learned? Lots of control. Good. Screaming and hollering. Yes, and most importantly, passion. Right. So now that you know the elements of a good cheer, let's hear one. Yay. Ugh, you're gonna cheer for me like that? Louder. Yay. Louder. Yay. Louder! Yay. Too loud.
This is legit a cute scene, and it's fucking wonderful for both characters. Fluttershy is learning to be more confident and outgoing, while Rainbow Dash is quietly begging for any sort of emotional support from a friend when she's about to go do something very intense and scary, while she disguises it as coaching. It's cute and nice. But nope, in the final season of the show, she can't bear to be the captain of a cheerleading squad, even as a favor to a friend. Do these writers watch their own show? I think that the worst part of Rainbow Dash being such a monumental asshole for so long in the show is that it would be so easy to write her better. It would be so easy to write her to be more sympathetic and cool. And the solution is incredibly easy. Ready for it? Don't get rid of Lightning Dust. Lightning Dust was a rival Pegasus that was in 2 episodes. 2. She was the only Pegasus flyer that was ever implied to fly even close to Rainbow Dash's speed. And the showrunners just didn't like the idea of Rainbow Dash ever having to deal with not being the best. So she was banished into oblivion? Think about this. Isn't it weird that out of all of the Pegasi that have lived for 1,000 years in harmony, only one is capable of performing a sonic rainbow? That even though Rainbow Dash might have invented it, the other Pegasi that were more adults, more skilled, more capable, didn't even try to do the same thing after she discovered it? If Lightning Dust could also do a sonic rainbow, that would humble the hell out of Rainbow Dash. If she wasn't sure if she could actually outmatch Lightning Dust in speed, she would have to reconsider what makes her special. She would have to face that maybe not being the best and the fastest is okay sometimes. That being the fastest flyer isn't what makes her special. And that what actually makes her special is her friends. Lightning Dust is alone, even in victory. Yet, Dash has friends to comfort her even in loss. But nope, they just banished Lightning Dust and she was never around again except for one episode where she's not even a Wonderbolt or even defined by her speed as a rival anymore. God forbid Rainbow Dash isn't the best at what she does. God forbid she has to humble herself, learn that there's more to her than being the fastest. God forbid the show doesn't constantly justify and endorse her cockiness and overconfidence. The show has such a decent track record with rivals, but they majorly fucked up with Rainbow Dash. Let's do a quick run-by to compare. Rarity's rival, I would say, is Suri Polo Mare. Despite appearing for only 1 episode, Suri opposed Rarity with plagiarism and success on top of that. An artist's worst nightmare, getting stolen from and beaten because your art was stolen. Rarity had to face that not everyone in her profession was as motivated by creation and passion, and then underhanded tactics hurt her confidence and made her feel like she couldn't trust anyone anymore, not even herself. She was personally hurt by Suri. She was personally sabotaged, and this particular sabotage happened in a field that she absolutely adored. But she rose to the occasion, and she learned a good lesson. She did not allow herself to be put down by an art thief, and did not allow herself to lose faith in her own art because of it either. Fantastic! I would say that Applejack's rivals are Flim and Flam combined. They're liars and con artists and snake oil salesmen. And Applejack constantly has to face the fact that sometimes people are not interested in honesty and hard work. They're just interested in shortcuts and a lie that sounds good enough. But our beloved Apple Girl consistently rises to the occasion and beats them. I'm a bit confused as to why Flim and Flam never get taken by the authorities, but what are you gonna do? Applejack should be allowed to beat the crap out of them, honestly. I would love to see that. Pinkie's rival was actually a nice guy. She's just face to face with someone that not only does exactly what she does, but better. And she's allowed to humble herself and to bow down, and ends up befriending the guy, and then later on impregnating him. Finding out that she is the one that actually inspired him is pretty cute. Cheese Sandwich makes for a cute little rival. Trixie is a great rival to Twilight Sparkle, because although Twilight is humble and never seeks attention despite her incredible talent, Trixie uses tricks and creativity to appear powerful and constantly seek attention despite her lack of natural talent. In Twilight defanging her enemy and eventually befriending her while still not liking her, which is really funny, is pretty good and fun. Fluttershy's rival is no one? Iron Will? Honestly, I think her rival should have been Flutterbat. She should have had an internal monologue telling her to suck blood and be mean and lash out that she slowly overcomes across a few episodes. But I guess the writers realized that Fluttershy was too sweet for rivalries. Meanwhile, here's Rainbow Dash. Lightning Dust was the perfect rival for her, but the writers realized that having a rival would imply that anyone could actually compete with her. So they banished Lightning Dust from the show, which pisses me the fuck off. The whole concept of a character that is tangibly, accurately better than everyone else at what they do, but they're a fucking asshole about it, so that invalidates all their success, is pretty darn good. And it'd be a great way to humble Rainbow Dash, make her realize what makes her truly good. If you watch the movie Cars, Lightning McQueen willingly gives up a win to help another racer, while Chick Hicks gloats and celebrates getting into first place. This could be it! Even Cars got it right, man! But they could have gone even a step further and had Rainbow not actually be in the lead of that race. It could have been an incredible rivalry that makes Rainbow Dash seem like an amazing, compassionate, awesome character with worth. But no, they just make Rainbow Dash that asshole character that's better than everyone else instead. Rainbow Dash is the Chick Hicks here. She's the only one in the world that can do sonic rain booms. Rainbow Dash was so close to greatness, but all the writers thought she was good for was being the fastest and a huge jerk and a meme machine. 20% cooler, yay. What an absolute waste of such an iconic character. At the very least, I can say Rainbow Dash has a normal, good progression to her character. She joins the Wonderbolts as a reserve, then she becomes an official member, then she becomes a captain. Natural progression. It's similar to Rarity, where she visits Canterlot to put her image out there, then she opens a boutique there, then she opens a boutique in Manhattan, then you can see her name is known and respected all around Equestria, and she's absolutely loving herself with a fashion empire. But, oh my god, man. The writers did Rainbow Dash so dirty. Just like they did Pinkie Pie. Okay, let's get back to the subject. Let's talk about the finale. You might be expecting for me to say that Rainbow Dash is the most fulfilled out of the main six. That hey, she became the captain of the Wonderbolts or something. She kept doing what she loves on her own terms with people she cares about. And she's even got a dubiously canon wife waiting for her back home. But I've been holding something back from you. Something incredibly recent, yet something that I've been thinking about since the first second I decided to make this video. Something that utterly shook the foundation of those that already felt uneasy about the connection of G4 to G5. A comic came out recently, one that was related to the ponies of G5 finding Cloudsdale and finding historic holograms of Rainbow Dash, a lost city with memories of the generation that came before. In these holograms, Rainbow Dash had a final message to whoever managed to find the lost city in disguise. Here it is.
I don't know why I'm doing this. This is silly. It's just... this place, the Wonderbolts, this was my whole life for years. These days I spend more time at Sweet Apple Acres than here, but this still hurts. Twilight is sealing all the magic today, which means I'm gonna lose my flight, and I don't know how I can live with that. It's not just magic for me, it's freedom, it's who I am. It's my home here in Cloudsdale, it's my life as a Wonderbolt. What does it mean to be a Pegasus if your rings don't work? We don't know what will happen to Cloudsdale when the magic goes away, but I do know that someday the magic will be back. So I'm recording this message for the next Pegasi who can fly, the next Pegasi who find this city, this museum. It's your turn now. Bring back the Wonderbolts. You don't have to call them that, but what we did was important. The world needed us. Whoever you are, it's your turn to be awesome, okay?
This changes everything. Because now we know that even if these characters were maybe happy in their 40s, in the time that we see the show end, that happiness didn't last. Now we know that the events that occurred that ended Twilight's reign happened in the lifetimes of our beloved heroes. Rainbow Dash couldn't fly anymore. She was forced to live a life grounded, unable to do what she always loved, and forced to spend her time on the ground. Apple Dashers rejoice. At least Rainbow Dash can't fly away from Applejack anymore. Never mind that she's depressed and unfulfilled, we're good. Maybe now she'll learn to do her fucking chores, right? Twilight's reign didn't even last for 100 years. Hell, it must have not even lasted half a century, unless Rainbow is past her 70s here, which I seriously doubt. Now we know that Fluttershy likely lost her ability to talk to animals. Maybe the loss of all magic made it so Pinkie couldn't do her usual party tricks and wacky hijinks anymore. We'll never know. Also, Rainbow specifically says my home here in Cloudsdale in this comic, which is kind of odd to me. Isn't her home in Sweet Apple Acres? I guess not. She does imply that she spends more time in Sweet Apple Acres, but okay. Think about this for a fucking moment. The character who defined her entire identity with flying died unable to fly. And she must have spent decades unhappy and unable to do it too. She's not 90 here. She's not old and gray, not even close. Honestly, this wraps around to my anti-Applejack stance. Like, flying is such an integral part of her character, of her identity. Why would she ever date a non-flyer? Like, I'm not saying Rainbow Dash is racist.
But griffins were known to be rude, insensitive bullies.
Come on, Rainbow Dash, chill out. Come on, I'm trying to defend you here. But what is the point of her even settling down far from this guy she loves so much? What's the point of her never being able to fly with her lover? Never being able to show whoever she loves most her favorite spots above the clouds? Whether it's Fluttershy, Spitfire, Lightning Dust, Gilda, or even Twilight Sparkle, I just feel like Rainbow Dash fits a lot better being romantically involved with other flyers. But I guess the showrunners had other ideas. No, let's face it, they had no ideas. Let's have a round of applause to Jim Miller for blessing us with the decanonization of a bunch of ships the viewers were interested in. God damn, not even the heteros get to be happy. Not even Yoda and Sandbar. Jeez. Anyways, Rainbow Dash died unhappy and unable to do her favorite thing ever. So how about that? What a cute pony horse show. Okay, last thing. This one is just for fun. Just for me. If the showrunner's quote-unquote open to interpretation nonsense is to be believed, which I do, and Applejack isn't canon, this is actually kind of really funny. The actual finale where they walk through that door together is actually really funny. Like, is Rainbow Dash just crashing at Applejack's place on occasion for fun? Like a sitcom? Like a good reason to keep visiting her friends on the ground? That's actually kinda cute. No wonder Applejack wouldn't want her to do chores. That makes so much sense. Rainbow Dash isn't Applejack's wife. She's Applejack's wacky roommate that crashes in her place for fun and wacky hijinks. Of course she wouldn't help around the house right. Yeah. You would ask your wife to help with chores, and you would be right to, but you probably wouldn't do the same to an old friend who's occasionally sleeping in your guest room. This is actually kind of a fun idea. It's like a sitcom, and it's kind of wholesome. Rainbow Dash knowing her pal AJ gets lonely, so she hangs out in Apple Acres sometimes, which is just a good time and a good reason to visit her other friends like PINKIE and Fluttershy and Rarity on Ponyville. If Applejack was canon, this would probably be even fucking funnier. It's just be fucking funny. Oh, and speaking of Rarity, the best pony that ever was.
Applejack, when you go big, you really go big. Well, you don't have to make it even harder. Fuck me hard.
I saved my favorite of the main six for last, and I need to be bitter about it. So, Rarity looks beautiful. She looks like she aged like a fine wine. She is giving out MILF energies by the truckloads. It's deranged how lovely she looks. Those gray streaks are absolutely wonderful. And that coat? Oh my god. And somehow, she wound up single. Like, I get it. I understand what most people would argue against this. We've gone through this before here too in this video essay. Not every character or story needs to end in marriage and children, blah blah blah. Or you could even say, she learned to appreciate her hard work and love herself over having relationships. But holy shit, man. Holy fuck. She already knew that at season fucking 1. The moment that she threw cake at Prince Brewblood, she knew to value herself over relationships. But she still wanted a good relationship. She just learned that she didn't need to marry royalty and that she shouldn't settle for a handsome bastard, but rather look for the right person that truly values her. Her ideal Prince Charming wasn't going to be a literal Prince Charming from then on. It would be someone that values her in all of her multitudes and worships her for the awesome fucking amazing woman that she is. She needs a good hunk that loves her, not a damned actual prince. She gained a fashion empire throughout the series. She was successful and earned her damn place among the stars before us, and it was beautiful. She shined and dazzled, and it was incredible. We get to see her open new boutiques, expand her business, become a known name in metropolises and shit. There are multiple episodes dedicated to her success and joys of her businesses, her career, her artistic inspirations. Now, riddle me this. Where are the episodes dedicated to her reaching interpersonal fulfillment? We see her reach business success, which is wonderful, but somehow, even after all that, she still winds up single. I can accept her desire to marry royalty being something that she outgrows. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's a wonderful character arc right there, but her desire to be fulfilled at love? Something that she gives up? You're earnestly telling me that she would drop that after keeping it for 9 fucking seasons? Rarity is literally the most romantic oriented out of the main 6. She's literally the one pony amongst these 6 that ever expressed the desire to love, which is something that she did all the way into the final season. And she didn't even get to have it while even Pinkie Pie got it. Come the fuck on, man. This isn't even just about Rarity right now. Sure, I would have fucking loved it if Rarity was canon, but this isn't about that specifically. I'm mortified either way. Like, where is her Prince Charming, her happily ever after? Don't tell me that she's also stuck on a loop of doing her work forever with nothing to look forward to when she comes back home. This depressive, dissociative state where you see life pass you by because all you have is your work right now. You wake up, you do your chores, you go to sleep, you maybe hang out with friends sometimes, you look up to the next time you get to see them, but otherwise you work because you want to do it, you work because it's good, you work until you die. Are you kidding me right now? She showed unyielding determination with her business and her fashion empire. Don't you try and tell me that she wouldn't show the same determination in the romance department. She wouldn't want to give that up. She loved her little sister and cared about her so much. Don't you dare tell me that Rarity isn't a family-oriented mare. I know she's made friends. I know she's dazzled everyone. I know she's a fulfilled, successful character that managed to truly achieve all she wanted out of her career. And that's exactly why it hurts so much to see that in her personal life, her love life, she's so alone. I think her being single in the finale is a goddamn omen that things aren't right. That the most gorgeous damn unicorn in the damn world wound up unfulfilled in the love department. That she didn't get herself an awesome hunk that loved her fully and truly respected her. The fact that this is how it ends is twisted and I am scared. No wonder Equestria fell. Rarity never got laid. Okay, jokes aside, this does break my heart. Literally no one else in the main 6, or even most of the cast, ever demonstrated an affinity or desire to have a love life, except Rarity. And yet, she wound up alone. Does she have something to look forward to when she's going home? Does she have a vast network of friends all around the world? Does she have a lover in every city? We don't know. We don't know. All we know is that she travels a lot and doesn't often get to be home, and that it's cold.
Ah! Dudes, there's a bat in the kitchen. It tried to touch me with its weird little bat fingers.
Don't worry, I got this under control. Dipper, take care of it.
Yes!
This part is going to be shorter than the others because I've covered a lot about the princess before in this review, and honestly, I'm losing steam. We're so close to the end, I can taste it. I want it to be done. I want to be done with all of this. I want to be free of this pain. I'm going to quickly back away from the actual finale and return to the two-parter, because we need to talk about the 2 Alicorn princesses, Celestia and Luna. No, I'm not talking about Cadence. There is nothing to be said there. She has no contribution in the finale, and frankly, she doesn't do much in the show other than being a mother. Maybe I'll make a video about her someday, but oh my god, she was literally created to sell toys. But Celestia and Luna are fan favorites, and I absolutely consider myself a fan of them too. From them acting regal and like the divine beings they supposedly are, to them acting like cute dorks that barely know how to socialize, there's a lot to love here. Generally, I was always fascinated by the idea of this character that's meant to be analogous to God, but who's also tangible, sitting on a throne next to you, has human needs and desires, while also being feared and revered as an actual powerful creature. This feels like what Marvel tried doing with the Asgardians, but a lot more tangible and potentially interesting. Gods as living, breathing creatures like you or me, but far outclassing any mortal. Celestia and Luna occasionally demonstrate a profound sense of humanity, I guess I could say pony-manity, that is just deeply captivating when you compare them to who they're meant to be. I swear, that little moment in the first season where Celestia tricks the cakes into overfilling her tea and then goes, "Gotcha," is still endlessly cute to me. Such a playful thing. Watch!
Oh, thank you.
Not at all, Your Highness.
Thank you again.
Oh, but of course, Your Majesty.
Gotcha.
Look at her! It established that she's gone through this exact sort of thing before, which, of course she has, after all she's 1,000 years old, and that she's incredibly comfortable with doing what she's doing to break the ice, if you will. She's both showing her subjects that she's playful, that she's observant, and that she is okay with them not being perfect, all the while making this visit of hers a little bit funner for her. All the while telling the audience all these things too. I genuinely consider this scene to be masterful writing. That gotcha is deeply playful and does not hold a hint of malice. Yep, sometimes these characters are very cute and very well written, and sometimes we have the usual. You've watched the finale, you know what sort of thing we have to address. Oh no, the princesses have been one-tapped by a villain and gotten their asses kicked easily. This literally never happens. I'm Twilight Sparkle and I'm scared.
We may not have our magic, but we aren't completely helpless.
Are you sure about that?
Look at Discord. He's like throwing rocks or something. Look at Starlight. She's being yoinked by Luna. What's going on here? How can this superpowered trio not instantly beat these guys down? They don't have any magic. Starlight is the only one with magic here, and yeah, the argument could be made that she could beat them because she's just that good, but what the hell, you know? This is always my least favorite part in every finale in G4 that has these characters. I know that the writers want Twilight to ultimately save the day, but if the only way the writers can do this is by making sure that the two princesses eat shit and lose, what the hell is the point of them existing at all? I get that they want Twilight to be the protagonist, I understand that. Twilight is the protagonist, and she's right to be so. I love her for it. Her perspective in this narrative is really important, but to consistently shrug off, undermine, and shove away the characters that are meant to be in charge, that are meant to be her mentors, that are meant to be literal gods, just to prop up the main character, that doesn't work, especially not this consistently. You've seen that the show is addicted to this narrative device. You've seen how they do it again and again and again. Literally, the finale of season 6 could not exist if the writers didn't make literally everyone lose except for Starlight and her little gang. Having Celestia once go, "This is your fight, Twilight, and now I will let you do it and will not help," kind of works, but after it has happened a million times, it means nothing, especially when it's not Celestia's choice to let Twilight take flight, but instead she just eats shit, loses, and Twilight has to take over. I don't believe that Twilight is strong because she could do what the princesses couldn't. I believe that she's of average strength, and that the princesses are just weak and incompetent. That is what this kind of writing has achieved, because all they do is lose or combat pretty lame threats. They struggle to fight a storm. They struggle to fight the jungle. Like, yeah, okay, maybe I could see forces of nature as big, scary threats. But here's the fucking thing. Having these two girls be relegated to cleanup duty and holding back stuff doesn't make them look any more dignified or capable. We don't get to see Celestia and Luna be competent. We consistently see them fuck up, and Twilight has to fix everything after. How are we supposed to be convinced that Twilight is a mastermind when Tweedledum and Tweedledummer over here can't even seem to do anything right anyways? Fuck me, man. In the My Little Pony movie, they literally invent world-breaking random balls that turn people to stone just so they can justify getting rid of every single princess in the first 20 minutes of the movie. Also, Twilight can save the day. It's so stupid. And despite the Storm King having spare balls on his person and complaining that Twilight is not yet turned to stone, he still decides to leave Twilight unfrozen so that she can be the protagonist of the finale. It's stupid. Here's an idea. If the stakes of your movie requires you to kick out several characters out of the movie entirely to make any sense, maybe your stakes need some reworking, and maybe these characters shouldn't even be in the movie. Make the stakes lower, and suddenly there's no justification required on having these godly beings you made godly to not fix every issue for you. They can literally just chill out and it won't be a plot hole. It's okay. But nope. 20 minutes in and we need these ladies to eat shit so the proper, true, competent protagonist can take over. Oh no! The ball is crossing my barrier slowly. Maybe I should teleport away or toss it back, or maybe I should stand still. Oh, whoop! No! Okay, I'm going to stand entirely still and turn my back to the enemy while I give you exposition. I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure she doesn't have any more of those balls. Whoop! No! Oh, hell yeah. I'm flying away. There's no way they can get me. I'm also not going to look back to make sure that that weirdo's not throwing any balls at me, despite having seen her throw them from far away and with great accuracy. Whoop! No! What a goddamn mess. They haven't convinced me that Twilight is competent. They just convinced me that the princesses are incompetent. When the writers have made the conscious decision to make the mentors of the protagonist get easily beaten by a child, and Cozy Glow is cocky and easily overcomes them with a single fucking bell, I'm just like, what's the point anymore? You might as well commit to this and kill them off in the finale if you're this disinterested in letting them do anything and up the stakes. If you're this committed to Twilight seeming more capable. Hell, while you're at it, use that fucking bell and suck everyone else's magic off. Why not? Steal everyone's magic from every powerful character, because you can just do that. In the same way that you should be throwing those fucking balls that turn people to stone in every single character that's a threat to you. Twilight is right there. Why don't you use the bell on her? You have it on hand and you didn't hesitate on using it on the two princesses. Hell, TIREK, you're literally holding Twilight by the fucking wings. You can just drain her magic yourself. This will literally guarantee your victory. You all know Twilight is the greatest threat to all of you. Celestia and Luna could have been more. We got glimpses of their brilliance and they are fan favorites. Their characterization is often cute and endearing, but they're rarely anything more than that. The comics especially do them impeccably well. The funniest thing is, on the first arc of the comics, they already have figured out how to solve this whole celestial incompetence problem. Just like how the comics did the whole of Unity before the School of Friendship and its colonialist messaging, the comics fixed it first. The first issue revolves around the return of CHRYSALIS. Twilight tries calling for help, and her letter doesn't reach anyone for some mysterious reason. What's more, it's established that there's a comet coming that is going to beef up magic everywhere, endangering everyone. While Twilight was busy fighting a threat in one corner of Equestria, having to single-handedly combat CHRYSALIS, who wanted to use the comet's magic boost to kick Twilight's ass, Celestia and Luna were in other corners of the world fighting other threats that rose due through the passing of the same comet. It's that easy! It's so easy!
Twilight Sparkle, I am so proud of you for defeating the villain that appeared here. I had to quickly defeat another threat that was much bigger elsewhere. I couldn't risk placing you in a battle against it, my precious student. Oh, but good for you for defeating the villain of the week. You're such a good girl.
No one comes off as incompetent or weak. No one comes off as pathetic. The very opposite, actually. The more powerful characters can handle the more pressing, urgent threats, while the protagonists can deal with the threats suited to them. And we get to see them growing stronger. Celeste even says that Luna was doing the same, fighting a threat elsewhere. It's cute. The reason this entire thing annoys me so much is not just because it's so easy to write better, but it's because the comics did crack it, and they did it in the first fucking issue. I repeat, the first issue, 2012. And I'm just Sad. I don't care for the theory that Celestia quote-unquote holds back, because if she didn't, she would kill everyone. That didn't work for Superman either in the shows, you know? If he's always holding back, then he's never truly strong. She can be immensely powerful and simply pick her battles by choice, but being weak and pointless demonstrates another character altogether. And what we see in the show is a doormat. Also, why is Luna so excited to abdicate her throne to Twilight? Why is she so gung-ho about retirement? Celestia got to fulfill her duty for 1,000 years. Luna didn't. Wouldn't Luna want to rule even if alone for a little while longer? She desperately seemed to want this position of power properly, and she has so much lost time to make up for. Why are we acting like she and Celestia are in the same level of fulfillment? Think about this. From Luna's perspective, she has gotten to be a princess for barely a century, pre-Nightmare Moon at the most. And the best years of her rule have been right now, in a time she's a stranger to. In these modern times, she likely hasn't even had the shared throne for a decade now. Why doesn't Celestia retire and let Luna take the reins for a little while? Hell, I imagine this would be a sweet deal for Twilight. She gets to shadow and assist Luna while learning how to rule for herself for a few decades, without having all the full responsibility of the throne, maybe even a few centuries. It would be lovely and fun and sweet to see Luna take the spotlight like this. She deserves it. She's been wrong so many times before. The bottom line is, these characters deserved better, and they got made into jokes. Celestian's Luna interpretation makes them seem like incompetent buffoons. And after everything, if Celestia had at the very least incinerated Discord after what he'd done, I'd be at least a little happier. She goes,
"There isn't a punishment worthy of all you've done."
To two villains and a child, but the guy that set them off is hunky-dory? Not even a slap on the wrist? He didn't even apologize! Hey, Celestia, buddy, the perpetrator is right there. He caused literally all of this and didn't even say sorry. He openly admitted to it. Why aren't you turning him to stone too? If he did it once so remorselessly, he can do it again. It took us so many seasons to have episodes with these two sisters together and as the focus. And no matter how sweet these episodes are, they feel like they're here out of obligation. Here's your princess episodes, chuckle fucks. You get 2 of them. And in one of them, when they're actually trying to help the protagonists, none of the protagonists actually like it. Ugh, and Rainbow Dash openly says,
if you think about it, they literally almost never help.
How are the writers so proud of this line enough to have it be said by a fucking protagonist of theirs? You're having your own characters point out your own writing incompetency out loud in a meta way. This doesn't make you look better, man. It's not funny that the princesses are utterly incompetent. Okay, maybe it is a little bit. But you don't get to pretend that you're in on the joke, that it was on purpose. It doesn't stop it from being bad writing if you have a character say it's bad writing. You don't get to say that you're in on the joke when the joke is on you. On the same episode that the princesses are trying to help, Rainbow Dash says this.
How are we supposed to learn to be rulers of Equestria with them fixing every teensy problem for us?
Rainbow Dash, you're not gonna rule Equestria. You are one of the members of a stunt flight team made to put on parades. You are not qualified to take the throne of anything. None of your friends are. And the princesses are not expecting you to be. Twilight is going to rule Equestria, and when she does, you're gonna fuck off and be a Wonderbolt captain, and all your friends are gonna fuck off in the same way to go live their normal mortal lives. And that's okay! For everyone but Twilight. Well, the princesses retire. They fuck off to an old folks' home and let the 20-something virgin they groomed to be on the throne run the country into the ground. And as we all know, it falls apart. And now it's time to talk about her. It's finally time to talk about Twilight Sparkle. I have a confession to make. I usually can detach myself pretty well from the media I'm observing and loving, so I can approach it from different angles, if you will. What I mean by this is, if a character I know and love dies, I often go, oh cool, I wonder how this will develop the plot. I don't grieve them as I would grieve a loved one, you know what I mean? If it's all for the sake of the plot and an interesting story and narrative and character themes and maybe a cool arc. I'm not saying I'm into torture porn, not at all, but I don't get affected in the same way that most people get by stuff like this. Hell, most of my favorite narratives involve a hero that just can't catch a break. It's always compelling to see someone fight the odds. If this entire damn video essay has been proof of anything, is that I can sit here and try to look objectively at the suffering of my blorbos. I have been doing it for 5 hours after all. I can still get attached to characters from all walks of life, and by thinking critically and keeping my brain turned on, I don't usually get emotionally compromised or personal about it. Hell, if you've read any of my writing, you know I've put my favorite characters through some shit and I did it with a smile. I mean, remember when The Last of Us 2 came out and so many people were freaking out about Joel getting killed in the beginning of the game? Everyone was like, oh no, the character! Simultaneously, I did not care in the same way. I was kind of like just, huh, interesting development. I wonder where this plot is going. It was going bad, but let's not talk about that right now. Seeing characters I know suffer often makes me more invested, yes, but I don't partake in their suffering as if they're real and a friend of mine that's hurting, if that makes sense. Here's the thing though. Twilight Sparkle is one of the very few exceptions to this. Kind of. When I see her unjust suffering, her unjust pain, when I see this show throw her in a goddamn wood chipper, I cringe. I can't help but flinch. I feel that injustice at the core of my being. I feel that this little lavender girl pony deserves so much better than she's getting, so this part of the video essay is gonna be kind of hard for me because I really care about Twilight Sparkle and I really don't like to see her hurt. Why do you think I saved it for last? Because of all characters in this show, she absolutely by far got thrown under the largest bus. We're in the fucking endgame now. This is it. This is where it all went wrong. There's not enough words I could say to describe how much the showrunners failed Twilight Sparkle. It's not just the constant, unending panic attacks that get shrugged off by the cast around her, friends and family and mentors included. It's not just that she has never gotten to live a life of her own, and that the moment that she gained those wings, she was set for national governance and couldn't experience what ponies get to at her age. It's not just that she's a late 20s girl that has never gotten to experience any romantic relationship of any kind, or explore herself as an individual outside of what she has to do to serve this world. It's not just the fact that what she has become is an immortal being, and as a princess of quote-unquote friendship, she will have to watch her friends die of old age one by one. Her friends! If they get lucky to even grow older enough to die of old age, actually, considering the circumstances. And it's not just the fact that Celestia dumped all of this on Twilight incredibly fast, realized it was a bad idea after Sombra nearly destroyed everything, and then less than a season later just did it again anyway. It's just the fact that above all this and more, she is the only suited person for this task. She's the chosen one. Her name is written in the fucking stars. And Cutie Mark Destiny claimed she is the epicenter of this friendship explosion destined to rule. So Twilight could never, ever get away from the responsibility. Even if she wanted to, even if she realized she needed to, for her own sake. Celestia isn't going through the trouble of grooming another pupil. Luna wouldn't bother either. Unless Twilight literally died, they wouldn't go through the trouble of finding a replacement. Twilight is uniquely qualified. The show even reinforced the goddamn Cutie Mark Magic Destiny thing that Twilight had to belong in this position. She has the divine right to rule, and it's really fucked up that because of it, nobody cares about her feelings or who she is as an individual. Her friends have washed their hooves out of this situation. Twilight is moving away to Canterlot so she can rule the world, and they all get to enjoy their lives as mortal beings that have their families while she has nothing. Someone once suggested to me that Twilight could just keep living in Ponyville and rule from there, and just teleport to Canterlot when they needed her. And just no. I don't think so. It will literally just end up being like that one episode where Trixie is trying to get Starlight to pay attention to her, and Starlight keeps having to go away because her band is constantly beeping. It would be like that, but for every waking hour of every single day for Twilight Sparkle. How would she possibly be more relaxed like that? There will be no true moment of rest where national governance is constantly not breathing down her neck. Somehow, despite every other member of the main six also having mid-ass to awful-ass endings, Twilight has the worst of the bunch. Because she has all of the responsibility, the weight of the world on her shoulders, and she's alone. And no, I don't count Spike on this on keeping her company. If you think Spike would somehow be enough to actually compensate for the hollow grief in her heart of the Princess of Friendship, you're dead wrong. And a reminder, he's literally a friendship ambassador, so he is not gonna be around to help her. Do I have to talk about Spike? Do I? It's fucking Spike. Okay, let's rapid fire some things. This is the Spike section of the video now. I like the occasional little brother vibe he has with Twilight. I find it weird that the writing of the show can never decide if he's an eloquent intellectual or if he's an immature child, and they keep bouncing around the two characterizations. He's literally canonically younger than Apple Bloom, yet he's often acting like the super mature grown-up, and it's weird. Having him have a unrequited, pathetic, dragged out crush on Rarity for 9 seasons is infuriating and gross and yucky, and he brings down her character and his own just by existing like this. I can't believe that we were locked into the only boy who is a baby in the show to have a permanent crush on Rarity just because there were no other boys around to show that Rarity is attractive. Let's just do girls, it's better than a fucking child doing it. And I mean, a single episode where Spike demonstrates that he's a normal fucking guy that doesn't care about Rarity anymore in that way in the final season isn't enough. Also, his new goddamn design looks like a goddamn Family Guy character. Every adult interpretation of him actually looks awful in canon. His design was fine enough in that episode where he started growing with a horde, but these other designs are fucking ridiculous. He has potential, but the show sure as hell doesn't explore it, and maybe it shouldn't since the main characters are all grown women in their late 20s. It's a waste of time to try to focus so much on a single little boy, who doesn't even hang out with kids his age, by the way. He never really spends time with the Cutie Mark Crusaders, does he? Okay. Last thing, the Princess Spike episode is incredibly telling of a lot of the show's issues involving Twilight. Twilight overworking and exhausting herself for her job is seen as a normal thing. Everyone seems pretty okay with her being so tired that she's basically passing out of exhaustion. And somehow, the duty of guarding her sleep is put on a child, not the dozens upon dozens of guards they have. And in the end, Twilight needing urgent uninterrupted hours of sleep is barely respected or addressed as something that maybe she shouldn't have to need because of her job. Where is the royal guard protecting her privacy? Where are the structures put in place to stop the princess's very precious hours of rest from not being disturbed? I fucking digress. This episode is only a small microcosm of how much this show disrespects Twilight, and it's fucking telling. This Spike section is over now. Back to Twilight. Seriously, Celestia dealt with this rule for 1,000 years. She was in the throne for 1,000 years. She ruled across generations and lost her damn sister in the dawn of her rule. And she had no family across all of this. Did she handle that well? Is she the picture of grace and paragon of virtue under the weight of time? Was it easier for her because the Equestrian Empire was on its infancy and only the bare minimum was demanded of her until she got the ball rolling? Was she so warped by exhaustion that she thought she could put a poor girl through the same thing she went through and everything would be alright? Don't get me wrong, I love Celestia, but Jesus Christ. Honestly, it's kind of funny. The fandom loves to claim Celestia is a hyper-flawed loser that can't do anything right. But Equestria has stood for 1,000 years in her care, while Twilight's reign canonically didn't even last 50 years. And it ended with Equestria in a worse state than it was at its founding, you know, before Celestia? So who really is the incompetent ruler here? Celestia endured all that we know and countless other horrors for 1,000 years, while Twilight didn't even manage to rule for 100 years. Or 50. I wonder what bad could happen from putting an anxious wreck in charge of not only a nation, but the safety of the world. She's in charge of harmony itself, and in the highest pedestal anyone could ever be, all by her fucking self. I'm not surprised she'd take it all away when her subjects don't behave. She's been through enough. Frankly, if removing all of the magic of the world allows her a chance to simply rest and no longer be responsible for everything, I don't blame her. Don't worry though, guys, she's just twilighting. She's just going twily nanas.
Twily nanas.
Twily nanas?
Maybe I'm too emotionally biased for this. Like, I'm so worried about Twilight's well-being in the show, more than I am for basically any character. The writers nailed on making a character you don't want to see hurt, and one that you feel pity for, and it's fucking crazy. It's like seeing your Blorbo doomed to a life of horrifically lonely labor that only she is qualified for, and she can do nothing else for the rest of her existence. It's so twisted and weird. Everyone just ignores her panic attacks. They treat her like a cute little quirk. Just go have your silly little breakdowns, Twilight. We'll be waiting for you when you get back. Jesus Christ. This all comes to its fated, climactic, horrific conclusion on one of the most well-constructed episodes of this tragedy. Season 7, Episode 22, Once Upon a Zeppelin. This episode is one of my favorites in the show. Not because I think it's wonderful, not because I think it's a masterclass in much, but because it compounds every single way in which Twilight was not ready for all of this perfectly. It's a perfect microcosm of the fate of Twilight Sparkle. Here's this young woman that is highly intelligent and competent, who now has high-ranking royal duties, and she wants a break. She needs a break. Work is piling up. She barely gets to enjoy herself anymore. She hasn't forgotten how to be passionate about things. It's just that she's dangerously close to forgetting it. The crown is getting heavier and heavier. Her responsibilities are growing. Someday soon, she will have to take the throne, a permanent action she will not be able to escape from. Her status keep her from getting privacy, keep her from enjoying herself even in the shortest of vacations, and keep her from being happy. And there's not a friend nor family member around her that actually fights for her chance to simply take a break. After all, from their perspective, she wanted all of this. She is suited for all of this. This is her job. This is what she was made for. This is her destiny. This is normal for Twilight Sparkle. This is what is expected of her. And we all know that she struggles to ask for help because she's supposed to be able to handle all of this. This is what she was made for. She doesn't want to disappoint her peers. Too much is on the line every single day. This episode mortifies me. It has changed my perception on the entire show, and I think it deserved the title of Beginning of the End more than any other episode did. Twilight doesn't get to do what she wants, and she doesn't get to be happy, and above all, she doesn't get to relax. She wants a break. Her parents offer to take her on a cruise, not because they thought she needed one, but because they are literally getting scammed into doing it. Twilight sees this as an opportunity. There's a meteorological event in the northern skies of Equestria that she wants to see that a cruise will pass by. Spike is literally the one person that actually pushes her to get a vacation, and it's kind of against her will, more or less. And well, it's a good thing that he didn't actually go with her, otherwise he would have front row seats for Twilight Sparkle depression. The only thing she wants out of this cruise is to be with her family and to watch the stars. She doesn't get to, because her princess status and the scammer that put her in this cruise together force her to participate in the death of her own vacation. There is not one person that fights for her right to rest. Her parents are written as buffoons just trying to have fun. Princess Cadence is too busy being baby mama, and Shining Armor gets the absolute privilege of never once demonstrating any competence by having vertigo during the entire trip. The captain of the Royal Guard can't even fucking realize that his sister needs some fucking security because he's too busy being silly and a loser and a fail man. Oh, what an eye candy of a nepo husband. The only thing Twilight wants out of this cruise is to be with her family and to watch the stars with them. She doesn't get to have either. She misses the stars. They pass by and she is busy. She is stuck and she can't do anything about it. Her family sees the stars and they brag about how beautiful it was, all while Twilight was being hounded by fans. And Twilight Sparkle cries. She cries because she can never, ever catch a break.
Oh, we wish you'd been here to see it, Sweet Pea, but we're sure you're making a whole bunch of cruise ponies happy.
I'm so happy I could cry.
Oh, yeah. The cruise ponies are happy. My family is happy. Even Iron Will is happy. You know who isn't happy? Me! My hoof! I'm sorry, but maybe that wouldn't have happened if you weren't practically standing on my tail. Not even my real family stands so close.
Her family tries cheering her up by making a mock-up of the stars. It's not enough. It'll never be enough. Ironwill, the guy that scammed all of these people into thinking this cruise was all about having Twilight Sparkle's undivided attention, jumps out of the airship, and one can only hope this parachute had holes in it and that he will break his legs upon landing. Twilight never gets her break. Okay, I know what kind of argument some people would make here. They would say that Twilight's anxiety was part of an arc, part of something that she quote-unquote outgrows in the show. After all, there is an episode or two where she is much more relaxed. Handling the Equestrian games sure as hell seems a lot easier than being face to face with the crumbling infrastructure of the state you're governing. Hell, someone could even point out that in the two-parter before her coronation, before villains managed to actively segregate Canterlot and further Central Equestria and demonstrate to Twilight how flimsy all of her safety nets were, that maybe she was kind of chill about things before all that happened. Kind of. Here's the thing though, it's a fucking constant. It's a loop. She learns to maybe control her anxiety, and then something worse happens. She's freaking out about ruling. Her friends try to comfort her. She thinks it's okay. Then Sombra attacks. She loses it. Her friends help her, and she's okay. The Legion of Doom does their thing. She loses it, her friends help her, and then she's okay. She's trying to move and is very anxious about it because she's going to be alone in Canterlot for eternity without her friends. She gets anxious, she loses it, her friends help her, and she maybe is okay. Rinse and repeat forever in a downward spiral that just will not stop. It's fine though, guys, because she has a cute moving picture book that has the memories of her friends. It's okay, whenever they inevitably die of old age, or whenever she can't see them for a month because her duties impede her, she can just look at a little book and wonder what it would be like if she could still enjoy her friendships as a normal pony without the weight of godhood and national governance on her back. There is a limit to this. There's an ending, an expiration date. And it comes when these fuckers aren't enough to comfort her. Can't you see what I see? Can't you see how the little safety nets Twilight Sparkle has keep failing? Of course those little safety nets failed. They did before and they will again. This was not a unique situation. This wasn't lightning in a bottle. It's an event that could easily be replicated by an even worse snap of very specific fingers. Twilight's friends won't be around for her rule. In fact, she's moving out to Canterlot and they're not going with her. She will have a book of pictures to remember them by, and that's it. Do you see how all of this is temporary now? Do you see how she doesn't just outgrow her anxiety like this? We already know that her rule probably didn't even last 2 decades. We already know that she erased all magic because of some calamity, even at the time her friends were still alive. Wherever the magic of friendship was supposed to be there, it wasn't good enough. The Magic of Friendship Grows is a beautiful song, probably the best one in the entire damn show. It's a gorgeous ballad about an enormous world and an appreciation of just how every single beloved character we know in it matters. But it's also bittersweet. It's so bittersweet to me. I don't feel true joy when listening to it. I don't feel what I should be feeling it. I don't feel rightful vindication of a true happy ending. I instead feel a frightful sense of emptiness, of overwhelming reality. I see the wrinkles in these characters' faces and I know they have expiration dates. I know Twilight is counting the days, the hours until this is all over. I see Discord is still out and about and I know that he could snap his fingers and bring more villains back just to test Twilight again. And this sense of overwhelming, inescapable reality doesn't go away. Because I know how this ends. Because I know this is all temporary. Twilight is already training a pupil in Luster Dawn, and her reign hasn't even lasted 50 years yet. Is she that tired already? Is she already aware that she's not even lasting 100 years with her rule? Celestia had not taken any pupils until she made it to the 1000th anniversary of her rule. Twilight is doing it before she even has 50 years of rule. I want to take a moment to look at the official map of Equestrian Generation 4. It's a beautiful world. There are so many recognizable environments. There is so much to do and see. You might even be able to recognize the locations without even reading their names. And meanwhile, this is an official map of Equestrian Generation 5. This map is post-apocalyptic. All knowledge was burned away and the lands became uncharted. This is the result of Twilight's rule. This is the ending of so many other races. This is the segregation of pony kind. So much was lost. Equestria is irreversibly damaged from Twilight Sparkle's rule. Equestria is going to fall, and when it does, it could all be blamed on her. Twilight Sparkle is a cautionary tale. A cautionary tale about never placing even your most competent protagonist on a pedestal. A cautionary tale about what it is to give someone so much responsibility when they barely had a chance to live for themselves. After everything I've talked about in this video, it's a cautionary tale about how anxiety, depression, or really any sort of personal mental ailment shouldn't be treated like a personal quirk or as something that gets solved if you pass enough tests. That Twilight's anxieties deserved a lot more than to just be laughed off by the people around her. She needed genuine empathy from those around her. No, her anxiety doesn't get cured when she defeats another villain. That's not how it works. I hope you understand my thesis. I hope you understand why I don't think it was G5 exclusively that ruined G4. Then no, you shouldn't just say that G5 is the reason G4 is bad, or just try to look away from the doom that ensued in G5 just because G4 is sweet and comforting. Don't look away from this. She needed more than this, a lot more. She needed someone who would be by her side, work alongside her, not die of old age, and genuinely be there with the duty of ruling alongside her, respecting all of her frustrations and fears as she did it. She needed, above all, to not rule alone. But she did. In the end, Twilight Sparkle was alone, surrounded by servants and adoring subjects that placed her on the highest possible pedestal in all of Equestria, all while being utterly alone. Twilight Sparkle's reign was an abysmal failure from the get-go, and it was never going to succeed. Not because of some shoehorned failed sequel of a series, but because of the failures of the narrative and the character writing in the generation that she belonged to. Twilight Sparkle's reign was never going to succeed, and I think I finally understand why.
Well, this sucks.
Okay, originally, this video was meant to end here. I wanted to let you linger and stew on the fate of this show and its protagonist. I wanted this video to leave a stain on you that you wouldn't be able to just wash off. I wanted you to be bothered by this video's taste on your mouth for the rest of your week. But after all this time, I didn't want to leave it on a bad note. After all, I don't consider the show to be all bad. I still thrive within its good. And it's not all bad. There were always good moments with these ponies. There were always fantastic characters that I loved following along. I hope you enjoyed my analysis. I hope it didn't feel like I was just doomerisming over a kid's show. I want this to be thought-provoking but not pretentious, you know? And above all, I don't want it to just be depressing. So, in the interest of not making this any more depressing, and ending it on a good note, I'm gonna recommend you stuff. Stuff that's meant to put a good taste in your mouth and make you feel happier about this fun pony show. Let's start simple. If you finished Friendship is Magic and you wish you had more, try and read the comics. You've seen a bit of the comics in this video and just how good they are and how full of incredible ideas they tend to be. They honestly outshine the original show in amazing ways sometimes, and I hope this video in itself was a good advertisement to these comics. There are so many cool concepts in there, from Rarity being the new Nightmare Moon, from Discord having a crazy evil ex-girlfriend that is literally the most powerful villain in all of My Little Pony, from Celestia having an honest-to-goodness romance subplot with a good alternate version of King Sombra, to even simpler things that are amazing, like Big Mac trying his damnedest to fix a gazebo, but constantly having Mare's fall for him. And that's not all. There's dozens of side MLP comic runs that are really sweet. There's Friends Forever with cute little stories like Rarity and Ma teaming up and yearning for the mines. And of course, more Celestian Luna goodness in there. You can never get enough of that. There's Classics Reimagined, which I've mentioned briefly, has a literal retelling of the Greek Odyssey but with ponies, which is fucking fantastic. It's endlessly fun and has a bunch of different artists with gorgeous styles showing their chops here. It might honestly be the best comic in all of MLP history. There's the micro series with more princess goodness and cute concepts that might have inspired episodes on the show later on. Like for example, Rarity and Applejack going to a theme park together, or the backstory of how Luna got a pet possum called Tiberius. Such a sweetheart. There's a genuine bona fide crossover between Transformers and My Little Pony that's actually pretty fun. Those guys team up surprisingly well. There's the Nightmare Night special, which is basically the My Little Pony Suicide Squad, which I very much enjoy. It slaps way more than a season 6 finale. I said it before and I'll say it again. And there's more. There's so much more. There's so much to bite into here. So much pony goodness. So much more than you can see of these characters if you're not just bound by the tragically myopic restraints of the main show. Like, did you know that Tempest Shadow reunites with a childhood friend and they start dating and she finds peace with her in the comics? Oh, I told you about that already, huh, in this video? Well, go read it then, because I didn't even get into the time where they have gay sex on the comic! It's so funny to see how these comics were being written as the show was airing, because it recontextualizes just how much the comics outshine the show. The comics get a Chrysalis revenge arc, which people wanted ever since the 2nd season. They get to have an amazing shit like the Hall of Unity. They get to have Nightmare Rarity. Wow! If you love this show and its characters still to this day, you owe it to yourself to give the comics a shot in any way you can. Literally just go pirate them, I don't care. Just go have some fun with these, they're so good. And they often outshine the show itself, I'm not joking. On the subject of amazing pony stuff you might have not bothered to try, you've watched Equestrian Girls, right? All of them? Even the specials and the shorts? You fucking better have, because they're really good and really fun and really cute. They're genuinely well written and well put together pieces of My Little Pony content. Also, the Equestrian Girls songs are legit some of the best in all of MLP. I think that all of the NQG movies are just better musically than a main MLP movie. And you can fight me on that. Okay, maybe not the first Equestrian Girls movie, but still. And don't you dare use the argument that you don't want to watch Equestrian Girls because it's for teenage girls. You watch the Little Girl Pony show. Get off your high horse and come join us in a slightly larger horse. Equestrian Girls is incredibly underrated, its stories are fun, it treats the main 6 incredibly respectfully, and has so much fun with them, and the new version of Twilight is so adorable. And of course, Sunset Shimmer is there! Ah! Like genuinely, the movies never waste the main 6. Every single one of them has unique things they're interested in doing in the movie or just have their own bits they're doing. They don't suffer from the same thing the show does where they're just accessories to Twilight Sparkle, and it's great. Seriously, watching the Equestrian Girls special Forgotten Friendship straight up changed my brain chemistry. Sunset Shimmer is an immensely underrated character, and she's fucking incredible. She's the reason I made this video because she is the reason I even got into this fandom in the first place. Okay, other than Equestrian Girls, here's another recommendation. Have you watched Pony Life?
Gaze upon my gems!
Think fast, Chuckle Nuts!
Do not watch Pony Life. There is so much more MLP goodness out there, from official to unofficial, if you dare to just look in the right places. Here's the question. Do you read MLP fanfiction? Do you read fanfiction at all? Probably not, statistically speaking. People read a lot less nowadays, and fanfiction isn't exactly respected in most places. I know you might be predisposed to laugh or sneer at the idea of reading fanfiction or even writing it, but MLP is kind of perfect for it. MLP is in this amazing little axis where the narrative is poorly constructed and the world is lazily built, but it's so built, and the characters are all so fun and entertaining and full of potential that it tantalizes even the most mildly creative mind, entices them to try to fix it, to add to it, to improve it. The fact that the narrative fucks up and sucks ass so much, while the characters are all so amazing and the situations that they're put on are so interesting, and the world is so tantalizing, means that the creative juices that you can insert into your own fan theories and fan fiction and fan works are endless. I didn't even read fanfic before MLP. I got into MLP in 2024, and it just messed with my fucking brain enough that I now have written like 30 fanfics for the show. And I loved every second of them. The MLP characters are all full of personality and enticing roles in the world they inhabit. Even the characters with the least amount of development and most wasted screen time hold so much potential to explore for creative writers. Put your blorbos in a situation, play with them like dolls, have some fun with it. Canon is a mere suggestion once you start having enough fun, and when you break from the boundaries of canon and its restrictive, myopic, tragic fate, you can do so much with it. The unsatisfying ending that canon provides becomes an afterthought. Read my fanfiction, read others' fanfiction, go write your own, here's some recommendations. If you're dissatisfied with how your character was treated, it's up to you, the people, to pick up your keyboards and fix them. Which leads me to my final thoughts. I hope that I've at least demonstrated to you after all this time that the actual finale of the show is very, very flawed. Not just in these 3 episodes, but some of the previous seasons and things that they made before. And I probably also made the impression that I have my own thoughts on how this could have all been so much better. And I do. I absolutely do have thoughts on how to make it all better. But, well, it requires a lot more than a few tweaks, not gonna lie. This finale and even the previous seasons are kind of a downward spiral. Let me preface what I'm about to say by saying that I'm not an arbiter of perfect writing. I'm not here to say that I could do infinitely better, but the standards are so low that I might as well. I am just here to offer the possibility to what could have been actually the ending of the show. Let's get earnest here. I've placed my biases aside for far too long. Far too long. If you're a fan of mine, if you know my work, read my stories, then you know that there's something missing here. Someone is missing. Someone that is incredibly important to the potential saving of all of Equestria. Whenever I consider adding characters in a story, my primary thought is always, how can I generate the most interesting, funny, dramatic, romantic, whatever narratives out of inserting this character here? How, by adding this character here, can I improve everything around it? And Sunset Shimmer is a character that could have made the Friendship is Magic series truly incredible. The last 2 seasons shouldn't have been the Friendship School seasons. They should have been the Sunset Shimmer seasons. She was secluded to her teenage girl spin-off, and don't get me wrong, Equestria Girls is lovely, but it's a damn shame that she's trapped in that limbo, because her potential is endless. Sunset was the first pupil of Celestia, the first pupil of Celestia who she failed to teach and educate. Sunset went bad. Already there's so much to explore here. Celestia failing as a teacher, a student that came before Twilight, just as talented and capable as her, that didn't fail her studies, but gave up on them because she went bad. So much to think about. Sunset had every reason to be incredibly magically gifted, while also having bad morals and an oversized ego. So much possibility for a truly incredible antagonist here. And also, what's her backstory? Was Sunset an orphan? Is that one of the reasons why Celestia took her in? Out of pity? Was their relationship like mother and daughter? Did they wish it was? Did they regret their professionalism? Did they pretend so often to only be professional teacher and student? Did Celestia think that she could never have another family ever since she lost her sister? And meeting this foal and caring for her changed her fucking mind. Did Celestia get blinded by her wish to have Sunset thrive? Was she so blinded for her love of Sunset that she did not realize that Sunset was not the one destined to save her sister? That she did not realize that she was feeding the ego of her daughter and leading her astray? Did she not realize that Sunset was the wrong pupil until it was too late? That Sunset was not the chosen one? Do you see why I like fanfiction by now? And here's the fun part. Sunset being here doesn't just improve Celestia's character, this would also make Luna an ant. So many fun little moments could come from this already. Luna playing catch-up, understanding what Celestia's relationship is to this fool, or to this pupil that they just met. Luna understanding that her sister lived an entire life outside of her, that she grew and changed, that she has a soft side that Luna never saw before. She can make baby fever jokes at Celestia, that would be fucking great. This would also make Cadence Sunset's distant cousin, which would already give her some well-needed interesting traits. They could write her into being the annoying older cousin that made it, that wants Sunset to mellow out and be cooler about things. Maybe as the Princess of Love, Cadence should try getting characters like Sunset and Twilight Sparkle to actually go out there and get laid. God knows they need it. All of this and so much more coming from the potential of adding Sunset to this show. The lost pupil that Twilight saved, not as Twilight's new student intern / maid, but as Twilight's potential equal. On that same note, Sunset, as Celestia's previous first pupil, Sunset Shira might be the only other person uniquely qualified for the Equestrian throne that isn't an alicorn right now. Twilight Sparkle should have never ruled alone. In fact, I think she needed a genuine love interest that was there to see her for who she was. A scared girl on the verge of panic who needed support, who needed love, so that she could thrive and truly be at her best. Sunset could have been that character. The final seasons could have been about their relationship growing, developing, expanding, until a final crescendo where Sunset earns her alicorn wings by proving herself worthy of some incredible feat when Twilight's life is in danger. They band together as lovers and defeat the bad guy using not the power of friendship or the power of their friends and family or the powers of random creatures that decide to join them, but the power of gay sex. They could have mixed the serialized and episodic nature of the show to have Sunset naturally integrated into the group, but also having episodes where Sunset explores and expands on her origins with Celestia and her current relationship with Twilight. For the love of God, we need to give Celestia more depth. This would make it so easy. Have some flashback episodes for fuck's sake. If you've watched Equestria Girls, you know there's already an enormous precedent for Twilight and Sunset to have chemistry. You know these two can already get it on beautifully. After Sunset earned her wings, they could inherit the sun and moon together, overcoming every possible challenge by leaning on each other. Not just on friends, not just on family, but on the one other person they know will always be by their side because they love each other and they're immortal together. G4 could have had a hopeful ending, man. God. You might be wondering if I have ideas on how to remake G5 2 in this context. After all, I've just demonstrated how it would end G4 with a lot of hope and a happy ending and very much sweetness and sex. And gay sex. And G5 quite famously is a direct sequel. So, do I have an idea how to fix it? Yeah, of course I have. Look at this. That's right, baby. It's all about Misty. Misty is the best character in the damn generation. I accept no substitutes. Misty, baby. It's all about Misty. Go Misty, yeah. My choice to have Opaline be a much more capable and sinister villain is entirely out of character. I am well aware that Opaline is not the Mother Gothel of Misty's Rapunzel in canon. Opaline is the Gizmo to Misty's Kronk. Writing fanfiction is really fun. I always find it important to acknowledge canon. I always find it extremely important to know how the media you enjoy has inescapable flaws and critiquing them with your brain turned on. But after that, it's just so fun to create, to improve on what exists. It's fun to take that which is flawed and fix it with your bare hands with the power of creation. I hope you understand that I made this video with love. I love these dumbass ponies and their goofy friendship magic, and I really do love this storytelling with all of its failures and successes, which is why I had to break this down. And G4 is flawed. It's flawed. And so is its ending. But we love it. We are swept up in the emotion and the colors and the smiles, and we're not wrong to. I think that the reason that there are so many flaws in this show's writing is the simple issue that many kids shows often run into. As it's trying to dumb down and talk simple to its audience, it cuts corners and simplifies the wrong subjects. Not to mention the overly demanding fandom the show had when it was airing clearly pushed the writers to react with their writing in places. No doubt about it, the episode Fame and Misfortune is proof of that. It's an endless tirade of the writers personifying their fans and trying to apologize to them. Why are you apologizing, man? This is your story. Write what you want. Fuck bronies. The best kids shows don't make this kind of mistake. They don't accidentally create a supremacist state or a colonialist boarding school or even a protagonist with the divine right to rule. MLP stumbles into these issues completely accidentally, thoughtlessly and proudly declaring that other races don't understand the concept as primitive as friendship and that settlers and natives should just share. Through the veneer of addressing their children audience, they dumb down real-world issues so much that their simplistic view on them is borderline offensive, which reflects into the show's world building very, very poorly. I would be lying if I said I'm not amused by it. I prefer a well put together world building any day, but I always find things like kids shows like Steven Universe straight up putting a human zoo in their narrative with no thought to it a kind of mistake that is so incredibly hilarious from an outside perspective, and especially from a writer's perspective like mine. The MLP finale is flawed. Critically so. I genuinely believe that it accidentally, yet to near perfection, constructs a house of cards of a conclusion. One that is so believably broken and easy to topple that I can genuinely understand and even accept the world that G5 presents. A broken, ruined world where the fallout of the failure of our beloved protagonists is noticeably around every corner. But it was good while it lasted, wasn't it? Yeah, it ended, and yeah, it was a bad ending, but it was, once. Their friendship was there. It mattered to them like it mattered to us. It was fleeting and it was precious, but that's just life, isn't it? Thanks for watching this existential look into the My Little Pony finale. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I hope that it was insightful and fun if nothing else. Everything comes to an end eventually. Twilight Sparkle's rule and this video have a lot in common in that regard. Well, I'm going to hibernate for a week, maybe longer. Go play Wonder Song or something. Good night. Bring it on home, Twilight.
Twilight Sparkle, you really did prove that friendship is magic.
Thanks, Miss America.